Led by Dr. Anurag Batra, Chairman and Editor-in-Chief of BW Business World and founder, Exchange for Media Group, BW Business World is the fastest growing business media house in the country. With a network spanning across 70 niche business communities and 8 magazines, BW Business World is proud to be entrenched in various verticals in the domestic as well as global business ecosystem. With changing times, BW now has massive readership in the digital space as well. BW in its portfolio has 70 niche B2B communities that organize conferences and forums to facilitate interactions between sectoral business leaders and create a conducive environment for collaboration. May I please request our team to play the BW Legacy AV to give us a glimpse of the journey of BW Business World.
BW Business World presents a rich legacy of curated events that enable conversations on policy issues in India.
I feel that Indian automobile industry's future is very bright. Presently, the size of the industry is 7.5 lakh crore, and I am confident that at the end of 25, it will be more than 15 lakh crore.
Business World has brought this to Bangalore, and earlier also they have done it. Bangalore is the right place to talk about startups, unicorns, decacorns.
Because of the state of our cities, we have no option but to build smart and resilient cities.
Their stature, their experience, and their name in their respective fields. I wish all the best, and may your entire day be enlivening and fulfilling. Thank you so much.
Covering a range of topics, BW Business World events look to create a strong narrative around smart cities, digital India, healthcare, Swachh Bharat, human resource issues, education, banking, and finance, among others.
The world is fast changing. Best practices are available now on the net.
Because development पूरी राजनीति में ये focus बन गया है.
BW Business World events provide a speaking platform to the voices that matter.
You don't have to be a technologist. You need to understand how technology influences the world.
Mahatma Gandhi was a great man. He was the leader of the freedom struggle.
We believe that e-governance and IoT will play a very, very important role.
BW Business World is an excellent exhibition platform that helps you showcase your services to the right audience.
BW Business World's digital transformation went on the fast track in 2020, marrying its legacy of credibility and robust business journalism with the power-packed content like BW Dialogue Series, Festival of Life web series, and custom-created webinars . 33 million page views on an average, multiple IPs scheduled in the coming months, BW has taken a leadership position in the business news segment. To become a part of our legacy, write to us at partner@businessworld.in.
As we flag off today's event, I encourage everybody to join in the conversation and share their learnings from the day by using the hashtag IHA2022. That's hashtag IHA2022. Before we start with the proceedings of day one, let me take this opportunity to thank all our sponsors and partners for supporting the 6th edition of our summit and awards. Our special thanks to our presenting sponsor, Daikin, our host partner, Taj Palace in New Delhi, Our platinum hospitality partners, Radisson Hotel Group, Chalet Hotels. Our gold hospitality partners, ITC Hotels and IHG Hotels and Resorts. Our silver hospitality partners, Royal Orchid Hotels and Resorts, Sarovar Hotels and Resorts. Our tourism board partner, Madhya Pradesh Tourism. Our associate partner, RMS PHA. Our category partners, Lucaris, FPG, 11 Inc., joytravels.com. A knowledge partner, Indian School of Hospitality. Our audio partner, Herman. Our beverage partner, Beanley, William Grant, Monkey Shoulder, Hendricks, Four Cousins, and Proust. A preferred airline partner, Go First. And today, the summit and the awards are being supported by Incredible India, HPMF, Awesome, GHTP, Hotramai, IPHA, IWH, ICF, IFCA, NRAI, MEPA, and Leclerc's Dior. May I please request my team to now play the partners AV. We would also like to let all our guests know that Herman is holding a lucky dip gift for the attendees. Attendees may please ensure that your visiting card has been dropped in the designated box. The winner will be announced through a draw at the close of day one's sessions. All right, now without further ado, let's begin the event that everyone has been waiting for. To kick off the Indian Hospitality Summit and Awards, the 6th edition, of course, 2022, I would like to invite on stage a guest of honor, Shri Arvind Singh Ji, Secretary, Tourism, Government of India, Chairman, Emeritus and Principal Advisor, South Asia, Radisson Hotel Group, Mr. K.B. Kachru, Chairman and Editor-in-Chief of BW Business World, Dr. Anurag Batra, the CEO of BW Communities, BW Business World, Mr. Bhuvanesh Khanna, and Executive Vice President Operations, North and West India IHCL, Mr. Rohit Khosla. May I please request all our distinguished guests to join us on stage and lamp the ceremonial light, please. Thank you. Thank you so much to all our dignitaries. Thank you. Let's have a huge round of applause. Let this slide be auspicious for all of us and for this summit as well. Thank you so much. Thank you. And now, please join me in welcoming on stage Mr. Bhuvanesh Khanna, CEO, BW Communities, BW Business World, to deliver the welcome address.
Thank you, Aditya. We are back. 3 long years. It's been in the coming, but can't believe that we've all gotten together. We have. Morning, ladies and gentlemen. Namaskar. Shri Arvind Singh Ji, the Secretary, Ministry of Tourism, Government of India. Mr. K.B. Kacharu, Chairman Emeritus and Principal Consultant, Radisson Hotel Group, and distinguished members of the Hospitality, Travel, Tourism, and F&B fraternity. Welcome to the 6th BW Hotelier Hospitality Summit and Awards, as we call it, IHA. It's good to be back with a physical on-ground event and a huge two-day event for that. After the virtual world had taken over our lives and how we began to interact with each other. Coming back is not easy. Especially after long breaks. And now that we are back, it is time to lift the bar. And we are attempting to do that with the crossover Phygital IHA. You'll see a lot of people logging in virtually. We've had massive registrations. We've had to limit our entries to 350. The others have been taken to the virtual platform. You will also, given the registrations that were large, there will be some unhappy people, but then they will have to understand. The IHA is possible due to loads of support, encouragement, and partnerships that we've had. Let me start by thanking my friend and brother, Kamalji Java, who's the Chairman and Managing Director of Daikin International. We go back years for his support. Thank you, Daikin. I would also like to thank Mr. Vivek Shrotriya. He's here. Where are you, Vivek ji? Oh, there you are. Right. So he's the Deputy Managing Director of MP Tourism. He's flown in specially from Bhopal. Say our thanks to Shivshekhar ji also. Let me thank, when I got started, I started talking. And I started talking and I had a lunch that this is what I'm going to do. And I had a lunch with Mr. K.B. Kacharu and Zubin. Right? They said, go on, we are with you. Thank you, Mr. Kacharu. Thank you, Zubin. Chalet Hotels, Sanjay is not here, but his colleagues are ITC, IHG, Royal Orchid, Sarovar, Ajay Bakaya, RMS, Lucaris. They've come in all the way from Thailand. FPG 11 Incorporated, Harman, ISH, my friend Dilip Puri, pillar of support, William Grant and Sons, Four Cousins, Proust, Beanley, Go First, right? They are flying in our dignitaries. Last but not the least, wherever Nine Seth is, wherever Rohit Khosla is, wherever the Taj Palace team is, a big thank you to you. Thank you, right? You've been a most gracious host, right? A huge thank you to the 5 amazing juries that we've had, 4 regional juries led by Suresh, Farad Jamal, Veer Vijay Singh and Sandeep Mukherjee. Last but not the least, 2 years running, chairman of the national jury, Mr. K.B. Kachuru. They worked painstakingly and burnt midnight oil, going through each nomination in detail at 4 or 5 different levels. The last of one was a in-person video interview. Let us begin proceedings in all earnest. Enjoy the next 2 days. There are going to be four sessions, 2 each day, the morning summit. Tonight is a leadership dinner by invite. Tomorrow will be the awards night, will be the mega awards night. I see a few winners here. I would also encourage you to follow our social media, tweet and retweet, and share our posts. And let me now just shut up and hand over the baton to my chairman, Dr. Anurag Batra. Aajo.
Morning. It's my honor and privilege to be here. I have a sore throat, but I have a good spirit and I'm happy. First of all, it's my honor and privilege to welcome the leaders of the hospitality industry in the presence of our guest of honor, Shri Arvind Singh Ji, who's an IAS, who's the Secretary of Ministry of Tourism, Government of India. I want you to welcome him with a big round of applause. He was here on time. The leaders of the hospitality industry are in the room and on the virtual platforms. I just want to say that India is moving forward. We are meeting at a time that has shown us that India is all about growth, India is about resilience, and India is about leading in almost every domain in the world. The hospitality industry can be summed up in 3 words: resilience, reimagining, and repurposing. The industry is backed. Your leaders, doers, creators of the industry. I won't belabor you with data and numbers, but I just want to say 6 things. 1, the ARRs are up. The occupancies are huge. New hotel openings are happening. Record new hotels have been signed. You know the data. Spiritual tourism is still under leverage. Religious tourism is still under leveraged. And a lot of people say, oh, Modi ji is doing another corridor. But that corridor is apart from catering to the faith of the large number of the community that it represents, is also creating economic activity. These are the economic centers of tomorrow. So really, this sector is coming back, and coming back how? I just want to say that this has happened amidst the global disruption through the Ukraine war, the rising oil prices, crisis in supply chain management. And a lot of people know that it is the winter of investing. But even in the winter of investing, and I want to give you one data point, we don't have July, August, September numbers officially, but you can extrapolate by 100% on the Jan to June numbers. Let's look at macros. In Jan-June 2021, India got almost, just in startups, I'll use that as an example, a little less than $5 billion. In the winter of investing in this year, we know Jan-June was tough for all the reasons we know. India got almost $15 billion just for startups. This is the winter of investing. So India continues to shine. I also want to say, whether it's the defense sector, yesterday saw the laying of stone ceremony at the ground for the Tata's defense project. Now, one thing that this government knows is that if we have to be a large industrial economy, we have to start in manufacturing, which we missed the bus 20 years back, whether electronics. This government is working on Gati Shakti, it's working on logistics, and I'm not in the government. But as somebody who does observe the business space, I can say that all this augurs well for the hospitality industry. We know the number of new sign-ups in the last 6 months, 6.5 months. Hotels are coming back. hospitality sector is coming back in ways that we never imagined. I will say what Elizabeth Taylor said to many of her suitors. I won't keep you long. I just want to say that at BW Business World and BW Hotelier, we are here to be able to be a catalyst in your journey of making sure that the savvy Indian consumer in the hospitality segment is able to interact with all the stakeholders, bring all the stakeholders together. We're meeting 1 week after Diwali. We're meeting in a very auspicious time. It's the wedding season, and the hoteliers are happy, more happy than they have been in the last 6 months. I just want to say that I'm sure in the future also there may be disruptions. I hope not too many, but India looks good. India is truly marching forward, and the entrepreneurs, leaders of the various domains, especially hospitality, which a lot of investors wrote off 2 years back, are flocking to the hospitality stocks. We are at the Taj. Look at how Taj has done it. Look at its earnings. Look at how the stock price is doing. And I can give you examples from every sector, subsector. I just want to say that the people-centric businesses are back. The experiential businesses are back, and their future is more bright than yesterday, brighter than ever. I also want to use this opportunity to congratulate Mr. Khanna, his team, Ajit, Saurabh, Bulbul, many other people, the Business World marketing team, the Business World audience team, the Business World sales team, Amit Bhasin, Nilesh Agarkar, and other colleagues who have put together IHA at a certain vision and at a certain scale that it does justice to the size and scale of this industry. This industry employs 15% of the people, 16% of the people in the country. It contributes to the GDP. So a big kudos to the BW Hotelier team led by Mr. Khanna. It is customary to thank your team at the end, but I'd rather do that today. It is his initiative and his passion that drives the BW Hotelier domain. I wish you luck, and I look forward to some new insights, some new connections, and rekindling the old connections. I was able to meet Mr. Kachru, Mr. Keswani, Mandeep ji, met Mr. Bakaya for the first time, but I've known about him for a long time. So I'm glad that thanks to your contributions to what we do in the industry, we're here. We salute you. God bless you. Look forward to 2 days of really bonhomie learnings and a future together that creates harmony and success. Thank you. God bless you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Dr. Batra and Mr. Khanna as well. Thank you. And now, may I please request a guest of honor, Shri Arvind Singh Ji, Secretary, Tourism, Government of India, to please say a few words. Sir.
Good morning, everyone. And it is heartening to get back to physical events after some time, because all of us have become used to Zoom calls and Zoom conferences over the last few years. And what has been happening is now with physical events happening, we are getting overtaken by events. For instance, I have a prepared text from my office, but I attended a physical conference last week in Ras Al Khaimah, which was the Asia Pacific Travel Association. And some of the insights that I got about, how the rest of the world is recovering and how we are in it. So I would like to share that also, of course, as and when I share my thoughts with you. So thank you, Mr. Batra, Mr. Bhuvanesh Khanna, the doyens of the industry, Mr. Kachru, Mr. Bakaya, Mr. Keswani, Mr. Lamba, all the gentlemen of Taj who have helped hosted this event, and other representatives from other segments of the industry, leaders, all partners who are here, ladies and gentlemen. I'm very grateful to be invited here as guest of honor on the inaugural day of the 6th edition of the BW Hotelier Indian Hospitality Summit and Awards. which has over the years turned to be one of the most prestigious industry events for the hospitality fraternity. And this year's theme is the story of resilience. This effort by BW Hotelier is highly appreciated. It would inspire more people to consider pursuing careers in the hospitality industry and to serve as a platform to leverage the development of Indian culture on a global scale. So I would take this opportunity to appeal, because whenever I travel to the hospitality institutes in the country, I find that there is a reluctance on behalf of the students to join, and the parents themselves, because of the developments of the last year and the fact that job prospects were not very good in the last 2 years. So I think there needs to be an outreach between the academic institutions in the hospitality industry and the industry, so that the disconnect that is there, that on one side we have an expansion happening, and on the other side we have a huge youth force which wants to get into the job market, and they're looking for alternatives such as retail or other sectors. So I think I would take this occasion to appeal to the industry to, plug the gaps that are happening. With the large Indian diaspora that we see settling in various parts of the world, hospitality has truly gone global. And my experience last week in Dubai and Ras Al Khaimah was the same. When I went for breakfast in my hotel in Ras Al Khaimah, it was served to me by a boy from Mandi. When I went for the lunch, there was somebody who had gone to Amity University in Noida. So there are a host of hospitality students whom we have exported abroad, and they're working and doing very well in most of these institutions. Very happy. I talked to them, and some of them said that they're able to go back to their families twice or thrice in a year. So that just shows the strength of the education and the skills that we have, India has and is supplying to the global world. So we are one of the most global popular tourism destinations. And as a result, the tourism and hospitality industry has emerged as one of the key drivers of growth in the services sector. And this is acknowledged by all within government. The industry has considerable potential, and it is felt that though it is driving growth, it has not achieved its full potential. And it also helps earn foreign exchange. Pre-COVID, the foreign exchange earnings between 2016 to 2019 grew at a cumulative annual growth rate of 7%. So just shows the contribution this sector is doing to nation building. It is widely acknowledged that the tourism and hospitality sector, which encompasses travel and hospitality services like hotels and restaurants, is a development agent, a catalyst for socio-economic growth, and a significant source of foreign exchange gains in many countries. India's rich and exquisite history, culture, we have 40 UNESCO World Heritage Sites, and diversity are showcased to the world through tourism, and they also provide significant economic benefits. Mr. Batra spoke about manufacturing, and it is a fact that manufacturing offers an alternative employment to those who are not gainfully employed in agriculture. But there are several parts of the country where manufacturing cannot take that role, and that is where services industry like tourism can provide the local economics, the economy incomes as well as employment. The combined efforts of all stakeholders, the central and state governments, have helped the tourism industry to recover significantly from the pandemic shock and operate almost at pre-pandemic levels. Definitely the worst is behind us. If I can share the exchanges at the PATA summit that I went to recently, it is widely accepted by all the stakeholders who were there from the Asia Pacific region that our recovery is one of the best in the region. Two reasons for that: confidence about the vaccination in the country, and the fact that we opened up much earlier than other countries in the Asia Pacific. Countries like China, there's still uncertainty about what is happening. Japan opened up very late. Other parts of Asia Pacific also opened up very late. So as a result, in various parts of the country, we are seeing domestic tourism is booming. It has crossed pre-pandemic levels at various areas. If I have to give one example of the toughest area in the country, Jammu and Kashmir, the tourism footfalls have crossed record levels. All previous records have been shattered. The previous best in the valley itself was 13 lakh tourists in a year. And that has already been crossed when, this year is not complete. And when I talk to Jammu and Kashmir officials, they're sure that the previous best will be doubled. I mean, they'll see double the number of tourists this year. So that is an example of, the boom in the domestic tourism that we are seeing in various parts of the country, Kashmir and other parts of the country. Also, I gave statistics from the Kashmir Valley. If we talk of the country as a whole, of course, domestic tourism is back to previous levels, which Mr. Batra referred to the revenues and incomes in the hospitality sector. But as far as international domestic arrivals are concerned, the data that we have from the Bureau of Immigration said that by August, we were at, if we compare year on year, we were almost at 50% recovery. At the summit, there's a company some of you would be aware of, which does studies of advanced bookings and forward keys. They presented an analysis which is led by their CEO, an Italian gentleman. And of course, he projected that India's recovery was very good. He felt that, in fact, in terms of international inbound, we were already at almost 70% of international inbound compared to pre-COVID levels. And that we would be one of the earliest countries to achieve the pre-pandemic international arrival level compared to other countries in the Asia Pacific. So his projection was, based on advanced bookings that he's seeing, that our recovery would one of the best. One more very interesting highlight that he presented from the data that he had was that the percentage of affluent travelers, the high-end travelers, compared to pre-pandemic, has definitely gone up in India. So that is a very encouraging trend we are seeing, that more and more affluent travelers are preferring to travel to India and, going in for wellness or nature or those kind of experiences. So the pandemic did highlight the urgent need for all hospitality units to take suitable measures to restrict any further transmission, and while providing accommodation and other services post-lockdown. And the performance of the hospitality sector, the vaccination, all this, resulted in a sense of confidence among domestic travelers, and that helped, reach the levels that we have done. You are aware that we took the initiatives of the Sathi and the Nidhi portals, which we are working with all of you. This initiative is aligned with the Prime Minister's call for Atmanirbhar Bharat. And the idea was not only to sensitize the industry on COVID and the government regulations, but instill confidence among the staff and guests that the unit has exhibited intent towards ensuring safety and hygiene at the workplace. So I'm confident that looking up with the prospects of the early revival, certain more developments such as our impending presidency of the G20, which India will take on the mantle of the 1st of December from Indonesia. And this will result in a large number of meetings and events in the country, which will highlight and showcase the country's destinations to the globe. I'm sure that the next calendar year, 2023, will provide much better results and output to the industry than this current calendar year. So your cooperation of all the stakeholders is invited in positioning India as a unique, warm, hospitable, and welcoming country. I'm sure that this event will definitely ensure convergence between all the stakeholders, and they will come up with imaginative solutions for showcasing India hospitality sector in all its glory in the future to global visitors. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you so much, sir. We are truly honored to have you with us today. Thank you. Okay, moving on to our first session, and that too a very interesting one. BWH Special Duel. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming on stage Mr. Zubin Saxena, MD and VP Operations, South Asia Radisson Hotel Group, and Mr. K.B. Kachru, Chairman, Emeritus and Principal Advisor, South Asia Radisson Hotel Group.
So we are told we have half an hour. And I was telling Bhuvnesh, this is nowhere close to getting over in half an hour, because when we start talking, we really start talking. And so I said, maybe you can give us 1.5 hours. He said, no, 30. I said, maybe an hour. He said, no, 30. I said, maybe 45. He said, no, 30. And then it is 30 now. So, I didn't get my way there, but hopefully we'll be able to cover good ground today. And, this is today for me personally, a very special occasion to share the stage with somebody who I consider my mentor, my philosopher, my guide, my friend, and my partner. And I think this is a unique moment for me to be able to, and it's probably going to happen only a few times. Maybe this is the only time it'll ever happen. Ask few pointed questions and get a few direct answers. So it's probably never going to happen again. So I'm going to use my time wisely on that. So first and foremost, welcome, sir.
Thank you. Thank you, Zubin.
So, we will cut through the chase with this. I think let's start with your personal life. You like some water?
Can somebody
Get us
use
some water, please?
hot water? I'm already on the hot seat, and being with a colleague, we're talking about yesterday, today, and tomorrow. And I really don't know what kind of points he has. We discussed initially, what are we going to talk about? He said, whatever we discuss all the time in the office. So, okay, I said, are we going to expose ourselves to that extent? He said, it would be fun. I said, great. So, his first question is personal life. I've had, in our industry, I'm sure with all of you, you will agree with me, we literally, there's not much under the wraps as far as a hotelier is concerned. We are open to the public eye. Everybody knows probably more than what we think they know about us. So having said that, I think I'm reasonably a private person. I see a lot of youngsters here. So for the benefit, from a humble background, my father was a broadcaster, worked for Government of India. And I had a very humble beginning, and my parents desired that I, like every middle class family, you either be a doctor or an engineer. And I actually thought through, and I thought I was not capable to handle that, and I won't succeed. My mom insisted all the time, no, you must pursue that. Somehow I managed to convince my father that, I can't do it. But he said, no, you got to give in to your mom and at least make a try. So I did my pre-medical, but somehow managed post my pre-medical to look at other opportunities. And my father agreed with me at that stage. He said, okay, give it a try. I was on a short holiday, Zubin, to Delhi, and with my sister who used to live in Delhi. And I was traveling in a DTC bus. I saw a big hoarding which said hotel management. The only hotel I had seen in my life was Oberoi Palace in Kashmir. I'm a Kashmiri, so I had seen Oberoi Palace, and I had seen a restaurant, Adus, where my father used to take me. So I said, okay, let me give it a shot. So found my way to Pusa, and I was lucky enough to get through. There was really not much of a competition those days. So I managed to get through to the college. Post my college, if you really ask me, did I know what and how do I plan my career? Honestly, I didn't know. I didn't know. It's honest truth. And that's how I started. And I was lucky to find my life partner in Pusa. She was in college with me. She ultimately, when I joined the industry, was a lecturer there. And we started off, we have worked till maybe 7, 8 years back as a team, husband-wife team, everywhere, whether I was in ITDC or I was with Radisson, we worked together. I had 2 sons. One is settled in US. He is a finance guy, didn't like hotel management. And the other one is a sports influencer. We live in Delhi. 3 grandkids, 1 daughter, trying to get into cybercrime studies. That's what she wants to do. And I have 2 grandkids here. One is a budding young cricketer. He plays for Delhi Capitals, under 14. And I have a granddaughter who is a ballet dancer.
It's quite diverse.
Have I exposed myself a little too much?
No, you haven't at all. You haven't at all. I was saying it's, your grandchildren have all chosen all careers except being hoteliers. So I want to ask you that question. If you weren't a hotelier, what else would you have been?
As I told you, Zubin, I actually didn't know, but I didn't want to be a doctor because after the first dissection I did of a frog and an earthworm, I said, this is not me. I just can't do it. So I thought if I can't do it, then I should look for something very respectable. My parents would be proud of. I would have gone for civil services if I ever got selected. And 2 things attracted me: the perks they had. And I would have been making all efforts to get in there. I mean, it's a different case whether I would have had the intellect to get into civil services or not.
So, so they say if you love what you do, you will never work a day in your life. What was the turning point that made you feel so passionately about hospitality? Now, what's that one thought that keeps you going each day?
My God. I feel passion can only come to you if you love yourself. You got to love yourself first. And once you love yourself, you start finding out what are you good at. And once you know what you are good at, you pursue that. I really don't know at what stage in my life I actually got at a stage when I felt that, I have the required passion. Because I don't know if you remember in early days, at least when I joined the hotel school, I have Mr. Pant here from IHM Pusa here, where I joined, and we used to go and see Bollywood movies. And please don't misunderstand me, but those days, when they referred or they had any scene where a hotel manager was shown, he used to be part of a mafia or a gangster. So I actually thought, have I chosen the wrong field? But then, when you start succeeding, you start feeling better and better. I really don't know. Have some of you seen Kapil Dev's latest movie, 83?
I think many of us.
Yeah. Okay. He has put it very simply. When he was giving his team and kind of preparing them for the next match, Shrikant asked him, he says, you need to brief the team. He asked his manager, क्या बोलूं? उसने कहा, कुछ तो बोलो, उनको बोलो, सबने हमने मैच जीतना है. He stood up, had a glass of water, then he said, we have to win this match. And when you taste success, ye tongue mange more. He put it very simply. He said and referred that when you taste success, it's an addiction. It's like a drug. That's the time it becomes a passion. And that's what you follow.
That's lovely. That's some lovely, lovely advice there. So, sir, you had a career spanning almost 4 decades, 40 years, maybe more. Tell us, so for some of us who haven't been here that long, how has the culture changed in our industry from the time when you started off to being with ITDC, being one of the youngest leaders, the youngest general managers, and then went on to hold some very senior positions, all at a very young age, to now, when our industry has moved 40 years hence and the cultures have changed, the ways of working have changed. What transition have you seen over these last 4 decades?
Our industry has evolved. As our Honorable Secretary Tourism mentioned, we have come a long way. We have a long way to go. In the first 2 5-year plans after independence, there was no allocation or any reference to the word tourism. That's where we actually started. In the next 3 5-year plans, again, no reference to tourism. The only thing what was referred was foreign exchange. It was implied hotels are involved and have the capability of earning foreign exchange. So we got mentioned here and there. But it was only after that everybody in the government, in the private sector, realized the value of tourism. We had some hotels from the British past, at some locations, some, gateway cities or isolated places, which are not so isolated now. I mean, we have hotels in Varanasi and Khajuraho, at such places. So we didn't have a regulated, structured hospitality industry at all. In 60s, ITDC, you mentioned ITDC. ITDC was formed. And the main task of ITDC was to help facilitate, develop tourism. Ultimately, the role was not for them to run hotels or do the business they did for a long time. So ITTC entered and they did their bit. They established, I think, 40 odd destinations and developed hotels. And nobody would have gone to places like Mahabalipuram or Hassan and, places like that. But they did. It was only in 80s when Asian Games, Non-Aligned Summit, and Chogam took place, which actually changed the course of thinking and being international. I think the first hotel which was built, and I was fortunate to be the general manager of that hotel, was built for UNCTAD in 50s. And I believe the story goes that when Pandit Nehru asked Mr. Maulana Azad, who was those days looking after the concerned ministry, and he had invited different countries to participate in UNCTAD, he asked him, where would they stay? He said, Western Court and some other places. He said, no, no, no. That's the day the first hotel, and Ashok Hotel with 586 rooms was built. We have come from that stage. That's how we have evolved. With NAM, Chogam, and Asian Games, private sector was invited and they built hotels. Many international companies came. A lot of Asian eyes actually invested in hotel business. And I think that is how we have evolved over the years.
Do you think the DNA of the Indian hospitality industry, where we pride ourselves as being guest focused and more hospitable, so perhaps compared to the West, was set in those days, in the 1980s and the 1990s?
I wouldn't say. Indians are by nature very hospitable. We have always believed in one thing, that we have to give something extra, that warmth, which has been there all the time. It's getting more and more refined and focused on what a customer wants, what needs to be given, and what is not really necessary.
So, sir, you introduced Radisson Hotel Group to India 5 years ago. Next year, we celebrate 25 years of a beautiful journey. And in these 25 years, we have gone from our first hotel, the Radisson Blu in Mahipalpur at Delhi Airport, to over 150. So, what do you think is or has been the core values that have contributed to this success of Radisson Hotels in India?
I'll give a little longer answer to this. Indeed. Because where both of us are here today, it's because of that company.
Indeed.
At the end of the day. And I'm really happy the way you are carrying forward and what you are delivering and how you are delivering the promise is making us what we are. You know, I think one of the reasons we succeeded was understanding the market. We were misunderstood initially that we are too flexible. But our message to the market always was very, very clear, that we have to understand the ground realities of the market. We cannot always go by the book. I'll give you a simple example. When we signed our first hotel, I have the area GM here, Ashwini, from that hotel. We started that hotel and we started selling a Radisson in India. It may sound funny to you, but when I used to go with my toolbox and giving presentations about Radisson, some of the investors used to tell me, Radhe Shyam, Radisson was not known. We had no hotel in India. This was the first hotel. Our corporate office told us, brand X or brand Y has big boxes, 400 rooms, 500 rooms, 300 rooms. That's what we belong to. We're very strong in America and Europe. We need to establish in the similar manner. It was our team in India I was ably supported by a very dedicated team, even at that time. I've been very fortunate that way that I somehow managed to get a great team. They do a fantastic work, and I become a face of it. So we signed our first hotel, and then we started getting opportunities in towns, which today we call them B cities, C cities, tier 2, 3 towns. And everybody, including our competition, we have leaders from various groups here, they know it very well. They said, I think you've gone mad. You are accepting hotels which are 100 rooms, 120 rooms, 60 rooms. I said, if a place, I'll give you a small example. If a place like Jalandhar, those days, the whole of Punjab had no branded hotel. Forget branded hotel. There was no decent accommodation available in the whole state. We were toying with this idea, but the first offer came from the city of Jalandhar, as I was telling, and it was a 60-odd, close to 70-room hotel, very savvy owner. He said, this is the maximum FSI I can get, and this is what you can get. I had a lot of opposition because you can't make money out of very small boxes. But we as a company looked at it two ways. One, we got an opportunity to go to a place where there was nobody else. At the same time, the brand visibility of this in the target markets would be big. So with this, did this hotel. It was a success from very first day. And I'm proud to say, we'll soon have 20 operating hotels in Punjab, just in Punjab. Another example is Delhi. Same problem when we were signing this hotel, and we were told we should sign an area of protection so that we should be allowed to do more hotels. Even I must confess, I thought maybe we'll do another 2 or 3 hotels in Delhi. I mean, even my vision was restricted at that time because of the ground realities. Construction material used to come on donkeys those days, you can imagine. So this new area, we made this hotel. We divided the whole of NCR into districts. And my friends, you'll be surprised, we don't have very, very big boxes in the city, but we currently operate 24 hotels just in NCR.
That's over 4,000 rooms.
So it's the question of your vision, clarity of vision, set your objectives right, define them right, but execute them. Because a vision without proper execution is hallucination. So that's what, Zubin, I feel has helped us being where we are today.
That's great. And so we've also often, many a time, holders, and now we are on a new journey now, having achieved what we would like to believe significant scale. But I think this has been the ethos of the company from the very first day, and we call it stakeholder excellence. And it is about our owners and our owner partners. We as a company today have almost 300. We as a company today have almost 300 owners who have been our partners. We have a renewed 100%. And now many of our new hotels are coming from our existing partners. So
absolutely.
Would you like to comment on that?
Yeah, you made a very good point. We have, although we close to 170 hotels. We have over 300 partners. And we are not in the investment business. We are in branding and managing. So managing 300 odd owners and feeling their pain, you cannot actually grow, particularly in South Asia, unless you understand what hand-holding means, what it means to feel their pain. You know your objective is fine, but they're the people who are signing the check. So unless you feel for their money, you cannot grow. You cannot play on somebody else's money. No experiments. As long as you feel that you will grow and you will continue. I'm so blessed that Zubin and his team have created that kind of a structure that we will have a very smooth flow. And if I have to make an estimate, we should look at 400-500 hotels.
Indeed, yes.
In this region.
Indeed, and thank you, sir, for guiding us. You know, we follow the same set. I will change track a little bit. We have 4 minutes and 17 seconds left now, so I'm going to change it a little bit. So over the years, you have perhaps been a mentor to most of the people in this room, you know, many of us here. And over the years, you've had mentors yourself, and you've also had mentees who have done exceedingly well. Would you like to tell us a little bit about your mentors and your mentees?
You know, I'm a senior citizen, but, you know, you're really given me that feeling that, you know, you are, I hope you're not saying you are passé, you know.
No, not at all.
So, no, I've been very that I was able to take away good things from people under whom I worked. I have had many mentors. It started, Zubin, with my first college principal, Mr. J.P. Sharma, who unfortunately is no more. I mean, he gave me my initial, you know, skills to be a leader. I was the president of the Students Association of Pusa. And he allowed me to do things which nobody else would have allowed me to do things. So that gave me a little tongue mange more, you know. So I started. I have had Mr. Gadok, Mr. S.N. Gadok, who was chief of hotels for ITC. I'm sure people know him. He was my immediate boss. If you allow me, if we can convince Bhunesh for 1 or 2 minutes more extra, I'll tell you how small things can change your thinking. I was a management trainee, and I was asked to go and clean Mr. Gadok's room. He had his residence in the hotel. So from housekeeping, I went to clean his room. I had another guy with me who was cleaning. I was dusting his cupboards. I opened his bedroom cupboard. It had 50 odd suits with matching ties, matching shirts, and dozens of shoes. You know, I said, you know, I'd never seen something like that, Zubin. So it actually gave me a feeling, you know, how important is to bring your personality, your grooming in this business. These are some of the basics we have to learn from early age. There were people like him. Then I had Mr. Rajan Jaitley, who was our managing director, and then later as managing director of Air India. He contributed a lot to my life. He actually made me into an entrepreneur. So he taught me human values, and real governance was taught to me by yet the two bosses, Mr. S.K. Mishra, who was our tourism secretary, and Mr. B.K. Goswami, who was our Director General Tourism. Mr. Mishra stood by me in good and bad times, and he understood how a professional reacts at times. He was considered a very short-tempered person. In fact, people used to call him Suspension Kumar Mishra. He was very short-tempered. I mean, anybody did something wrong, he used to tell him, "Isko suspend kar do," you know. So, but actual way of governance was taught to me by him. So in the same manner, I've had mentees, innumerable. Some of them have done very well. And I'm happy to say some of the people who have worked with me are now CEOs, MDs of national and international companies in India and all over the globe. I think that's what gives me most satisfaction. People who have worked, they have been entrepreneurs who have, whose worth is in thousands of crores today. And it makes me so happy to see people doing well.
Thank you, sir. And personally, I feel blessed as well to have you as my mentor. So
thank you, Zubin. Thank you. I'm actually happy if I have somebody like you who is taking the baton forward and making things happen, and not only wishing, but executing the right policies.
We do it together, sir, as always. So, sir, I think time's up, but like I said, this conversation can go on for hours and hours, as we do, when we are in our offices, and, I always tell Mr. Kachru, is so much I can learn and so much we discuss every day. And, we've been doing it for the last 7 years now. So, there's a lot of history, and good learnings. But I think all good things must come to an end, and so must this conversation as well. I'll leave with one last question, sir. What is...
Pardon me?
I'm saying all good things must come to an end, and so does this conversation.
Absolutely.
But I want to ask you one last on the panel here, which is, what's your advice for the next generation of hoteliers?
It would be no different to what I personally followed, and which I tell everybody. Have your vision absolutely clear. Set your objectives, understanding them properly, and execute them well. I mean, there are other verticals attached to it, whether it is hard work, self-belief. These are all part of the same thing.
Thank you, sir. And what I pick up is stay humble and stay focused is what I've learned from you. So
absolutely.
So thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Great session. A lot of insights here. And I will to accomplish our collective dream of stakeholder excellence and taking our current enterprise to 400 hotels very soon.
Thank you, Zubin. I think what we owe collectively to the industry is it's time to give back. And we have so many leaders here. I would urge all of you to really ensure and structure yourselves in a manner that you feel obligated to the industry in actually creating more leaders. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, gentlemen. I think collectively, let's once again hear it for them, the special duos. Thank you. And as Mr. Saxena mentioned, कि बातें बहुत हैं. So of course they had to take a pause because of the timer, but we promise you that this duo special will continue. Moving on to our next BWH special duel. Well, both the gentlemen, they wanted to be here, but due to some circumstances, they couldn't be. But they've been very gracious in recording a session of theirs and sending it across. So in the next session, you shall see the duel. Mr. Sohail Seth, Managing Partner, Council Age India, and Mr. Puneet Chatwal, MD and CEO, Indian Hotels Company Limited, IHCL Taj, engage in an insightful conversation. Now, please request my team to play the session.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and I've always been impressed by BW Hotelier and their forays in making not only the Indian Hospitality Summit relevant and rewarding, but raising issues which are germane to India, to Indians, and the business. The Indian Hospitality Summit and Awards this year are even more special. They're being held after a gap which was caused by a pandemic, which caused a lot of harm, caused a lot of damage, slowed things down. But like everything Indian, there is an air of resilience. So what is even more delightful is that the theme of the summit is the spirit of resilience, which is so uniquely Indian hospitalities. And I'm delighted that in conversation today, I have with me Puneet Chatwal, who's the Group CEO of the Indian Hotels Company Limited, the owners of several other valuable brand marks from Selections to Arma to Ginger. And in Puneet and his team, what one has seen over the last 3 years are forays which are unimaginable. Who would have imagined that he would start Arma? Who would imagine that he would start Dream, Drive, Discover, Delight? Who would ever imagine that Cumin would enter every home with panache and with revenues that even today stir not only the soul, but the palate. So welcome, Puneet, and good morning. This has been a remarkable journey for the Indian Hotels Company. And you came in 2017 and bang into 2020. The whole industry is hit with this. What were your initial thoughts when the Prime Minister, rightly so, I have to say, Narendra Modi did a fabulous job with that Janata lockdown, which then the world followed. What was going through your mind? Because you had this army of people, you had guests, and most importantly, the way you looked after colleagues and caregivers. So what was it that was swirling in your mind at that point in time?
You know, to be very honest, the magnitude of the pandemic was not known at that time. And had we known that this is going to last for the next 2 years, I think we would have all done something very different. Thankfully, as you mentioned, the Janata curfew followed by the lockdown 2 days later on the 24th of March. At that moment, my thoughts were 15th of April, worst case 30th of April, we're done with it. Little did I know that how wrong we can be, but maybe that is how resilience was won. That is how we gathered courage. That is how we were able to sustain a lot of challenges and still kept moving forward.
What was remarkable at that point in time, and I saw it firsthand with you, with the House of Tata, the resilience was not only business resilience, it was also the resilience of the soul. It was compassion. It was empathy. You were looking after your people. You were looking after your guests. I remember how you opened doors at the Taj Mahal Palace and Taj to serving doctors. When you contrast that with the revenue ambitions that the group had laid out from you and for you, along with this compassion and empathy, how did you actually face those challenges, and how did the industry at large come to terms with this reality?
Well, Suhail, very interesting that you mentioned this question, because everyone, every good organization today talks about purpose. And the founder, Jamshedji Tata, over 150 years ago, said that the purpose of any business is serving the community. What he said, to quote and unquote, was community is not just another stakeholder, rather the purpose of the existence of any business. Now that is so deeply inculcated in people. It's a part of the DNA of Tata Group. It's a part of the DNA of all operating companies, one way or the other. Your purpose really translates into your strategy. And the strategy is supported by the culture. That's the triangle which I like very much. And the culture and purpose are always very closely related. And cultures are not built because I came in 2017. The cultures are built by more than a century of doing things the right way. Yes, we all tend to make mistakes, but in general, did we conduct ourselves well? Did we do the right things? Did we serve the community as the most important stakeholder? Were we innovative? Were we progressive? Did we bring Indian hospitality or became the custodian of Indian hospitality? So there is a lot of series of things that happen. And crisis is always the test for everything.
Yeah.
There is an opportunity in every adversity, and every crisis is also an opportunity. But at that moment, our minds were not working that way. It is what we call intuitive leadership of all the top people within the Tata Group, of all the top people within Indian Hotels, and somehow it just makes you do the right thing. Of course, you have all the data coming in, all the meetings happening, but there will still be many who would take some kind of a shortcut, but that's not what we did, and went beyond what anybody thought we could do, especially with zero revenues. And I think we must express our gratitude to everyone because it has paid back already manyfold, with people making our brands as brands of choice and the gain in market share that we have had.
But it's interesting because on the one hand, you had empathy and compassion as the moral compass of the House of Tata to live up to. But on the other, you began taking risks. You took a risk with Ama, you took a risk with Cumin. And it's very, very rare when people are stretched both for revenue and people to suddenly take these risks out of a series of innovations. So when you were actually, as the CEO, planning these, what went through your mind? Saying, Cumin could have gone wrong, but thankfully it's turned into a huge business. Ama could have gone wrong. So what were the thoughts that were going into your head, and how is the strategic prism being looked at?
Many times I have been quoted saying that no sensitivity analysis in a business school teaches you how to deal with zero revenue.
Yeah.
But it does teach you basic principles of finance. And one thing in all the brands that you mentioned, they were all brilliantly consistent in the model being based on incremental cost and incremental revenue. So we had the kitchens, we had the chefs, we had the staff. We did not use the Western Hemisphere term of furlough. So we had all the people, and it was good to keep them engaged. It was good to keep our customers engaged. So we started Cumin, on the 25th of May in Mumbai, and then expanded it to another 18, 20 cities over the next 3 to 6 months period. And we did virtual celebrations. And, one of those people who helped us to do these celebrations has become a professional singer. He just launched a song of his. And now in the restaurant that we are sitting in Loya, the Loya anthem has been done by him. He was like like somebody who had no work. He had nothing to do. So a lot of good is also interconnected. It is intertwined. If you're doing the right things and not doing what is always written in the book, because book is written about the past.
Yeah.
Book is not written about the present and the future. But the principles, yes, the principles of finance, the principles of economics, the principles of hospitality, how to serve, what to cook, how to cook, all that is there. That's where the book is relevant. But what to do when there is a lockdown, that a book doesn't say. However, I can share some good news with you. We are capturing all that we did so that if next time anything like this happens in 20, 30, 40 years, at least people can refer back to what was done at that time when the world was hit with COVID-19.
I think that's a splendid idea. I want to dwell briefly on IHCL, and then I want to move to the national picture because you're also heading the HAI, the Hotels Association of India. Obviously, when I was advising people around the same time, the challenges of business were threefold. Number one, where would you get your revenues from? Number two, what would be the guarantors of the reopening of the world? No one knew. I mean, no one had a clue. Countries went into lockdown after lockdown after lockdown. Third was people who are actually at the heart of any hospitality business. For the first time, everyone was living in fear. Now, I know you started things for guests like an energized menu, wellness, amas became centers, almost like sanctuaries where people felt at home. But when you were looking at the big picture, were you worried? Where did you see the biggest threats and where did you see the biggest opportunities?
In giving up. And one of the credos that I learned in my previous jobs ends with never, ever, ever give up. And that was a sentence that did not exist. So, I mean, we did a lot of things, but basically communication with all stakeholders, having regular, consistent daily morning meetings as if it's business as usual, whether you use Zoom or Microsoft meetings, having every second day a guest speaker from the outside to talk to us from both within the Tata Group as well as from outside the Tata Group. And I think you did that with our team too. So I think it was like the show must go on. And it's not over till it's not over. In our business, 24/7, 365 days, it's not over. So we kept opening hotels, we kept signing. But as I said at the outset of the conversation, had somebody told us on 24th of March, boy, this is going to take 2 years, I am not sure we would have done what we did.
Or actually, you may not have done the right thing. As you rightly said, sometimes crises force you to imagine the unimaginable and then to go ahead and do it. I mean, Steve Jobs, when he was fired from Apple and then came back to Apple, the first thing he said was that the reason why Apple is successful because there are passionate people who believe they can change the world. Whether they change the world or not is irrelevant. But I thought I saw that same belief in IHCL, in the Taj, in all their brands. One final question on IHCL before we move to the larger picture. The brand has done phenomenally well. Whether it's Ginger, which was smart basics, whether it's selections, there is now an assiduous methodology about getting brands to talk to different stakeholders. Your partners are playing a more active role than they've ever played. Where do you see the brand both domestically and internationally? Now with even Air India's acquisition.
Well, I think one very important factor here we should not forget is people can be very proud of the Taj brand. No, I'm not talking about IHCL. I'm talking about anybody who is from the Indian subcontinent. Being rated as world's strongest hotel brand 2 years in a row by Brand Finance, which is perceived as one of the most professional organizations in rating brands, is a moment of pride for the nation. Of course, for us too, but I think it's for everyone who's watching us in this hall. They should feel proud that this is our Taj, right? So that's one. Second, for 3 years in a row, with very limited monies to do marketing or sales, we managed to be the top brand, twice #1 and once #2, across all sectors in India, again by Brand Finance. And you know what kind of marketing efforts in some of these new businesses came in. And that's how for 1 year we got displaced, but we were back again as #1. So having that, there are a lot of other great organizations, great brands in banking, in consumer goods, in FMCG, even in hospitality. So I think that would not have happened without the the challenges we faced during COVID, I don't think it would have happened without all the things that we did. Like you said about the 4D, about the Meals to Smile, sending meals in hospitals, without hosting the frontline workers, without not giving up innovation and hope. I think for any leader, whether it is a brand or it is a human being, you cannot show, kind of a give up attitude. You have to be able to exude positivity so that people follow and have a belief that there is a future. And I think most of our brands, most of our leadership team, most of our senior management team, and starting from the group level leadership, did a phenomenal job in saying, okay, let anything come, we will figure out a way and we will support the people and we'll support the cause. And that ultimately helps you build brands which can stand the test of time.
So interesting that you mentioned national play and the fact that ultimately hospitality brands are the gateway to any country. You experience a country by first checking into a hotel in that country, if you're from outside. If you're from outside a particular state and you go to the other state, you experience the hospitality, the perceptual values of that state through hospitality. When you sit as you do as the head of HAI, where do you see Indian hospitality today? Where do you see it 5 years later? What do you think are the changes that are being made? What are the pitfalls? And I know that the government is doing a lot of work, and I hope they do more. I've always said the government needs to classify tourism as an infrastructure industry, because if they don't do that, they're being very unfair. And it is the single largest employer of both skilled and non-skilled workforces. So where do you see the challenges? Come December, we will take over the presidency of the G23. G23, right? G20. I'm always confused with G23, which the Congress made famous, but G20, correct. So where do you see Indian hospitality as you look ahead?
I'm glad again for this comment of yours, because 3 or 4 weeks ago, we had the Diamond Jubilee of Institute of Hotel Management in Delhi, USA, where I also graduated from. And our Honorable Tourism Minister was making a speech. And he said, if we can be number one in tech, if we are the emerging number one in healthcare, why can't we be the number one in hospitality? And I think the way I see, at least 3 of the top 10 brands in the world will come from India. And that is not just for the sake of saying, I'm convinced about that, because what has happened is COVID has changed and forced a lot of companies to work very differently, and it has challenged the entire asset light model. So the working with the owners is very difficult, but we are still blessed because most of the brands in India, or the brands made in India, are still having a healthy mix of owning the assets and controlling the assets. Yes. So we don't have to take any shortcuts. So the emergence of Indian brands higher and higher in that top 10 segment is for me like a given. The second thing which has happened is Indian hotel sector has learned globally also, but especially in Asia, I think, with zero revenue, they have learned to put all costs under magnifying glass. So it has become more efficient, and how to do more with less without cutting edges or compromising on service. As you know, Sohail, you travel so much abroad, service can be impeccable. Service can be spontaneous. Service can be par excellence, but it should not be intrusive.
Yeah, it can't be overbearing.
It can't be overbearing. So sometimes, you have so many people just hanging around. You take a sip of water and they come and pour more. You take a sip of wine, they come and pour more wine. I mean, those days are like passé, that doesn't exist anymore. So I think the industry has had, that was just a small example, on every front, an opportunity to review its cost base, readjust the cost base. So going forward, you will see whenever companies' results, which are publicly listed, are getting public, that you will find that the margins are higher and higher despite the inflation. Number 3, India is blessed to have young population.
Yeah.
People might have migrated into other sectors, but it is for the industry to skill people. And in order to provide jobs very quickly, with skilling of 6 months to 12 months is possible in our sector.
So is the sector investing?
The sector is definitely investing. So, for example, there I will go back to Taj and Indian Hotels. We have partnered with CII by 2030 to skill 100,000 people, of which 25% at a minimum will be women. So I think 100,000 is a lot of people. Today, if our workforce is around 27,000 people, it's almost like 4 times more than our own workforce. And we have the largest hospitality ecosystem. That means we are not only skilling for ourselves, we are skilling for everyone. And I think that opportunity is there, that young population, the demographics being on our side, growth, the GDP growth. GDP has a direct correlation with the RevPAR. RevPAR has a direct correlation with the profitability.
With profit, yeah.
So I think all in all, and I can keep going on, there are another 5-6 factors which are very critical and very important for the sector. And as you said it, I would say, like, let's say the 5th one being the G20. I think G20 will definitely position India differently on the global map. It is already growing in prominence. It grew in prominence also during COVID with the vaccine and the way we distributed vaccine to the rest of the world. But now, when those pictures from our wonderful destinations will be flashed across the world, when those meetings will happen, when you are able to host them in the Indian hospitality style, when they come at 5 p.m. to the lobby of Taj Palace and watch the ritual of Tajness on how diyas are being lit, how we pray, how we, put tikas on the guest. I think all this will create very good memories with a large section, broad section of people, and that will help make India even a more attractive, not only for leisure, but also as a conference destination.
So I want to end, we're coming to the end of our time. I want to end by asking you, as you said, India's prowess in IT is formidable. The House of Tata has TCS, which is the head of the pack. When you look outside, today technology has become a great disruptor, but it's also shrunk mileage. Earlier, when you used to shop, you could only go within a radius of 5 kilometers. Today, because of online shopping, because of technology, I can order things 5,000 kilometers away. When you look at hotels, which ironically have the personal touch, and then you look at technology, how do you see hotel brands like yours or hotel brands like Indian hospitality brands using technology to continue to engage with the customer without becoming impersonal?
I have always considered technology as an enabler, and this is not something new. Only the speed of digitization became very strong because of COVID-19, as that was the only way to communicate.
Yeah.
Having said that, you cannot afford to neglect the relationship capital which is built in person. So a hybrid of relationship capital with the digital capital is the best enabler. I'll give you one small example of what has happened in our sector. We used to have sales offices all across the world to sell our brands.
Yeah.
If you leverage OTAs instead of complaining about them all the time, you have a reach everywhere. So today, without having offices in all these countries, we do have a reach. And what has enabled it is technology that has enabled it. Similarly, Cumin, as you mentioned. Cumin was the first app platform built by a hotel company themselves.
Yeah.
And instead of taking a third party, until date, we work on Cumin with our own platform. And it has been an enabler because when there was a lockdown, we could do everything which was otherwise impossible to do. So I think digitization, when used smartly, is as good a service provider as the human touch is. And I know that I'm preaching to the converted because I could not have this interview with you on the website or on the mobile app because we have some work to do, right?
Yeah.
So I think it's a huge enabler, and we always continuously strive to be better at it. And as we speak, we're also investing a lot of money in the IT, and some places we are blessed that we're able to leverage Tata Digital with the Tata New, providing us already a platform which is 5x larger than what we had. And it only started 6 months ago. And very soon it will be 50x
Absolutely.
more than, and how much money we would have to invest. So I think another thing which technology, when you think of technology, when you think of investments, we have to also think about partnerships. And there is no better group that provides a platform of partnership as the Tata Group itself, because we have access to every possible vertical.
Absolutely. Thank you, Puneet. When I look back at the Indian hospitality business profile during the pandemic, the one thing that I took away was the ability not only to be resilient, but the ability to exude compassionate confidence. Indian hospitality has come a long, long way. Puneet talked about overbearing service. Many years ago, I wrote an article, "Will someone please kill my butler?" And Vicky Oberoi had it circulated within the Oberoi group. I think we are slowly replacing intrusion with inclusion. The hospitality industry, to my mind, is the true beacon of India and brand India. I believe the Prime Minister has his heart in the right place. The G20 will enable us to not only showcase hospitality, but the Indianness which resides in our hearts, which prompts us to serve, prompts us to engage, and allows us to relate. I will only leave you with one thought. There could have been no better theme than resilience. You know, aerodynamically, the bumblebee is not supposed to fly, but the bumblebee doesn't know that, so it flies happily. If every pundit in the world and every soothsayer had said, "Oh, India will fail, 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 fail," we're like the bumblebee. We fly happily. May each one of you continue to soar. May each one of you present at this summit be the true brand ambassador of India, of Indianness, and our civilizational legacy. Thank you. Thank you, Puneet, once again. And thank you, BW Hotelier, for being the finest enablers of intellectual capital qua hospitality. Have a good day.
Wow, what a session that was. Truly a delight to watch. How we wish we could have witnessed it right here. But never mind. Thank you, Mr. Seth and Mr. Chatwal, for taking time out for this. And on that note, ladies and gentlemen, it's now time to move forward with the presenting partner address. Please join me in welcoming on stage Mr. Kawaljeet Java, CMD Daikin India, the only Indian to be on board of Daikin Japan, and the president of Rama.
Namaskar. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. A very warm welcome to the distinguished guests, leaders from hospitality industry, the press, the BW team, Daikin team present here today at the BW Indian Hospitality Awards ceremony 2022. I am indeed delighted to be part of this event, as it brings back many old memories, having met many of my industry leader friends here today. Friends, as you may be aware that Daikin is the world's #1 AC brand and has been at the forefront of heating, ventilation, air conditioning, technology, and products globally. And in India, we have been helping global hospitality chains manage their heating, ventilation, air conditioning requirements with cutting-edge India-made products such as VRVs and chillers. Daikin local manufacturing of world-class products not only have given your operation a boost, but it has also reduced operational costs and improved customer delight. Daikin is also now, with your support, gearing up on the third air conditioning manufacturing and compressor factory in Sri City, Andhra Pradesh, with a view to augment our current capacity and drive exports of HVAC refrigeration and air purification products. Our third factory actually is a dominant investment in India, and we remain the leader in the pack to take advantage of the production-linked incentive scheme offered by the Commerce Ministry and Government of India. We are at the forefront. With the hospitality industry seeking green technology, Daikin India has come a long way since 2010, ever since they started manufacturing facilities here. And now we are taking the paradigm shift from cheap air to management of air by consistently delivering eco-friendly HVAC solutions, helping the hospitality sector reduce environmental impacts. Today, Daikin is regarded as the top HVAC company, having completed the maximum number of green projects in India by the Indian Green Building Congress 2022. Today, Daikin is also helping the hospitality sector with Japanese technology coupled with India-made products available to across Kashmir to Kanyakumari in the hospitality industry. We understand that HVAC forms an integral part of your CapEx and also very important parts of your OpEx realization. With the new sustainability norms and rules coming into force, having the best and most efficient air conditioning systems is the need of the hour, and therefore Daikin is at the forefront to support you on that. We are committed to help you to achieve your goals at the lowest operating cost through our local manufacturing of VRVs and the latest magnetic and centrifugal chillers. With robust growth comes the need for skilled manpower, as we just heard. So Daikin has also invested, apart from manufacturing facilities and also creating selling capabilities, the skill factory and the job factory, which we call. The Daikin Institute of Manufacturing Excellence in partnership with Government of India and the Government of Japan and for the skilled youth of India. This helps us develop manpower who are equipped to manage all your HVAC challenges for the future at the industry level. Well, our partnering with the award is aimed at recognizing and saluting the hospitality industry growth and innovations and how Daikin India remains committed in helping you to reach the level next. Once again, I am thankful to BW team, my friend Mr. Anurag Batra, Mr. Bhunesh, for inviting us and giving us this opportunity. And I wish the very best to all the members present here. I would like to hand over to my colleague Sanjay Goyal, who will continue with the presentations and other glimpses of Daikin power, pride, and prestige. Thank you very much. Thank you for Sanjay, please.
Thank you, Mr. Java, for your opening note and sharing your valuable thoughts with the esteemed audience here. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Sanjay Goyal. I take this opportunity to welcome you once again for this exciting event of BW Indian Hospitality Awards 2022. As Mr. Java mentioned, I shall briefly explain about what Daikin Global is and what is Daikin India strategy, strengths, and solution offerings. Starting with global presence, it's already stated that we are undisputed #1 AC company in the world. As has been shown here, in another 2 years, we shall be completing century of our foundation and have presence in over 160 countries, supported by more than 100 production bases. Out of those 100 production bases, 3 are based at India too. As shown here, last few years, acquisition for inorganic growth was the hallmark of our global expansion, which provided teeth to support aggressive organic business growth, what Daikin is doing in India. Our formula for global success has been very, very simple with a very focused approach, as you all can see here. Leadership backed by people-centered management, which drove growth even during adverse market conditions, which was seen by all of us during pandemic times. A mission which is aimed at innovation, like development of cutting-edge technologies and products for society, continuous customer satisfaction, and to continue to take actions as expected from brand Daikin, a brand of trust. We are the air specialists. Surely, I'm sure you all know that. As you know, Daikin is only company present across the value chain of not only wide range of air conditioning products and systems, but also refrigerants. Maybe it's not so well known that we are one of the leading manufacturers for refrigerants too. Daikin has developed unique initiatives as shown here that reflect what customers want in each market. Probably Daikin brand differentiation comes by way of ensuring a wide range of cooling and heating solutions for a comfortable living and working environment for multiple applications, as are shown here. Together, Daikin has many leading edge measures spanning multiple years. What we call our engine of growth, that has been our state-of-art Indian manufacturing facilities. We started with manufacturing at Nimrana in year 2009 in an area of 40 acres, which is getting enhanced now by our Sri City factory setup, as Mr. Java mentioned, which will be additional area of 75 acres. We intend to start production at South India from this setup by next year. That is being supported by our best-in-class R&D facilities, which are currently at Nimrana, and sure it will be expanded at Sri City too. And we do have training facilities, one of the best training facilities also. When we look at R&D center, as I mentioned, one second. Yeah, as I mentioned, our R&D center that acts as Daikin India Technology Foundation for leading edge technology creation by leveraging internal and external collaborations with speed. The most advanced labs which we have at our R&D center and the testing facilities have led to high technology product development towards serving the differentiated needs of customers. The trajectory of Daikin India growth in last 10 years has been possible only through the fabulous support which we have been getting from esteemed customers like all of you here in India that trusted Daikin's cutting edge technology products, what we have been offering to Indian consumers. We have 17 branch offices as shown here, which are supported by 24 area offices with other supporting infrastructure as shown here. We are the air specialists, as mentioned earlier also. So we have complete range of products, not only air conditioning, but also refrigerants. I have already covered what are shown here in these slides. Basically, we are available for complete residential, commercial, industrial, hospitality, hotel applications through various product offerings, which Daikin is able to offer to Indian customers. One of the live example of Daikin's foray in best energy efficiency products and environmental concern has been the global cooling prize, which Daikin in collaboration with Nikken Seiki of Japan. Nikken Seiki is a leading architectural firm in Japan, which we won last year. Here we competed with almost 2,100 entries, which came from almost 96 countries. It's not only business, but we have taken the brand forward with investment in skill development and training too. The emphasis here has been to create overall ecosystem of knowledge-based solutions. Daikin's commitment of skill development, invest in India, and make in India approach was once again demonstrated as we actively instituted an industry academia collaborative training scheme to improve skill levels by way of COE, that is Center of Excellence at various cities. Towards this aim, we have partnered with almost 20 COEs across the country. We also inaugurated our state-of-art training facility this year during April 22, which is called Japanese India Institute of Manufacturing Excellence this year. Thereafter, I move on to the requirements what are there for the hospitality sector. As you can see on this slide, what are the expectations from hospitality sector? You expect when we as Daikin look for aircon solutions, you as hospitality customers will look for the best of the comforts, the energy saving technologies, best of the control systems, indoor quality, the lowest sound basically in the guest rooms and everywhere, and very simple and quick installation. That is the expectations from hospitality sector. So what does Daikin have to solve these requirements? As I've already talked about the complete product range, so small to large hotels, we do have the appropriate solutions, as can be seen here. For smaller hotel requirements, we have smaller unitary systems. Unitary are like commercial plates, ductable package. Then second is for the middle-sized hotels, we have our patented technology which Daikin has invented, which is called VRV technology. And we have done numerous projects by this technology in India, which I'll share here. And then we have bigger size hotels for which we have complete range of chiller and airside equipments, like big 5-star hotels, like this is one of them, which works on chiller technology. Of course, brand I'm not talking here, but these are for big hotels and such requirements. So we have basically complete range of products which can cater to different kind of hospitality requirements. That's the point in submission here. Now, when we look at operations at a hotel and the way we have studied data from through our control systems, see, we and every designer tend to select an aircon system which should be able to fulfill the peak load requirements, because there should not be any point of time where your guests have to suffer. But systems do not operate on peak load. As per the data which we have collected, gathered, analyzed, more than 80% of the time, system operates on a load which is less than 50%. Which means while you select and install a system for peak load, but its efficiency should be the highest when it is on partial load, because 80% of the time anyway you're going to use the machine for partial load. And there the solution lies in the right product selection, right technology selection. That is the emphasis which Daikin has to minimize the carbon footprint, to provide you all with the best environmental solutions. I'll briefly cover quickly some of the points on technology because time is limited. I can't go in full details, but I'll try my best to cover key points here. Starting with VRV technology, for which, as I said, Daikin invented this technology way back in 1982. So it's, and we are pioneer and the world leader as well as India leader on this technology. When I talk of this technology, this is, typical of part load, as I said. What it shows is when you have a air conditioning machine and multiple rooms, guest rooms, multiple areas in a hotel, as load goes on increasing, so is the speed of compressor, so is the delivered refrigeration capacity. As requirement goes down, this also the whole refrigeration capacity delivered goes down. To cut short, this can work for as small a load as 3%. So range of operation is from 3% to 100%. It's a modular system. Moving on to that's what it is shown here on the slide. As rooms are coming on, compressor speed and indoors compressor is picking up the load. Moving on to next requirement, definitely IAQ and IEQ is one of the key requirement for any hospitality solutions. But apart from serving the fresh air, you also need to save energy. So we have in VRV technology, you can couple it with something which we call it heat reclaim, ventilation. Once you inject the fresh air through these systems, you can save energy by almost 28%. That's a fact, and many hotels are already using it. Next is combination of small to big units. When I'm talking right now VRV technology. So it's not that you need to use different systems of combining small requirement, which are your guest room, and big requirement, which can be a lobby, big restaurant area. You can combine both the systems together in one technology, which is VRV. That's what is shown here. Top, you can see there are smaller units, and bottom there's a big unit, which is air handling unit. So both can be combined in one system. The solutions are being used here. Next is control systems. We have multiple type of control systems, including we can connect our aircon solutions to third-party BMS, but it's not necessary that you have to go to third-party BMS always. We have our own dedicated control systems also for specific application. One of them is called RARI Hotel Controls. So you can see this can be configured, settings can be controlled by way of keycard control plus other features. Now it is shown here that hotel rooms can be occupied, unoccupied, they may be rented, they may not be rented. So all the settings can be configured in this control system. So this is specially created for hotel needs. This is one of the example of control systems what we have, but there are many others, which, as I said, because of shortage of time, I can't cover here. So I'm touching some of the points. So in nutshell, VRV system can take care of guest comfort, energy saving, which definitely is your OPEX, because biggest part of your one of the biggest part of your OPEX is electricity cost. That's true not only for hotels, for any commercial applications. And within electricity cost, probably highest consumption is by air conditioning system. So once you save electricity on aircon systems, you save your OPEX, right? That's a straight relation. So that is what this system intends to do. So comfort, energy saving, simple installation. It's a modular system. You can operate part of a hotel, need not be having a full system. Very easy maintenance. And of course, centralized control, as I mentioned, some of them as RARI control. And there are other features which are, so this is in a nutshell what this system does. Then I move on to the next technology, which we call it applied solutions, which I mentioned already for bigger hotel requirements, big chillers, big airside equipments are required. And Daikin does have, I'm proud to say, complete range of these solutions also available in India. Just to quickly look at these product offerings, we have chillers, which are from 20 TR to 3000 TR single chillers, 3000 TR single chiller for big mega requirements. And then you have fan call units, you do have refrigeration equipments, filtration systems, control systems. So complete solution approach is available on chillers also. These are highly energy efficient, water cooled and air cooled screw chillers. Then we do have conventional oiled centrifugal chillers, and we are one of the pioneer in magnetic bearing centrifugal chillers too. On the these are products I am talking, but it's not that our effort stops at only product offerings. On the anvil is also a rollout of leading edge solution business as differentiated from product approach when we talk of applied solutions. We are already into solution business, and now we have already started our foray into solution business or applied through utilization of applied products too. That was a chiller. Another interesting point, which many of you may not know, that we also offer a good solution for hot water requirements, which we call it our heat pump through this applied product range. The traditionally hotels used to go for boilers for your hot water requirements. So, but now we offer heat pumps too which is much more energy efficient. So again, I am summarizing here what we can offer for hotel applications through our applied solution. You can see on this slide, right from lobby areas to rooms to restaurants to various applications, complete solutions are available. I'll not go into details because I'm being hinted to kind of close. So I'll rather rush now. So to just summarize now, I'll go through some of the great references which we could create for our customers in India by way of milestones in last 10 years. The journey of success, I'm sure, have left solid footmarks on Indian hospitality landscape. Let me now take you through some of our illustrative projects which are part of our indelible footprints in India for hospitality applications. I'm starting with certain projects which are very renowned projects outside India, which are using VRV technology because it was not known so much in India. Like you can see certain hotel in London and other places. Some of the landmark projects outside India. Then when we talk of India too, we are doing some of the best projects, as you can see here, various hotel chains and the top names. We are proud and happy to share that we have done many solutions at Taj hotels here, or we are at Taj Group anyway today. Oberoi's, we are there. Radisson, I was listening to a very interesting panel discussions from Radisson bosses today. And you can see many other chains, Marriott. So this is all because of the trust you all placed on Daikin Solutions. Some of the more project references are shown here. So because again, some of them we could show. Oberoi's, we have supplied magnetic centrifugal chillers, many Oberoi hotels for that matter. And Srover is there, again Radisson, you can see Hyatt group of hotels. So some are with chiller technology of Daikin, some are with VRV technology of Daikin, but you can see we're almost everywhere, including Marriott group, as you can see on this slide. So we shall vigorously continue to take on challenges with firm determination and seize the opportunity in front of us for a brighter future for all of us. So surely journey to excel shall continue. It's not the end, obviously. Thank you very much for your kind attention. I'm sorry if I overshot the time.
Thank you so much, Mr. Goel and Mr. Java. Thank you. You know, usually this happens when stalwarts like you or many stalwarts like you जब एक कमरे में होते हैं, we're always wanting for more. And though this is not my job, but पता नहीं क्यों मैं हमेशा उस situation में आ जाता हूँ. I have to say like, time's up, time's up. But thank you so much, and thank you for abiding by the time. Thank you. Let's have a collective round of applause for Mr. Java and Mr. Goel as well, and of course for the amazing work that they've been doing and will continue to do. Thank you. And with that, it's time to proceed towards the first panel discussion, the topic of which is, will the next 5 years finally make up for the last 15 years? Please join me in welcoming our panelist for the same, Mr. Zuban Saxena, MD and VP Operations South Asia, Radisson Hotel Group, Mr. Sudeep Jain, MD, Southwest Asia Intercontinental Hotels Group, Mr. Rohit Khosla, Executive Vice President, Operations North and West India, IHCL. And joining us virtually for the same is Mr. Anurag Bhatnagar, COO, the Leela Palaces, Hotels and Resort. And this session will be chaired by Mr. Mandeep Lamba, President, South Asia HVS Anurag.
All right, very good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. See a hall packed with people, especially after a very long hiatus due to COVID. So thank you all, firstly, for being here and wanting to attend, sessions physically. We're going to talk today about the whole resilience, bounce back that the sector has shown. And is this a precursor or not to see a growth in the next 5 years that we have probably not seen in the last 15? And just to set the tone, I can give you some interesting data. We tend to look at our current performance with pre-COVID numbers. That's what we've been doing, right? Because that was the immediate need, the threat from COVID and what we did pre-COVID and post-COVID. But there's an interesting piece of data which has got buried, is that the highest ADR that we did was actually in the year 2007. Right? And 15 years later, we have not reached anywhere close to the ADR that we did in 2007. Right? So 2007, 69% India-wide occupancy and 8,000 rupees ADR. All right? This year, taking an estimate for the next 2 months, India-wide will close at around 62% at just maybe touching 6,000 rupees as ADR. That's really the context, right, of what we're trying to discuss. And why? There's been fabulous resilience, bounce back, and we've come back very quickly. There was a time in 2020 when we finally realized the seriousness of the problem, that we were not all sure how quickly this is going to come back. And many people thought that this will take a lot longer. Fortunately for all of us, that hasn't happened. We bounced back much quicker. But it's interesting to see where we are going from here. So here's to all the wonderful stalwarts, including Anurag. You can raise your hand and say hi. There you are. Who is virtual. One of the things that happened in COVID is people like Anurag can join us virtually still, while he can't make it physically. So let's start with the first question, that given the buoyancy and a rare aggression in the industry, not seen for a fairly long time, is this a temporary post-trauma sort of feel-good phase, or do you find sufficient evidence for a continued, different, more determined, and more self-assured player in the coming years? So let's start from you, Sudeep, and let everyone just take a minute to answer this in circulation.
So I think, in my view, it is here to stay for a long. It's not a temporary blip. And to me, the evidence around that is, this time the growth is more pervasive. Number one, it is across segments. It's across A, B, C, D cities. It's a structural change because the business is predominantly domestic rather than international. And also, I think that, and I'm not just looking at revenues, I'm looking at development, and I'm looking at profits as well. I think during COVID, I think we all managed to become more efficient, whether through digitization or through people or doing more with less. And those things, I don't think so, are reverting back to what it used to be pre-COVID. I think we've kind of learned our lessons, if you will, or it's taught us. I shouldn't say it's learned lessons, but it's taught us, and I don't think we're going to unlearn that anytime soon. Besides the fact that there's still the segment which is missing, which is the corporate segment, is as much as what it used to be. And I don't think that what has happened is we've substituted that segment with other segments. And I don't think that when the corporate segment comes back, that segment's going away, which is replaced with the corporate segment. So for me, this is, a much longer term phenomena rather than a temporary one.
Thank you. Good afternoon again. Do it slightly differently. I would like to break this into three pieces. One is the short term, sorry, for that. And short term is the next 6 months going to the next 12 months. The medium term, which goes from the next 12 months to the next 36 months. And the long term, which goes into the horizon beyond that. And if you see historically, it's, of course, I think history doesn't stand anymore because we've defied all logic. And currently, if you see where we are in the Indian scheme of things, I think our variables are counterintuitive and counterindicative of what's happening in the world out there. So in the short term, I think the supply situation will remain stable. The demand situation, of course, India, I think the base has gone up. We'll have larger base of customers, which means the pricing is going to go up, right? Now, the interesting thing is, and we can always go back and see, whenever the hotel industry starts touching 70% or 65%, suddenly there's a lot of interest in the segment. And then that's where everybody starts coming in thinking the ROIs are great in this segment. Let's start building up. This is as good as gold. And then suddenly you will see, there is going to be a huge plethora of investment coming in and build up coming in. And by the way, the average life of a project in India is about 60 months or 5 years. So in the longer term, we will have an oversupplied situation again, which is going to, so that's the 7-year cycle. Now, where we stand, I think the next 6 to 12 months look good, if that's an answer for now. And what happens beyond that is, I think, a much, much longer, deeper discussion, which we can, take several hours to discuss.
Okay, so we don't have several hours. We're still going to discuss the long-term plan, Zubin, but I'm going to let you get away with this for now, but we'll come back to you in a little while later. But I'm going to come to my good friend, Rohit. Rohit, what's your view?
Well, after both of you. Afternoon, everybody. I like to break this up. I totally concur with what you're saying, but on one of the points you mentioned, whether all of it is going to grow, I think I have a different point of view. There was some revenge travel, as everybody spoke about, and by the mere classification of revenge travel, revenge can't really go on forever, right? So it's not going to go on forever. It's going to peter out, and I think all of us are noticing that kind of business is reducing. The good part is that the traditional business that was always there is recovering and is coming back. So that's good. I want to talk about basically new businesses. So what COVID did was it came up with new opportunities for people to travel. And I think organizations that seize that opportunity will see a new segment of business coming in. And I think that segment is not only going to stay, but it's also going to grow. So for example, if we take homestays, people want leisure travel, but they want leisure travel amongst family. We want to create memories. They want to they are going in for experiences, and it's no longer a holiday. It's going in for an experience that creates a lifetime memory, right? So for that, homestays is a good business that we as IHCL have embarked on, and AMA has already crossed over 100 as we speak, and it's a fast expanding business for us, and we don't see anything less than 500 coming up in the next couple of years. So that is a new line of business, and it's a new segment of business, and that is definitely here to stay. The second part is digital business and online business. And if you look at food and beverage business, which is traditional, that continues to grow. New outlets will come, new ways of doing business will happen. But yes, things like cloud kitchen is gaining traction in the food and beverage space. And obviously online business like Cumin that we have is also growing. So which was started off in the pandemic to get the business to go into customers' residences. Today, it's a new line of business. So Cumin has already diversified from being just an online platform for us, an app. It's also diversified into QSR. It is diversified into also retail stores. So it's a totally new line of business. So the point I'm trying to make is that while we saw certain segments go off, there were new segments of business that have come on in. And when I look at food and beverage, which is almost 50% of most of the large companies' top lines here, I think a focus on food and beverage and new segments of food and beverage is encouraging and definitely a way for the future.
You've touched on a number of topics which are in subsequent questions, but regardless, I'm going to first come to Anurag to complete the first round, and then we'll take on the next questions from there. Anurag, what's your view?
Hi, firstly, hi everyone, and sorry I couldn't be there in person.
For some reason, Anurag.
1 second, can you hear me now? I'm not
still now. Start again.
Hi, can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Perfect. Hi, Mandy. Hi, everyone. Sorry, I'm not there in person. My bad, missing the energy in the room. Couldn't agree more with what Sudeep said, the tone and what Rohit wound up. Yes, we don't see this business going away anywhere, at least for the next 3 to 5 years. There are a lot of lessons that we all learned during COVID, and I guess we agreed we learned how to do a lot more with a lot less, given the constraints. I think all organizations have become more efficient without mitigating or diluting the guest experience. There has been a lot of new customer acquisition that Rohit alluded to across all segments, not just food and beverage, even on the room side of life. Typically, our portfolio in the luxury space had almost 68% of international business portfolio-wide. So 68% of all room nights were international. And I think the early trends that we are seeing, other than the UK market, all the countries have reached anything between 50 to 55% of international business, which was pre-COVID. And I think the good news has been that this business has been all-inclusive on retail, on MICE, on small groups, and even small early beginnings of corporate as well. Some of our city center hotels have already exceeded the pre-COVID occupancy. And the good news for us is eventually and finally, we see the ADRs coming to what ideally in the regions of what they ought to have been 3 years back. Today, if we talk of just Leela portfolio, we are, despite the debacle of the Q1 on ground of Omicron, we are sitting and trending at closing at a 122% in terms of the gross operating revenues of pre-COVID levels or 2019 levels as a base year. And our business plan and strategy for the next 3 years, we are looking at high double-digit growth across all our hotels, resorts, and city hotels. I also believe that more and more people are now seeking experiences, experiential travel, experiences that add value to their life. They have a propensity to spend more, stay longer, consume a larger, higher category of rooms, take the villas and the suite. We have seen the premium paid occupancy rise across all our hotels. Somebody spoke about new segments in terms of working from hotels. That's still happening. So a short answer, and not even getting into the EBITDA and the profitability side of business, I think eventually we have come to even Stevens, and we'll only grow from here.
Okay, great. We've got the first round done. Now, interestingly, everyone is talking about new segments, new businesses, right? Sometimes when I ask hotels, how are you doing? They say, we're doing phenomenally well. I said, but who's coming to your hotels? I don't know, but I'm doing exceedingly well, right? I think somewhere the whole segmentation of customers has gone a little awry due to COVID, and we've had many new kinds of customers coming to our hotels. And while hotels are certainly doing exceedingly well, are we sure we really know who this customer is? And is he someone that is going to continue post whatever this revenge travel or whatever it is that we are talking about? Sudeep, can we start with you?
So I'll give you an example. I think everyone wants to track that, right? And everyone says it's a big growth. We've actually done something.
Hi, Sudeep, I can't hear you. If somebody can.
My mic, is that on? Yeah. Anurag, yes? Okay. So talking about MSME, right? Like you said, Mandeep, everyone wants to go after them, but how do you go after them and so on and so forth. And we've done something to that segment. So that's been a big, fillip to our hotels, given the segments we play in, and that's what appeals to them. But what we did is we have a program called Business Edge, right? So what that does is, I think, appeals to that category of customers, where we say, instead of getting loyalty points to individuals, we let you accumulate loyalty points to the company, right? Most of these people are entrepreneurs, 4 or 5 people. They never got to scale with loyalty points to get to segments, but now they do, and they can use that for their business travel, right? They've got a dedicated website. They get a standard discount for everything they want, right? Every booking, as long as you're a registered member of that MSME. We've partnered with the MSME organization in India to do that. Now, for us, that's a brand new segment, which may have been trickling into us, but there wasn't an outreach to that specialty group, which, as Rohit said, are segments which are growing and will continue to grow in the future, right? So that's one. The second one is what I call social mice, right? Earlier, it was primarily weddings, right? And it may be partially the revenge bit of it, which is now, whether it's an engagement or it's a 40th birthday or 25th anniversary, or take any event, it is a reason to gather, right, and get people together. And I think, and that's again a segment which we focused on targeting. Now, again, I'm not saying these are new segments, but I don't think so they were targeted, right? If they trickled in, great. But today there's a conscious effort to target these segments for us.
Interesting. Anurag, I'm going to come to you on leisure travel, right? Leisure has been the sort of flag bearer during COVID. I think we've never seen leisure the way we do now. And there's been so much of rate growth in leisure markets. And interestingly, newer markets have shown greater rates or higher rates than our traditional leisure markets of Goa, Kerala, and Rajasthan, right? And part of this has been due to this whole nature of COVID and the way people wanted to get away, etc., and try newer destinations, and the fact that you couldn't travel overseas. Is this something that is going to stay? Is this real? The kind of rates that we're seeing in tier 2, tier 3, tier 100 cities for leisure, destinations which were unknown and have now been put on the map by a lot of brands. You guys have done some great work there. Some of the rates that I see in some of your hotels are just, fabulous. So is this a trend that you see is here to stay, or is this going to soften?
I think the trend here is going to stay, and I say that for a few reasons. I think everyone has spoken about the new customers. We have seen that across our portfolio, typically who were our customers, and we started kind of analyzing it more because we had the time during the lockdown, and subsequently we put in some data experts and data analytics to better understand who our real customers were all across the hotel rooms, food and beverage, wellness areas, spa. So this new breed of customers, the Gen Zs and the millennials, who are the new luxury customers, they have a propensity of spending on themselves. They belong to a very well-exposed, well-traveled, internationally exposed generation. They really do not have the kind of a mindset that probably earlier used to exist. And they want to experience novelty, new experiences, seek out those specially curated things that are specially crafted for them. So I definitely believe, and they are willing to pay a price for it. So if I talk about pricing in some of the even traditional destinations that you mentioned, Kerala, and we have 2 hotels in Kerala now, and Rajasthan, we have a few hotels. We have seen almost a 35% increase in average daily rates, and to the levels of between $700 to $1,000, especially in Udaipur. And if you do a deeper dive in terms of data analytics, whether from the retail side or through travel trade or direct bookings, you find the age group, the demographics have changed. So a lot more people traveling for a longer time, taking a higher category of rooms, villas, and suites, and spending more on themselves. This is a trend that we have seen, and I think COVID also provided a forced opportunity, call it revenge tourism, for more of this generation to start encompassing and embracing hotels. And there was a sense of democratization of luxury, and it became the barriers and the boundaries were kind of removed on account of this compression that was created, and more people have started using hotels now. So we just welcomed a whole new generation of travelers into our hotel rooms, and we believe is going to stay.
So there's a counter view, and I'm going to ask you this, Rohit. There's a counter view to this, which says that international travel was closed for a very long period of time. A lot of the international travel, the upscale traveler, luxury traveler, could not travel abroad. So he needed to travel within the country, or at least find a place where he could take an escape. That traveler was very used to paying $300, $400, $500 or more in his international travel when he went, and he's therefore spending that money in India in some of these leisure destinations, and therefore these ADRs have gone up. And once international travel opens up and a lot of these people start going back and it's business as usual, are you still going to see this kind of rate parity? Or are you going to still see, what's your view?
To be very honest, COVID created a big mind shift in most people and most travelers. Today, people have realized that having big bank balances or huge asset bases are not something that's really going to help you in life. What a lot of people have gone through in COVID and lost their loved ones, I think it's more about creating memories today. So where does this relate to the question that you have? Yes, people will resume international travel. That has always been an attraction for a lot of people traveling overseas. Yeah, they will. But more importantly, taking short weekend travel, and also about the new social business that we were talking about. That is going to be something that's going to continue. So what is going to happen is that most of our business hotels, which were not doing that well during weekends, are now have a lot of the staycation business that is happening. And that business has come down to a level, but it's there. It's not as if it's disappeared. So if you say revenge travel and all that and staycation, now nobody's going to do it. No, even hotels like the one that we're sitting in today, Friday night, there are people checking in and they're checking out on Sunday night. They are taking their staycations. So it's a new way of having a holiday. Are the same people going overseas? Yes, they are. But you can't go overseas every weekend. So people still want to create memories on weekends. So I feel that this leisure business that is there will continue to grow. Actually, it will not reduce, it will continue to grow. The rates would continue to grow because I think in that particular segment, the demand will continue to outstrip the supply. There is not many good quality hotels in leisure destinations. A lot of new leisure destinations have been opened by various brands, and that is offering something new for people. So even if you say there's a fatigue, how often can you go to Jaipur, or how often can you go to Udaipur? There's a fatigue, right? But then there are other destinations that are coming up today, and whether it's in the hills or whether it's on the beaches, whether it's adventure tourism, all of that is picking up. For us, wildlife tourism has really helped, and there is a huge renewed focus on nature, on sustainability, and wildlife tourism has also picked up. So short answer, it's going to continue. I don't see it going away. It's going to be in addition to the international travel.
To borrow a phrase, right? It's like the tongue wants more. You tasted it now, so you.
Ye dil mange more. Rohit, you have an uncanny ability of picking up things that I'm going to ask next, so I'm a little worried. But I'm going to ask you this. Staycation, pleasure, these were words, fancy words we used to use pre-COVID, in presentations, etc. Today they become like sort of a, mainstay vocabulary for hoteliers, right? Is this in your experience, is pleasure and staycation is something that is now a more or less permanent thing? Because if it is, then the problem is solved, because Monday to Thursday, we never had a problem in the Indian hospitality industry. Our problem was Friday to Sunday. If we can sell this Friday to Sunday, then I think, it's QED.
Yeah, I think the problem is solved, actually. It is, these words are here to stay. I think we've only started appreciating what we should have started appreciating a long time ago. And I think suddenly taking a vacation within India and brand India has become more fashionable, rightfully so. And it's just fine to go for a holiday or a bleisure, which is a business and leisure, or a staycation as often as you want, because one, it's convenient. Second, it can be taken more than once or twice a year. And thirdly, I think, coming out of the last couple of years, something fundamental has changed about consumer buying behavior in India and the world, I would say, not only India, across the world. There's been a realization that your freedom, that's my point of view, of course, that your freedom is perhaps even more important than life itself. Meaning that, when people are caged up in a house or their homes for several months, and they want to get out, and then they want to go and experience new things. And I think that has been the precursor of all this. So I think staycation is, of course, going to be here. It is just that market has now realized that there are new segments which can be permanently made available to the consumer, and leisure again is also here to stay.
Anurag, in the luxury sector, till time immemorial, the domestic traveler was very passé. Yeah, you guys never liked him, right? Said, is that sort of change? Is there a newfound respect for the domestic traveler? Is he now back in the reckoning?
Well, firstly, I don't think we would ever say that we never respected them adequately.
Never in public. I have to.
Huh?
Never in public, only in private.
Oh. But I can say, yes, I think what I would say what we probably were able to do, because all these shutdowns and the lack of regular business allowed us to do, was to in many ways reset and reboot ourselves. And I'm sure all of my colleagues out here did the same in their organizations, to make the hotels more compliant and more welcoming and more adept. Now, Leela typically has always stood for as a symbol of true Indian luxury. And all our rituals, our programming, our Atithi Deva Bhava, our service cultures, even our palace services, everything has been programmed towards serving and with that kind of attention to detail and with the warmth and graciousness that is expected from Indian hospitality, but without the kind of intrusiveness and without being overbearing when it is delivering it. So I think the Indian, and I think, as I mentioned earlier, this new demographic, Indian travelers who are prepared to pay $500 to $700 a night, are of course very demanding. They are well traveled and exposed. They focus a lot on food and beverage. They know exactly the kind of experience that they're seeking. They need a lot more storytelling and a kind of a discovery, so that there is no destination fatigue. Even if you have been to Rajasthan, you may want to go and explore the leopard safari. You might want to have a dinner under the moonlights in a fortress, which is like an inside access to you. So we have seen this segment, and it's only growing. And despite our flights having opened up, and I agree the momentum for outbound is still not very strong, but we haven't seen this segment reducing. And if I look at forward bookings for the next 90 to 180 days, we don't see any degrowth there, especially in terms of small groups and social mice from domestic.
Short answer, you love the domestic traveler now.
Now,
all of us do. So, Mandeep, just to add, you cannot ignore the socio. Right? The reason why, your words, not mine, why people like Anurag and Rohit may love the Indian customer now, because they can't ignore that. Right? We make up 20% of the world population, right? We are the 5th largest growing economy, right? Growing the fastest this year. I was in this room about 3 weeks ago. There was a Republic conference. So the growth in India now across it has happened across the 31 states, right? So it's not in pockets, which is what it was earlier. the level of digitization and the transactions are more than in China and US combined, right? Which means the Indian traveler is much more lucrative and wanting, right, than ever before. If you choose to ignore that traveler today, God help you in the future.
So I'm glad that's happened. So kudos, a big round of applause for the domestic.
And to add to that, the socio side. Earlier, people lived in gardens, the kids could play around and they played with the local kids around and so on, as I remember my childhood. Now they're living in multi-story buildings and in nuclear families. And as an outlet, they do need to travel and get something, right? You cannot ignore that change, and that change is not restricted to the major metros anymore.
Yeah.
So if you go to probably a 5-star luxury, which 15 years ago was predominantly international travel, today they'll be filled predominantly by Indians from B and C cities.
Thank you, COVID.
Mandeep, I have something else to share. Can I? So, there's also something else that has happened here. We have, over the last couple of years, commoditized the luxury product. As an industry, we were selling 5-star hotel rooms for even as low as 3,000 rupees, maybe lower, 2,000 rupees in places. What has happened out of that is there's a certain segment of the market which always used to go abroad, and they started now experiencing the Indian product. And there was another segment of the market which couldn't necessarily form up their mind whether they want to stay in a luxury hotel or not, even despite the fact that they could actually spend the money to stay in these hotels. I think what has happened as a result of forced discounting due to COVID is we have opened ourselves up and given a taste of hospitality to a certain segment of the market which now likes it and is willing to step up to pay more. And that's where I think the market's really opened up for the long term.
Surely, quick question to you. You brought it up briefly. The alternate accommodation sector, right? Suddenly it's seeing exponential growth. Again, thank you, COVID. You're seeing the whole villa rental, homestay business. You guys have now announced publicly that there are going to be 500 amas. There are a whole lot of other players now. Do you think, and all the bigger brands are also now getting into it, is that something that is going to impact hotel leisure?
Good question. You see, the requirement of the customer who's for an AMA is very different from a requirement of a customer who's going for a leisure stay, let's say in Goa. If you want to go and stay at the Fort Aquada or the Taj Exotica in Goa, what you want to do there is very different because you want to be a part of a group of people. You want to be involved in large scale activity. You want large spaces. You want people around you. These are these extroverts who love having people around. May not be necessarily too much into really creating memories for themselves and the small families or amongst their friends. That's a different requirement. If you want to spend time with your loved ones or with your friends and your five families going together to a place and have it to yourself, that's a very different requirement than going to a leisure hotel, right? So therefore, it's two separate things. And I don't think one is going to eat the other. It's not going to happen. It's going to grow independently of each other.
Okay, I'll take your word for it for now. Someone from BW, Ajit, I had wanted a slide or sort of picture played up on the screen. Is that happening? Does anyone know? Ajit, is that happening? Not happening? I had sent you. Anyway, it doesn't matter. I'll tell you something very interesting that I got as a forward from someone with the caption saying, "Ab ye bhi hone laga." And what was it was Make My Trip advertising hotels by 3 hours, 6 hours, and 9 hours. Now, is this a more dynamic and more aggressive form of revenue management? Or are we now willing to shed our inhibitions and say, this is on now? And gladly someone put the 3 hour, otherwise it would have been only 6 and 9, and that could have had very different connotations as well. So, Anurag, you want to talk about this whole business of 3 hours, 6 hours, 9 hours?
Well, I think
you can play that on the screen. Ajit, if you still have it played, thanks.
I think fortunately for us, our price points act as a good filter. So, I mean, you are welcome. You are welcome to check in at the times that you say, and you are welcome to leave when you want to. But I think our price points themselves determine that we usually don't have this kind of a short stay business. It's not a strategy that we pursue. We do not have that kind of clientele as well. So it's we don't see that as a revenue management extension. We do have stay extensions where we are more flexible in terms of pricing, but no hourly rates.
Thankfully. Sudeep, you want to comment on this?
So we do offer 4-hour rooms, but that's at the airport.
Okay.
So transit, and that's a very lucrative segment. Let me be very clear about it. People coming in late nights, catching their flight to destinations, to Rohit's and Anurag's hotels, they like to stay at the airport. And that hotel does phenomenally well thanks to that. The rest is, as Rohit said, for the homestays, it's a different segment, right? Not one which we've targeted yet.
Okay. 3 hours, 6 hours, 9 hours?
Yeah, at the airport.
Good to go?
Absolutely. And by the way, in pilgrimage markets like Katra as well, in peak sold out nights and Navratris, you will have selling rooms.
That's as dichotomy, dichotomous can get as the pilgrimage market with sort of short stays, is it?
Yes, in
Darshan.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Okay, there it is. For those of you who want to see it, I wasn't making this up. While most of everyone says that they're not doing it, obviously Make My Trip has got some hotels where this is happening. Interestingly, okay, before we're coming to the last few minutes of our sort of conversation, the sense that I get from all of you in this room, with the promises that you're making, and I'm going to ask you a question and then we'll conclude this, is that it really is buoyant. It really is a sort of turning point for the Indian hospitality industry. I think it's a coming of age time for the Indian hospitality industry. I think we're going to finally see rate growth as we should have seen compared to many of our Asian sort of counterparts in terms of occupancy, in terms of ADR. Somebody in my office very recently told me, listen, Mandeep, what's going on? I traveled and I stayed at the Ritz-Carlton and I stayed at the Four Seasons in Bangalore and Pune. And I paid 15,000 rupees. I mean, what's going on? I said, listen, you paid pittance. Which Ritz-Carlton and which Four Seasons in the world will you bloody get for 15,000 rupees? So get ready to pay 25, right? And I think that's the direction that we're going in. But I'm going to ask all of you to give me a number. If we are going to close this year at 6,000 rupees ADR, and we were talking about the last 15 over the next 5, then give me a number for 2027. Pan India, what's it going to look like? Okay. Okay, I'm going to start with you, Rohit. You can hazard a guess.
Well, a lot depends on the mix in the market or what kind of hotels are there, because pricing of hotels is very different. So we have a very, very aggressive expansion plan for the Ginger hotels. And they would be within that range, right? So they're not going to drive that.
So, okay, let's make it easier.
It's too much of a cross section.
So therefore, I'll make it easier. Let's say whatever is your group ADR at this moment in time, 5 years later, where do you see it in terms of percentage?
Same store.
Oh, across. I mean, he'll have a group sort of number. Across, whatever that number is, where do you see it 5 years from now in terms of percentage growth?
2007.
No. ADR, only ADR. I'm talking
2007.
Sorry, 2007.
Okay.
Like for like, or are you talking?
No, across.
Like for
across your entire sort of chain. You'll have an ADR currently.
I think we will definitely, I think we'll set a new benchmark. If 2007 is the current benchmark for rates, 2027 will be a new benchmark.
Will be the new benchmark. Okay, great. I like that. Anurag?
I think the next couple of years, we are looking at double-digit growth in ADRs. And after that, I think we'll stabilize to probably 6 to 7% odd. So we're probably forecasting almost a 35 to 40% growth over where we are today. What we are ending, if 2023 is going to be a base year, and 2023, mind you, is in terms of ADR for us, is going to be almost a 27% growth over what it was in 2019. Less, presumably, if our ADR was $200 in 2019, is going to be a 27% growth over that for the portfolio. And we are expecting this to grow further into 35 to 40% over the next 5 years.
Okay, interesting. Sudeep?
So I think we'll grow at an annual rate over the next 5 years at about 5 to 6%. Now, there are two reasons for that. Number one is the same store today will probably grow at about, average about 8 to 9% every year. However, the mix, because the growth in Holiday Inn and Holiday Inn Express for us over the next 5 years is phenomenal. So the mix will shift from to a lower ADR hotel. So the group ADR as a consequence will get lower than the same store.
Zubin?
Yeah, no, absolutely. I agree with what's been said here. In the higher segments, there's going to be a larger average rate growth, and I think a lot of inflation will also get priced into the room rates. In the India is going to be a mid-market growth story. India is, and that's the way I perceive it. And if you look at it at a portfolio level, a company like ours, we're running 110 hotels right now. Will probably be much larger by then. That growth is going to come from mid-market growth. So there's going to be some price correction at a portfolio level happening there.
Fabulous. So this was a trick. This was a trick question. It's been recorded, all your answers, and I'm sending them to Ankur in your case, to Puneet, to Mr. Kachru, to Kenneth, for the numbers that you've spoken on stage. Now you're going to have to deliver these. Ladies and gentlemen, it's been a wonderful session.
Indian hospitality promises and it delivers.
Absolutely.
And I hope I never have to deliver a market correction.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. Thank you very much. Anurag, is there something that you're going to say, Anurag?
No, I just wanted to say that I think one thing that we probably didn't discuss is how the rupee has devalued versus the dollar, which makes India far more exciting. And if you take the 20% correction, even with the 20% growth, we probably, in terms of dollar terms, are still where we were 2 years back or 2.5 years back.
I just want to make a quick point, and we're going to end it. It says time's up right now. If I was to take this year's ADR of 6,000 rupees and correct it by inflation each year, you will reach just the peak of 2007. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for being such a great audience.
Thank you. Thank you so much, gentlemen. Thank you. And of course, Mandeep sir, for moderating this. A picture, please. Well, while they're having the picture, I will just take Mandeep sir's question and ask all of you, because all of you come from the same industry. आप में से कितने लोगों को लगता है you believe that this 3, 6, 9 hour concept should be a part of the ecosystem? How many for this? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yes, I saw you there. 6. Now ask it in private. Rest feel no, it shouldn't be. Either all of you are married or it's the other, was there something? No, but of course. Other reasons. Okay, thank you so much, ma'am, for at least answering that. Okay, from food for thought, it's now time for food for your stomachs. It's time for lunch. And lunch is being served outside in the garden. That's right outside the hall. You take a left. And we shall see you back at 2:20. By 2:15, my team should start troubling you. And 2:20, we begin again. Thank you. Thank you so much. I'll see you after lunch.
Where there's business, there's a time crunch. We help you manage it. There's pressure. We help you relieve it. There are customized solutions. We help you deliver them. There are strict deadlines. We help you meet them. When business is on your mind, you are on our mind. Discover happiness at Sarovar. Sarovar Hotels and Resorts.
एमपी में दुनिया हक की हो जाए ओरछा ओरछा छतरी का मोर्चा मोर्चा अरे लेफ्ट जा थोड़ा राइट जा अरे लेफ्ट नहीं थोड़ा बहुत अरे अरे ये ताजमहल कहाँ से आ गया भाई पूरनपुर में ताजमहल ताजमहल डबल डबल पजल पजल करो गूगल मंडू का महल देखो टाइटैनिक का पल देखो अरे राजा देखो और रानी देखो पिक 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 प्रेम कहानी देखो पचमढ़ी के से किससे देखो किससे 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 किस बुट्टे किस सर 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 सर्राफे का चक्कर हो जाए ओ चक्कर के चक्कर में शक्कर का चक्कर हो जाए तक दिन तक खजुराहो थिरकाए दिन तक आंखों में दिल में एमपी बस 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 जाए भैया बस एमपी से दिल भर भर ना भर पाए धक धक बंदर देखा हाथी देखा बारहसिंघा और चीतल देखा मोगली के जंगलों में पचमढ़ी सतपुरा का अजूबा भोपाल लेक में सूरज डूबा मंडू का जहाज महल और मार्बल का पहाड़ देखा महाकाल मंदिर में पूजा फोटो खींचा जाके पोछा ग्वालियर के किले में भटका खजुराहो ने दे दिया झटका पूर्वजों को मिलने मिलने जा पहुंचा मैं भीमबेट का ट्रेन की चुक चुक सुनते सुनते आ पहुंचा मैं सांची स्तूपा सांची की शांति में खुद के अंदर झांक देखा
The heart of incredible India, Madhya Pradesh.
Your business strategy that lets you customize the right tools to effectively manage your business, including contactless guest-facing features. Our revenue-generating tools and built-in channel manager allow you to integrate with online travel agents, enable direct online bookings, and maximize your business profit. RMS can increase efficiency by automating day-to-day operations, giving you more time to focus on your guests and enhance their on-site experience with safe, convenient, and contactless options. Our mobile-friendly application is great for boosting staff productivity on the go. And to top it all off, we make the transition to RMS easy with guided training sessions, online resources, and 24/7 global support. Managers supporting you in the new normal and beyond. RMS continue to innovate to meet your rapidly changing needs. Join us at the forefront of hospitality technology.
Features spectacular 4K video images distributed using AMX network AV video over IP technology. BSS audio technology keeps the sound levels consistent whether the lobby is crowded or empty. JBL speakers throughout the space deliver music the way it's meant to be heard. Effect lighting by Martin adds life to the reception desk. While strategically placed, AMX and Samsung digital signage help inform about events and activities and can even direct patrons during emergencies. Entice your guests with menu selections and specialties attractively displayed using AMX and Samsung digital signage. Messages automatically change from breakfast to lunch to dinner. BSS processing and audio controllers bring different volumes or even music selections to specific areas within the restaurant that may have different focuses or needs. Smart ambient sensing AKG microphones keep background music levels steady throughout the day. Background music from Crown amplifiers and JBL speakers help set the mood, while atmospheric lighting using Martin fixtures bring a fresh feel. AMX helps set the mood during all phases of the day with automated lighting and music. Calm for breakfast, energetic at lunch, relaxed during dinner. Make meetings and events easy with Harman. AMX and Samsung digital signage helps with event information and will direct guests to safety in the case of an emergency. Allow your guests to hear your presentation with vibrant audio from every seat in the room. Our intelligent audio zones can adjust to match any room configuration. Separate each room with its own audio or use BSS Intelligent Room Combined technology to blend the rooms to a single zone. Installed JBL speakers bring quality sound to the room at a moment's notice. Crown amplifiers and JBL PA speakers provide live sound to any event, while Martin stage lighting and effects add more life to presentations and performances. When louder sound is needed, JBL line array speakers can be added to make the performance really pop. AKG wired and wireless microphone systems and Soundcraft mixing consoles help bring it all together. creates sound. Its volume limiting technology reduces sound transference to building walls so the neighboring rooms are not disturbed.
Enhance the modern workplace, enrich the network lifestyle, and provide professional audio, video, and lighting experiences. We connect people to music, each other, and the world around them. Harman Professionals Hospitality Solutions address the diverse needs of many applications, consistently delighting guests with the sights and sounds that together create their environments and enhance their experiences. From performance venues and nightclubs to hotel resorts, restaurants, and houses of worship across the world, the chances are you've experienced Harman today. Just as important as a restaurant's interior design is its friendly and welcoming atmosphere. From Tokyo to Paris, The Harman system creates the perfect ambiance, mood, and energy for a wide range of dining experiences. As shopping centers and retail stores evolve into environments designed to attract and entertain visitors, our innovations in media technology evolve with them, enhancing a store's image and brand by delivering the sensory side of the shopping experience. We provide the scalability needed to support the single house of worship as well as multiple connected campuses. Whether it's the traditional sacred space or the trending dynamic worship experience broadcasting to TV and radio, Harman has the complete solution to answer the call. Our systems create exhilarating experiences that keep nightclub guests coming back for more. We know what it takes to create an after-dark, no-holds-barred party atmosphere that has people lining up night after night to enjoy everything a cutting-edge venue has to offer. We provide a seamless integration of technology on the theater stage, through the audience and lobby, right out onto the street. Ours is the only solution to provide state-of-the-art performance audio, lighting, and video, and meet the signage and architectural lighting needs of today's theater. Guests are always the #1 priority, which is why we provide hotels, resorts, and cruise lines with solutions that are easy to deploy, scale, and manage. Our systems meet the unique demands of a boutique hotel just as easily as they fulfill the performance and reliability needs of a world-renowned hotel chain, whether on land or on the water. Every day, we connect people across the world with millions of hours of radio and TV broadcast programming. No matter how intense the performance or how important the message, without us, the picture is incomplete. Harman brings the unique dynamic blend of complete audio, video, lighting, and control solutions that create the immersive experiences we all seek to enjoy in our free time. If it's shopping with friends, dining with family, or enjoying a night out on the town, the world of hospitality is where we can break from our fast-paced daily lives and slow down to enjoy the moment. Whether today you are a customer or guest, an audience member or holiday maker, Harman turns those moments into your lasting memories. Harman Professional Hospitality Solutions, creating the environment.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, though we are only a few, Abhi. So I'd request if any of your colleagues are outside, please invite them back into the hall so that we can begin with the next presentation. Other than that, our team members are there. They're calling everybody back in, and we shall begin in the next 3, 4, maximum 5 minutes. Thank you. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. I would request if any of your colleagues are still outside having lunch, we'd request you to please invite them back into the hall as you're about to begin in the next few minutes. We have a presentation first by one of our partners and then, of course, panel discussions from there on. Thank you.
Constant quest of creating value for tomorrow. Let's take it. Keep searching. Searching for opportunities, technologies, and destinations to grow. India is one such opportunity. A prime global investment destination, where the government is paving the road towards a prosperous tomorrow with an improved ease of doing business ranking.
Ladies and gentlemen, can I request you all to sit down? We're actually behind schedule. The next session must start. Harleen, Ranjita, by name Chef Valli, Majan Saab, बैठ जाओ please. Indira, Paul, अंदर आजा, बैठ जा. AJ, come in. The BW team, can you request everybody from outside to come in? All right, come. Then let's begin. Adit, come.
Thank you. Thank you so much, sir, for doing my bit. Okay, are we good to go? We've all had lunch. फिर से कोशिश करते हैं. Are we good to go? Only this side has had lunch. Nobody here. Chef, you've had lunch? Quite the irony asking a chef, sir, आपने खाना खाया? Surely, I think we're good to go, and of course, others will keep joining. Also request everybody, please, I would request you to put your phones on silent mode. And it's very important for you to use them, but please on silent mode. That would really be helpful. Thank you. And now that you're back from lunch, it's time to move ahead with the presentation first by a preferred airline partner. Go first. And I have been handed over the gentleman's card. So please join me in welcoming the VP Business Development of Go First, Mr. Arjun Das Gupta.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I have the not so enviable task of addressing the graveyard shift, as I call it. But I hope you all had a sumptuous lunch and are ready to get cracking again into the next session. I'd like to introduce myself. My name is Arjun Dasgupta. I head business development and international operations for Go First. Go First as an airline has been in operation for 16 years. And next month, we actually complete 17 years. So in a few days, we'll be a 17-year-old airline. We started operations in 2005. An airline, along with hotels, are the enablers. By getting travelers to move from city A to city B, hotels like yourselves, by providing the accommodation, we constitute a very important segment of tourism. We're extremely happy to be here today, and I'd like to thank Mr. Bhuvnesh Khanna for giving us this opportunity to associate with BW Hotelier and be part of these awards. I'll start with a very short clip, and thereafter a few minutes telling you more about our product. GoFirst is part of the Wadia Group. A lot of you would know the Wadia Group. It's over 250-year-old as a company and is home to some very prestigious brands like Britannia and Bombay Dyeing. As I mentioned previously, GoFirst started operations in 2005, and very shortly we are going to complete 17 years in the aviation business in India. We operate a fleet of Airbus aircraft, Airbus A320 aircraft, and we have a total of 59 aircraft in our fleet presently. We have a route network which comprises of 29 cities in domestic India and 8 international destinations. Our coverage of India is second to none. We fly to very strategic metro and important tier 2 cities, catering to not only the business traveler, but also the leisure traveler. As you would see in this slide, we cover very strategic destinations across the country and overseas. Our coverage in the south and the north of India, again, is extremely dense. Internationally, we're flying to 8 destinations. We started our flights in 2018 to Phuket in Thailand. We were pioneers connecting India directly to a city in Thailand. The beaches of Thailand are best seen, the pristine beaches are best seen in Phuket. So we are pioneers in many ways of connecting 2 points which are dense as far as traffic goes. Among the many interesting products that we have on board, I'm just highlighting a few of them for you. One is Go More. Go More is basically the first 2 seats on the airplane. We operate a single cabin configuration. In short, there's only 1 cabin. There's no 2 cabins, no premium cabin separately. But the first 2 rows, the Go More product, we offer additional leg space or seat pitch. You also have the middle seat that is kept empty, so it provides a little bit of comfort, extra comfort to the traveler. The Go Fly Private allows you to book seats alongside, so you're able to keep safe distance. Especially during the pandemic, we had a lot of demand for this product as we were able to offer the passenger the option to keep seats alongside them empty. Like most other airlines, we also offer the passengers the choice to select their seats, to choose their food and beverage. You can pre-order your food and beverage. We've got a beautifully curated new menu also on board our airplanes, which you can pre-order, in addition to excess baggage. So if you're carrying baggage above the entitlement, free baggage entitlement of 15 kilos, you also have the option to pre-book your excess baggage. Amongst the Go Extras, priority check-in, priority boarding, and access to lounges. For the business traveler, these are all very important things. And at GoFirst, we pride ourselves in delivering this to our business and leisure traveler. We all like to gloat, and at GoFirst, we are no different. We've been recipients of many awards. We've got a lot of recognition for the brand. And that's also one reason why we have very successfully competed in the Indian skies and now internationally in the last 17 years. I didn't take too long. To all of you over here, I just want to say that We want to work very, very closely with hotel chains to ensure that we are able to provide the travelers an option wherein they can even package their product. One thing which I did not mention in the presentation, and I thought I'd best leave it as a thought with you all, we have a product called Go Holidays, wherein we offer the customer a complete package, a package which includes the land, in short, the hotels, and the air component. So if any of you would be keen to explore how you can work Go Holidays packages at Go First, me and my colleagues are available here for the next 2 days, and we'd love to interact with you and see how we can work together. Thank you so much for your time and your attention.
Thank you so much, sir. Before we move on to our next panel discussion, just a few announcements that a few of our partners have displayed their stalls at the very end of this hall. But request you to please visit them. There's Beanley, there is RMS, there's Daikin. Please visit them, also interact with the people there. You never know what magic it might create. Also, we would like to remind our guests that Herman is holding a lucky dip gift for all our attendees. Attendees may please ensure that your visiting card has been dropped in the designated box. The winner of the same will be announced through a draw at the close of today's session. Moving on to our next panel discussion, which is on owners session, hotel ownership, rapid evolution of expectations and opportunities. Please join me in welcoming a panelist for the same. Mr. Ranjit Batra, President, Hospitality Panchsheel Realty, Mr. Vibhas Prasad, Director, Leisure Hotels Group, Mr. Vineet Verma, Director, Brigade Hospitality, and Mr. Nitin Kapoor, MD, Radisson Blue Plaza, Delhi Airport. And the moderator for the same is joining us virtually, Mr. Sanjay Sethi, CEO and MD, Chalet Hotels. Let's welcome them with a round of applause. Thank you.
Can the host let me know when everyone's seated?
Mr. Sethi, you're on mute, sir.
No, I'm not on mute.
Okay. Can we check that? Prashant? Mr. Sethi, may I please request you to say something?
Yes, can you hear me now?
Just a second, sir.
Hi, this is an audio check. Can you hear me now?
Yes, sir, we can. Loud and clear. Over to you.
Perfect. Thank you so much. Good afternoon, everyone. First up, apologies for not being able to be there in person. However, we have a brilliant panel on the stage, and we have a brilliant setting set up by this event on a story of resilience by BW Hotelier. So let's try and figure out the post-pandemic outcome and of the resilience that we showed earlier. Turning to the gentleman on the stage, thank you for your time over here. Maybe we could begin by getting a sense from each of you on how you see the post-pandemic business and what sort of trends are you seeing going forward. Maybe we can start with the gentleman on the left. I think, is that Nitin? I can't see too clearly. And then move to the right.
I hope you can hear me. Great. Wonderful to be here amongst all of you. And, the trends that we've seen post-pandemic are mainly around the domestic market. I'm sure that's a common theme that you'll hear today, but that's the market that has saved us. A strong support from the domestic market. The middle class has started traveling again. They are traveling as families. They are not shy in terms of using branded hotels. That is, I think, a big plus point, a big change that we're seeing from before. Since they're traveling with families, I think what we are also noticing is obviously higher double occupancy percentage in the rooms. They're tending to spend more time within the hotels, which is to the benefit of the hotel. I think they're using additional ancillary services in the hotel, such as wellness, other F&B outlets. So all of that is directly adding to the RGI of the hotel. So that's definitely one positive trend. The other, with regards to, I think, the foreign tourist arrivals is an area that we remain cautiously optimistic. I think there are areas of concern which we hope will get resolved soon. The continuance of COVID in certain parts of the world, even resurgence in some parts, the global impact of Russia-Ukraine conflict, increasing inflation in other parts of the world, I think are all causes for concern. So it's a mixed bag in that sense, but we're happy that the domestic market has strongly supported us. In terms of the future, I think while India as a destination offers opportunities across all destinations, across all segments, but two areas stand out for us. Or for me, I think the domestic leisure destinations and the tier 3 and tier 4 cities. We've seen a very strong demand over the COVID and the post-COVID period in the leisure destinations within India. People have started traveling to even offbeat destinations. There are boutique properties which are offering complete immersive experiences. And all of that, I think, is expected to continue. So great opportunity in these destinations. And lastly, I think the tier 4, tier 3 cities. Some of them are growing rapidly. There's a great focus on these cities, and they will definitely need more and more hotel rooms. So investing maybe in a mid-segment or upper mid-segment hotel in these destinations is a great opportunity. Thank you.
Hi, good afternoon, everybody. Thank you, Mr. Khanna, for inviting us and particularly me for this. So I think everyone's been speaking about this whole experiential opportunity that's come by in the last 2 years. I think we've built our business on this in the last 3 decades on the backs of the domestic leisure traveler. And I'm just so happy that everybody is recognizing it today. It's never too late, honestly. So I sit on this panel today as an owner operator. We are a mid-sized experiential resort chain. We have partnerships with IHCL. We have 2 properties with them currently and a couple of them on the way. We also have a partnership with Club Mahindra Resorts, and then we have our own properties. There was a time actually towards the first 3 months of the pandemic in 2020. As an owner, we were looking at flipping our asset because we didn't have any operational cash flow to be able to sustain operations. And this is when we are a diversified business. We have a primary sugar business and some real estate. And 2 months later, we had the opportunity to see historic highs in our business, rates that we've never seen before. And I must say that we've seen those rates, in fact, continue 2 years later as well. So in my opinion, we are at an inflection point. I don't think this can sustain. I don't want to be pessimistic on this panel, but I think we have to change again, and this new normal is not here to stay. And we come from those remote locations and corners which most people refer to as tier 2, tier 3. Those have become mainstream. So I think the message that I have is that the old normal will not be the new normal. And I think it's time to buckle up and be prepared for the next phase in this.
Thank you, Vibhash. I'm shooting in the dark, but I think Vineet's next to you. Vineet, you want to give it a shot?
Hi, Sanjay. Firstly, we are missing you here.
Oh, guys, big hug.
Okay, so as we all know that this pandemic has been the most hostile to the most hospitable sector, which is hospitality. So I think we've all almost buckled under in the last 2 years, at least in the first wave. I think nearly quite a few of our hotels had to be shut down temporarily. So it was a very, very bad phase. But fortunately now, as we all know, that things are back with a bang. And as a matter of habit, what we do is that, at least in my company, is that we always compare our monthly performance with the pre-COVID levels of the same month. So idea is to know that where are we? Because during 18-19, at least our hotels are doing fantastic. For those of you not aware, we mostly have business hotels with us. And that pandemic was the only time when I felt sorry that we didn't have a resort, because that is the only resort for making money at that point of time. So having said that, I think what we have done now is that happy to see that our numbers have not only surpassed the pre-COVID numbers, but they are well above the pre-COVID numbers. I think that probably applies to all of us who own business hotels. Other lesson that we have learned that we are taking forward is to do more with less. To give you an example, an average 5-star luxury hotel probably has a staff to room ratio of about nearly close to 2:1, or definitely 1.5, 1.6, 1.7, and so on. What we realized is that we are doing an equally good job, in fact, a better job today with 0.7, 0.8:1. And that is a ratio that is here to stay, at least as far as we are concerned. Having said that, we are also aware that our bottom lines have to be protected. So from the focus of top line and bottom line, where top line focus was, let's say, about 60% and 40% on the bottom line, now the roles have reversed. So now our focus is more towards the bottom line. So how do we control costs? But you never know tomorrow again what may happen, because pandemic is not fully away. So we have to be very, very mindful of the fact that it can come back anytime. New variants have come in, government advisory has again been issued, as you know. So having said that, our focus is really, really very strong focus on expenses. I wouldn't say cutting corners, but definitely optimizing expenses. All wasteful expenses have been cut out, including the special amenities in the rooms and extra staff, and your car driving into the porte cochere, and you have 3 valets surrounding you. Now you just have 1 valet. So that's how we have sort of tried to figure out. So the way forward, as far as I see, is that you be very, very mindful that anything can happen, mindful of your expenses.
Spot on, Vineet. Ranjit, do you want to give it a shot now?
I think most of the points have been covered, but trends will be trends, and there's very little one can do. I wish we were more in the leisure market. That's big learning for us. And what has really come out of this whole pandemic is that we've become super efficient. We look at not only as owners, the operators and the people working, become very responsible towards the bottom line. And there's much more importance towards efficiency. So I think that's great news, and that was really required in our industry, running hotels. So primarily we are business hotels, and one new trend which I particularly see is that there's an emergence of a lot of creativity in the F&B space. So a lot of people in the pandemic time have decided to open restaurants and catering and cloud kitchens. So that's a great trend, and that means we need to pull up our socks and go for more cutting edge cuisines and innovative ideas. So we're working towards that. And November for us is again a super month, beating all numbers, records. So happy.
Thanks, Ranjit. May I just add to this some insights into this? I think what's really encouraging is that the September trends of foreign travelers, passengers at our airports has actually crossed 80% mark of pre-pandemic September. So it's moving in the right direction, and recent announcements of direct flights from US to Mumbai, Bangalore, and Hyderabad are again very positive signs. So far, everyone had to take a connecting flight to get here. That's going to sort itself out in the next month or so. And we had some visa issues that hopefully will be addressed very soon. With that, I think we should be able to get serious traction back on the foreign travelers also. Brilliant. So now let's do a little bit of crystal gazing here now, crystal ball gazing rather. Could each of you share with the audience here where you see concentration of your future resource deployment? And in the interest of time, maybe we can just share only 3 points: locations, segments, and asset positioning. Ranjit, since the camera's on you, do you want to take this one first? Just repeating: locations, segments, and asset positioning. Where would you put your resources?
Human resource, no doubt.
No, sorry, let me just repeat that. If you were to put capital and new focus, which locations, which segments, and which category of assets or asset positioning would you put that?
Yeah, I think to de-risk, because money is quite expensive now, and looking at future opportunities, we would definitely consider more mixed-use development, fractional ownership, more of, I think, residential hotel combinations, which is quite common some places. I think that would be interesting, and a model where guests invest. So this would be something in purely leisure segment, maybe even glamping, thinking out of the box.
Interesting. Thanks, Ranjit. Vineet, do you want to give this some insight?
Yeah, sure. Presently, of course, we are more busy trying to service our existing debt. We are yet to get out of the woods. So I think with all the ECLGSs that we availed of, 3 of them, so obviously the debt burdens are still pretty high. Even if our hotels are doing very well today, I think it's going to be some more time before we are really out of it. So, but having said that, our focus will continue to be top priority on mixed-use developments because we believe that's the future. A hotel sitting on top of a mall, for example, or a large lifestyle enclave, also including a hotel. And we have set these examples, as you know, Sanjay, that we have our Brigade Gateway with Sheraton. So similarly, we have all our mixed-use things. So that's the way forward. We are not looking at uber luxury hotels. I think our focus is more towards business class hotels in the 4 to 5 star segment, base 5 star. And what we are also going to focus heavily on is that we are very, very cost sensitive and cost conscious. We have figured out a way, I think, of controlling our costs to well below even what our operators recommend. So I think that's the way forward. I think we will look at, and the other thing, of course, we may look at in future, presently, of course, no, is that acquisitions, brownfield hotels, or I wouldn't say distressed properties, but definitely properties which are in good guaranteed catchment areas. We are not looking at tier 2, tier 3 cities. I think our focus is more towards expanding existing metros. And as you know, we are also focused more on South India, and that's our focus going to be.
Thanks, Vineet. Vibhas, you're a growing company and growing rapidly. Where would you put your capital in?
So we, I think what we know well, which is just a regional superpower in Uttarakhand. We know the state well. We know Himachal, which has similar demographics. We know similar boutique, bespoke resorts work well. We are trying to diversify risk with doing gated communities with a real estate component, I think also called mixed use or residential models. We have a few projects in that timeline. Kumaon region of Uttarakhand is under-serviced. We have a few properties in that area coming up with IHCL and some on our own. Kumaon is not well known in this. With accessibility improving, I think that's an area that we want to take to the market. And out of question though, but we have a new business, which is the craft spirit business. So we're actually opening our own distillery with the tourism story coming up in Uttarakhand as well, with rum, a gin, and a malt in the next few months.
That's very interesting, Vibhas. So you're clearly spreading your operational capabilities beyond just innkeeping or hoteliering. Thank you, Ranjit. Sorry, Vineet. I'm sorry, Nitin. The challenges of IT and doing this online. Go ahead, Nitin.
No worries. So I think the idea for us is also to try and de-risk ourselves. Our current locations are within the tier 1 and tier 2 cities. They are focused on 5-star categories. But like I mentioned earlier, we've seen some trends come out of the COVID and the post-COVID periods. The domestic traveler is exploring newer destinations within India. The connectivity between destinations has improved drastically. Both, I think, air networks as well as the road networks have come up very strongly. And that's allowing people to travel much more easily and deeper into unexplored areas. So what we are looking at is possibly, these destinations within the hills, which are maybe 9-10 hours driving distance of Delhi, or they have good air connectivities currently or coming up. So that's one area. I think the other, and of course in these destinations, we would look at probably a 3 or 4 star category, a mid-scale or upper mid-scale kind of a property. Nothing very fancy. Similarly, I think tier 3 and tier 4. These, like I've mentioned, are upcoming locations. There's going to be a strong demand, although I think maybe a bit down the line. But this is, I think, the time to enter those markets. So again, a mid to upper mid-scale hotel in these areas would be a good opportunity.
Thanks, Nitin. Gentlemen, I'm going to move into individual questions now to each of you. Nitin, maybe I can begin with you. We'll keep these answers really short because I want all of you to get at least one question each, which is specific to you. Nitin, you've got some interesting thoughts on the future of specialty and concept restaurants. Would you like to share some of those thoughts with the audience over here?
Sure. I think it's always a debate for us. We've been talking about whether, it's worth even continuing with a specialty restaurant in our existing properties or even adding one to it. Let me give you an example. I mean, when we opened up our first hotel, the Radisson Blue Plaza at the airport, this was over 2 decades ago. And at that time, its location was considered to be completely out of Delhi. People didn't want to venture, that far. Gurgaon was undeveloped. So it was a big challenge in terms of, how to attract footfalls into this new location. And the way I think it was addressed at that time was by introducing 4 high-end or fine dine F&B concepts. One of them being a sports bar with a bowling alley. I think that was the first of its kind in a hotel at that time. The second was an Italian fine dine called Italiani's. There was a Chinese fine dine called I Ching. And the fourth one being an Indian concept called the Great Kebab Factory. So many of you might be familiar with that brand. It did become, luckily, a great success. And all of these concepts, of course, the 4 concepts were in addition to the all-day dining that we had. I think I would give a big part of the credit to these 4 concepts that were introduced, which helped pull in a lot of footfalls from Delhi, despite the I think, resistance in terms of traveling that distance at that point in time. But people actually started coming in. Radisson, like I said, it was the first hotel of Radisson in India at that time. So the brand was completely new. There was a bit of, educational curve that needed to be fulfilled in the market. But F&B was such a strong pull at that time that it helped, I think, create that market positioning for the hotel. So what I'm trying to say is that, those specialty concepts worked at that time, but would I do the same today? Probably not. The times have changed. The F&B market in India has completely changed, especially in tier 1 cities. It's completely different from what it used to be about 2 decades ago. There are a lot of standalone fine dine restaurants, high-end casual dining restaurants, which are giving great competition to the restaurants within the hotels. But again, I'm not saying that these concepts will not work in the hotels. They will, but I think we have to consider them carefully depending on the type of hotel that we are opening them up in, the location of the hotel. So those are the factors that need to be considered, especially given the significant cost that you would have to incur today in opening a fine dine restaurant. So those are my thoughts. Pass it on to.
Thanks, Nathan. This time I've got individual questions for everyone. So it's not the common question for you, Vibhas, something different. Given the disruption in the last couple of years, how do you see the operator-owner relationships evolving in times to come? As you said, you've got partnerships ongoing with IHCL and Mahindra Holidays. Talk us through some of those. Also, do you see owners developing operational capabilities to either move into franchise formats or develop one of their own brands through some backward integration and looking at that as a value creation for their own companies? Vibhas.
Yeah, thank you. I think a very relevant question for somebody like us because we have these hybrid relationships. We are giving hotels to manage, we're managing hotels, we own some, we co-own some. So actually the journey with Mahindra Holidays for us started almost 2 decades ago where we partnered with them and we had 2 properties, one of which we've just taken back actually earlier this month. So we still have 1 remaining asset with them. The format of that relationship was more of a dry lease. We were not participating per se in the upside in case of business sentiments or the IHCL relationship came by almost a decade ago where we partnered with them. In fact, we looked at that point who we perceived as to be the best brand for our resort in Uttarakhand. One thing led to another. We became comfortable with them. You pretty much know they have many joint ventures. Some of them are publicly listed as well. So the fact that where we stand today, we have clearly a hybrid structure in place. For someone like us, we've now created a team. We have an asset management cell. We have a projects division. We have sales and marketing, revenue distribution. So pretty much the shebang when it comes to operating our own assets. So we do believe in some markets, we will continue to partner with IHCL, which are in the luxury space. One of our assets that we opened as a franchise in Haridwar has done really well. That's given us a lot of confidence to have more such relationships with them. But for us, it's a bread and butter business. So, I continue to do this. So I think going forward, we'll have more of a monetization strategy where we will continue to manage some, continue to franchise some. So I don't know if Mr. Sethi that answers your question, but it's a bit of a mix.
Okay. Just a quick question. Is there a brand that you think you'll launch as a common brand across your portfolio at some point of time? Do you also see yourself running hotels for others at any point of time?
Yeah, so we've debated this, I think, thrice now with marketing experts. And I think we call ourselves like a house of brands. It's actually helped us as well. Many people don't know a property in Rishikesh, still one of the largest, Aloha on the Ganges, is part of our portfolio. And there's another one in Haridwar, which is under a different brand altogether. And this little crafted surprise is actually benefiting us in my mind. So this mono-brand strategy or multi-brand strategy of IHCL and others is also working. So I think each property has its own strategy. That's what we've been at least delving with right now.
Thanks, Vibhas. Vineet, this one's for you. Your dearest assets, the employees are actually on your roles. Their well-being and statutory responsibility is yours to a large extent. Yet you have little control on recruitment, training, and loyalty. Love to hear your thoughts on that.
Yeah, and this, in fact, is one of my favorite subjects that I personally monitor. Yes, our human resources are our biggest assets, and we have been observing some very disturbing trends over the last, at least during the pandemic years. What happened is that some of us, I'm sure that some exceptions are there, but some of us actually had to reduce our numbers during the pandemic. Otherwise, we would have just closed down. But what has happened thereafter is a lot of these human resources, so they have moved back to their hometowns, to their villages. And some of them have found substantial interest in their farming business. So quite a few of them we have lost permanently, I'm afraid, that they're not going to come back ever into hospitality. The other trend we have seen also is that hospitality profession is losing its charm. And I have tried to research why is that so. The main reason being that other sectors, particularly the IT, the BPO, the facility management, they are offering you a 5-day week. So this young generation is looking at a work-life balance. And so work-life balance means 5-day week. I'm afraid hotels cannot provide that 5-day week. We offer you 12 hours, 14 hours working day, 6-day a week, sometimes a 7-day also. So the challenge lies in the fact that how do we address this brain drain that's happened? I personally, across our we used to have more than 2,000 hotel employees at one time. And we have lost quite a few of them permanently. Some of them, of course, have come back. So we've been trying to figure out how do we address this going forward. At a very conservative estimate, India will need a minimum 3,000 to 3,500 fresh talent every year into the hotel industry. With the kind of promise we have with the industry growing back, where are we going to get these people from? I was speaking with some of the IHMs. The seats are empty. The students are not seeking admission in IHMs at all. That they have 20-30% vacancy in their IHMs. So the challenge lies is how do we sort of get together as a government, as our own industry, as stakeholders in making hospitality attractive all over again. One thing that feedback I got was that even the hotel industry pays less compared to other industry. Obviously, we can't compete with the US-based companies, where they give you double the pay of what you're earning in hotels, but you need to have the passion for hoteliering. It's a passion that comes first for you to join the hotel industry. So with that in mind, the challenge that we all have to work on is how do we promote hospitality sector back again as being the most preferred sector for a youngster to join and build a career. So that is what our focus is today. I hope I've answered your question to some extent, Sanjay.
Thanks, Vineet. Vineet, one of the things that we face as an industry in India specifically is that we don't get talent on call like you do in the West, right? You cannot call up a contractor or a vendor and say, look, I need someone to come and make 10 rooms in my hotel today, or I need someone to come and attend for 4 hours in my breakfast time in my restaurant today. You don't have the hourly wages concept here in India. Do you see this as an opportunity at some point of time?
Very good question, Sanjay. I think I missed mentioning that for all the audience here as well. One thing that we definitely have to address is reach out to our respective state governments in rehashing the Shop and Establishment Act. I think that's something which is pretty archaic. And for example, in the hotel industry, we have this something called an FTC, right? Fixed term contract people. But we have to push the government in allowing that as an official legally permissible activity. Secondly, you are not allowed to give more than 4 to 5 hours of overtime to an employee in the entire week. How does that work? So I think there's another good question you have brought up. We need to jointly, as a sector, reach out to our governments and request them to rehash the Shop and Establishment Act, make it more friendly towards the hotel industry. Presently, it is not so, unfortunately.
Thanks, Vineet. Vineet, there's also some talk about a gig workforce being created for the industry in the coming years, which can basically give you access to young people who do not want to work in a controlled environment of monthly salaries and have to report for shifts as they're demanded, who are making themselves available for say 10, 15, 20 days a month, but work at will, be their own bosses, and yet provide probably some decent services to our industry. Ranjit, coming to you now, your company has a unique and serious level of engagement with the hotels that are operated by the brands. How's that working for you? You want to share some thoughts on that?
It's been quite a big journey. It's been 15 years and 8 hotels down. We have acquired considerable amount of experience owning hotels through a lot of ups and downs, great relationships, sometimes not so great. But overall, from a Pune perspective, where most of our assets lie, starting from the Ritz-Carlton all the way down to Courtyard. What we realized is taking more control because you know the domestic market and you know your city better, has actually helped us. Pune being a very price sensitive market, a lot of F&B driven market. For example, in Delhi, you get an Indian accent, one roti for 300 rupees. Our main course is 300 rupees. So you got to survive in that environment. And for that, we have come up with a lot of innovation in F&B, which is again very centric to our ownership. At least 50% of our revenue comes from F&B in most of our hotels, if not more. So we are active, very active, and we realize that people come and go, but we are the only ones actually constant in our asset. So we got to be there, making sure that all our hotels work.
Thank you, Ranjit. Before I move on, Ranjit, I know you're not feeling 100%. We wish you well, and also thank you for taking time out at this point of time. Team BW Hotelier, do we have time for audience questions? Could you sort of guide me on that, please?
I think, Sanjay, the monitor shows 10 minutes left of this session.
Okay, I'm sorry, I can't see that, but I've just got a message saying please close. I guess that's because they're running out of a lot of time. Maybe someone from BW can sort of step in and just reconfirm that. I'd be happy to take a couple of questions from the audience if they have that capability with mics around.
5 minutes. 5 minutes.
5 minutes. Vineet, since I can't see the audience, do you want to take over this part and let people ask questions?
Sure, with pleasure. So anybody in the audience, any questions for any one of us? Sanjay, I guess we've answered all their questions anyway, so there's no question.
You're a terrific panel, I must say. Well, gives everyone 5 more minutes for coffee today. Sorry, someone stepped in just now. I couldn't hear that part though. Okay, no audience questions is what the prompt has come. Thank you, panelists. Thank you for your time. Thank you, BW Hotelier, and all the best with the rest of the event.
Sanjay, thank you so much. I know what happened and how you couldn't come. Thank you for making it and for holding this session together. अब मेरे को ये बताओ, मैं स्क्रीन में से गिफ्ट कैसे दूं आपको?
Tough one. Just send me your good wishes. That's more than enough.
No, your gift will be over. So just a moment, gentlemen, don't go. Yeah. So we'll take a picture with Sanjay in the background. आ रहा है ना संजय बीच में? ले आओ जी और 4 गिफ्ट दो.
Thank you, gentlemen. We would request Mr. Khanna is there. Just a token of love and appreciation from the platform. Thank you so much, everybody. Once for all our panelists and of course our moderator. And as is the tagline, I think also the phrase of 2021 and 2022, that let's go digital. This truly was one session like that, where the panelists were here and our moderator joined us virtually. Thank you so much, sir. We love the smile. All the very best. And thank you. Thank you. Okay, with that, it's now time to move ahead with the next session. And as my script says, probably an interesting one as well, because this one is on celebrity chefs. Please join me in welcoming on stage our panelist for the same, Chef Kunal Kapoor. Joining us virtually for the same is Chef Vineet Bhatia, and this session will be moderated by none other than Mr. Diwan Gautam Anand, the founding trustee, Cuisine India Foundation. Third request. Everybody, please welcome on stage once again, Gautam Anand. He's given me choices. Either I just call Gautam Anand or Diwan Gautam Anand. So Gautam Anand is what we chose. Means Mr. So I'm a double respect here, sir. This is just a small love from our side.
Hi, Vinit.
Hello.
How do we handle it?
So he's right there. No?
Can you hear me? Can anybody, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, so I feel like Liz Truss. Now, why do I feel like Liz Truss? Because actually I'm not supposed to be the moderator of this session.
More like
No, I think it was Ranveer Brar who missed the flight, right? So, Vineet, I know that you're watching us from the back, but and back is always beautiful. So anyhow, here I am. I'm Liz Truss, but with the wrong gender, and I've got these two experts on cuisine who I admire tremendously. Vineet Bhatia at the back, who of course has transformed what he calls as modern Indian cuisine globally. So let's give him a big hand, Vineet.
Thank you.
When winter comes, can spring be far behind? I'm so Rashima must be lurking somewhere in the background, right? So Rashima, if you're there, hello.
She is in another room right now, so I'm alone, all by myself.
And then of course I have the evergreen and wonderful Kunal, who is one of my favorite chefs and our protagonist this evening in person. All right, and we're going to miss Ranveer. Now, since we are now assuming a position of Liz Truss, and we are in and UK seems to be the country in motion, and I was speaking lately at one session, and I spoke for so long that people started clapping at the end of the session, and I thought I spoke brilliantly, but actually I spoke too much. They were so happy that I shut up that they were clapping. So I've decided that I will not speak, and therefore the best format that I can think through is an Oxonian format. The Oxonian format, and if you've seen Shashi Tharoor do Oxonian format, it means either you're for the motion and you're against the motion, right? So the motion here, Kunal, Vineet, is that what is the impact of inventive modern cuisine on the global landscape for Indian fare? Okay, and so I'll repeat that: the impact of inventive modern cuisine on the global landscape for Indian fare. Now, are you with the motion or are you against the motion? I'm assuming, and assumptions become a self-fulfilling prophecy, that Vineet is for the motion and Kunal is against the motion.
Not entirely.
Oh, what a pity.
Yeah. I mean, I can levitate on both sides and give pointers on both sides just to balance.
Fair enough. All right. So I just have two examples, or two or three examples of what has happened in the past. And now in the 60s and 70s, when none of you were born, there was, in the Indian art scene, there were 5 or 6 very iconic artists. Okay, there's Badal Sarkar, either the Bengal school, or there was the Baroda school, there was the Kangra school and the Bisholi school, and there was already stratified, right? And of course, the princess of that period was Amrita Shergill, who incidentally is one of the greatest Indian artists in the world, and her large collection is currently entombed at the National Gallery of Modern Art. My claim to fame is that I own her studio in Simla, and that's my bragging rights. But any artist who came to change was judged by those paradigms, that either you had to be Bengal school, etc., etc., etc. So a group of young people got together and made what they call the Progressive Indian Art Movement. Okay. And they were people like M.F. Hussain, Krishan Khanna, Raza, and so on and so forth. And the rest, Tayyab Mehta, and the rest, as you know, is history. All right. Tayyab Mehta recently sold for 5.5 crores. Mr. Hussain sells for, well, Bharat by about 25, 30 crores. So they completely changed the turf of Indian art, right? Nobody talks about the Bengal school and the Bisholi school and the Patiala school. They now speak of the artists. So that's the good news. The bad news was when India and Pakistan used to play hockey, either India won or Pakistan won. Then, of course, the Europeans who were losing changed the turf, literally and metaphorically, which means that they introduced the AstroTurf. Now, once they changed the turf, neither India won, neither Pakistan won. Guess who won hockey? The Germans won, or the English won, or whoever else won, because they had completely changed the turf. Now, the argument against that is that, come on, guys, shape up. You know, if they've changed the turf, then change the way you play your hockey. All right. But we are still struggling a little bit. The third point here, Kunal, and since you're the only human protagonist here and the rest are all holograms, are you a hologram, Vinny? Hello?
I am. Looks like.
Lots of our food gets lost in translation. So I used to go with the government of India to Davos year after year after year. And, and Manjeet is here with me. Manjeet, don't sleep. Listen to me. All right. Can you hear me, Manjeet? Yeah. Okay. So we complicate our food. And if you work for ITC, like for the year that I have worked, we complicate it even further. Now, why will we complicate the food? So that Farhad Jamal doesn't copy our food. So we complicated Arabic names, Persian names, names that are irrelevant names. Now, for instance, why should there be something known as Kohe Awadh? Right. You understand? It sounds like the Kohinoor. It's actually just a Rogan Josh. But anyhow, a lot of our food got lost in translation. Kisi ko samajh aa nahi rahi hai. When they came back to a restaurant, वो कहते भी हम उस 22 तारीख को आए थे, एक काला आदमी मिला था, उसने हमको एक गोरा खाना खिलाया था. So, a lot of the food just gets lost. And then the Bangladeshi arrived and he said, okay, उस गोरा भी ले आया, काला भी ले आया, उसने अपना खाना बनाया, and therefore our food became what we call became very transactional. All right. So it became commoditized. So the butter chicken became commoditized. Everything became commoditized. Then I think the other point was plating, right? That did the Western style of plating, was it ingenious and was it more attractive for the world to eat that food? I mean, or are we still very attracted to this platter to plate or donga to plate? I'm not very sure, but that's a discussion that both Vineet and then the third, the next and almost the last one is that the hegemony of the Punjabi garam masala. The Punjabi refugees imposed garam masala on the entire universe. MDH. They mass-produced garam masala in their factories and they put it on everybody's shelf. Today, the garam masala is everywhere. So I met the Turkish ambassador the other day, Farhad, haplessly. He said, I love India. I said, thank you, Excellency. He said, I have one simple question. Why does your food all taste the same? It's because of the garam masala. All right. Pungency, as Manjeet Gill will define, should we combine chili and with spices? Or should we define spices and chili separately? So is pungency by the power of 2, which means isn't all Indian food modern Indian food? Because after all, it is the Portuguese who introduced chili to India, right? And the potato and the tomato. So isn't all our food modern Indian food? Anyway, that's a debate which we'll do next year. Then I'll tell you what the other trick is, and this is where Vineet is the clever guy, okay? None of their food is replicable at home. Now, if Vineet comes on television, which of course he comes quite often, and I love Vineet a lot, is that when he comes and does a demo on the food, he speaks very eloquently. But let me tell you, I don't know anybody who can replicate his food on their table. You try and copy their food. Okay. However, on the other hand, Kunal, when he does his food shows on television, we all love the way he styles it. So simple, right? So modern Indian scientists have made it so complex that it's almost difficult to copy their food. Anyway, I've already spoken this too much. I have now decided that I shall become Liz Truss, and for that I have got a nice mask, and I will wear this mask and shut up. Okay. So, ladies and gentlemen, I am like this Liz Truss now. Okay. And you guys have to debate. So we come back to the question: impact of inventive modern cuisine on global landscape for Indian fare. For the motion, Vineet, for the motion?
Yes, all in for it.
Shall we ask Vineet to go before?
Yes, yes. Please.
Okay, because he's the tough one.
Yes.
Okay, Vineet, over to you.
Thank you. Gautam, you are absolutely fantastic. Love what you do. Love the way you are. Please never change. Am I clear? Am I loud enough?
Yes.
Yeah, perfect. I mean, I will actually vouch what Kunal said earlier, that I am for and against it at the same time, both. I'm more for it than against it. And the reason why I'm for it, because you got to realize that when I actually left India in '93 and moved to London to cook, what I saw being done in UK in those days was nothing what was being served back in India, in either Bombay or Delhi or in Chennai. It was something, a very different kind of a version of Indian khana, which I'd never seen. You had like 120 items on the menu, and none of them were really representing India at all. So when I started doing things which are very classic, like a proper chicken tikka or a shami kebab or a shikampuri kebab, guests literally should laugh at me and say, "This is not Indian khana, what you're doing." So I could not really even call a Rogan Josh or Rogan Josh, because the Rogan Josh way back in the early 90s in London was basically 1 inch of oil with some capsicum chunks, some tomato ke chunks, and some pyaz and patli gravy. And that is not really a Rogan Josh. And you got things like dhansa, which had no vegetables in them, for example. So when I still remember, I made the very first thing I ever did there was a gajar ka halwa, a very classic way of making gajar ka halwa, and I served it hot or garam to the guest. If I properly sent back to the kitchen and said, "Your chef does not know how to make gajar ka halwa, because the gajar ka halwa is supposed to be served ice cold in a shape of a cube," is because 99.9% of restaurants in those days in London were buying gajar ka halwa ready-made from a market, taking it from a dabba, putting it into a bowl and serving it to the guest without even warming it up. So, you are up against those kind of things. The second thing I remember making was, like you said, koi avad. So I made a lamb shank Rogan Josh, nalli. And the first comment came back from a guest saying, "We are not dogs. We don't eat food on the bone." So no, you are up against an audience who is so not used to eating things the way we eat back in India. So what do? Do I leave and go back, or do I stand up and fight against it? So I adopted a way of trying to put the food, but not calling it the authentic name. So my Rogan Josh became a slow cooked shank of lamb with North Indian spices, for example. Or the butter chicken became a chicken tikka simmered in a buttery tomato sauce with some kasturi methi or fenugreek leaves. So the tonation and the words on the menu were not classic as what you get back in India or what was being served. So there was no like for like comparison. Now, when you start putting food differently or trying to sound it a bit differently, what I was to also do is, at that stage in the early 90s, was try and make it a little more sundar. Try and give it some more respect. Who knew in those days that trying to make the food look more elegant, taking off all the oils and the fats around the plate and trying to make it look, dressing it up nicely, will then snowball into something so big, which is now probably termed as modern Indian khana or progressive Indian khana. But that was not the idea. The idea at that stage was purely to survive and make a living. And if you look at it now, I mean, that has become so big that it has actually showcased Indian food around the world to a global audience. So a lot of people around the world get to see Indian food in a very different avatar. And you also feed a lot of different kind of palates, global palates. A lot of people from around the world who are not used to actually having Indian food most of the times get to see Indian food in a different kind of a avatar. What we always say, if you eat that food with your eyes closed, is India on your palate. That swad should always remain. The authenticity of your flavors, the cooking techniques are all very authentic. It is the only thing which we change is we try and use as much of local proteins we can. The spices all literally come from India. So now going back to your topic about saying about spices and chili, piquancy is something else. Pungency is something else. Our food is about flavors. It's about swad. It's about our masalas. It's about our blends. And that is what makes our food more interesting than anybody else. And that is our strong point for Indian Khana. That we can never take away. So the use of spice, and there is not just one garam masala. In a kitchen, probably you'll have 12 or 14 different spice powders you add for different dishes, just to make sure that the flavors are quite clear and quite pronounced. What that does is for your audience who comes to eat, they get a variety of food, but does not taste the same. So yeah, it does become a bit complex in the kitchen because you're doing 10 times more work, but the end result is it is your guests to come to eat and what they enjoy.
That's it. I think what Vineet has articulated. Let me first give him credit again for having pioneered this entire crossover, right? So once again, ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause, Vineet Bhatia, who pioneered, was brave, and I know his story. Okay, so we've had a confessional. I'm not a Catholic, but we had a confessional at the Bukhara restaurant, Vineet, if you remember, off the record.
Yes, I do.
And as a good priest now, because I'm distrust, I will never reveal that information. But I do appreciate your candidness and your the background. So I think what he has done and they've done, and I think Rashma and Vineet are a team, what they've done globally, and now back to their roots in Oberoi, at the Oberoi at Mumbai, right? And of course in Dubai, and then in Zurich and wherever else they've gone. I think they've done India proud, and now with the Indian diaspora doing so well in the United Kingdom, I think the next big catering at 10 Downing Street is going to be Vineet. Is that what you're going to be doing soon, shortly, you think?
I am the culinary ambassador for UK government worldwide, so I do represent both the countries. I'm also part of Mr. Modi's Living Bridge thing, so I represent both, and they're both very close to my heart.
Proud of you, really proud of you. On that very happy note, Kunal, since you are sitting on the fence, all right, and you want to take credit for everything?
Yep.
Okay.
Absolutely. Yep. So there are a couple of things, which I would like to set straight, which if you disagree, we can say you disagree. For the longest time, Indian food in India and outside India had been not the kind of cuisine one was ready to pay a top dollar. Whether you are a Desi Indian eating Desi food, or whether you are a non-Desi or a Firangi eating Indian food, whether in India or outside India. For the longest time, Indian food in India has been, because we are going out with my family, mummy papa hain, let's take them to an Indian restaurant because unko kuch aur samajh nahi aayega. They will get their kind of food. There will be that classic music, unke filmi gaane, dad would love it, mom would love it, mere zore jabi chalega, and they will all be happy. So we've all grown and seen those kind of Indian restaurants, which have always been the second choice, and you're not ready to pay a premium for those restaurants. And it took a certain time and certain caliber of people to come together to change that. And if I can say, let's say Bukhara at a certain point broke that ceiling for classic Indian food and put Indian food in India on the map. Ke bhai, agar aapko good Indian or the best Indian you want to eat, Bukhara is the place, or Dampukta is the place, and likewise. Similarly, outside of India also, especially, let's say, chef, correct me if I'm wrong, that in UK for the longest time, post your parties and your booze parties at a bar, you would look for a curry house where you would get your fix of curry and rice or roti, and that would be cheap, inexpensive, because you're so drunk it doesn't matter what you're eating. It tastes nice and spicy, it is Indian, it doesn't matter whether it's Bangladeshi, Pakistani, Indian, it all comes under Indian. So where certain restaurants broke that ceiling. I remember I was still, I think, possibly training in same hotel that we're sitting in. And I heard there is some chef called Vineet Bhatia, which unko Michelin star mila hai, unko award mila hai. That was the first time I had heard of Chef Vineet Bhatia. I hadn't met you then, chef. And I was so inquisitive. Who is he? What is he doing? What are his menus? How does he do his food? And the first time I saw Indian food being plated, I was like flabbergasted. Mela, how can you do that? Sauce ऐसे डाल रही है? नहीं, वो तो bowl में होता है. नहीं, ये तो ऐसे करते हैं. ये ऐसे थोड़ी ना कर सकते हैं. But उन्होंने किया. So for a lot of chefs, a lot of people also, when I say not chefs, but people who go to the restaurants, they saw a different version of the food. Now, if you look on the hindsight, both work beautifully in today's time. But I think it took the modern Indian route for people to voice out their opinion कि ये अच्छा है बुरा है, कि ये कर सकते हैं नहीं कर सकते. अगर किसी शेफ ने गोवन करी बनाई दिल्ली के अंदर and some Goan will come and say, this is trash. No, this is not how Goan curry is made. Till the time somebody didn't try out a different way of doing Indian food, we never had any voice who would tell us whether it was right or wrong. The documentation of Indian food never happened. It happened in behind closed doors in certain locations or books or places or certain people where you would have to have access for that knowledge in order to get it. Now it's open. So a lot of technology, a lot of openness, a lot of modern Indian food derived that will and that interest in the common man to say that, hey, I have an opinion about it and I'd like to voice it. And that kind of came back and said, agar ye aise nahi hota, to kaise hota hai? Oh, there's a restaurant doing it, right? Here is the location, here's the pin, here's the tag. So both have gone hand in hand. And till the time, and if I can speak very plainly, we sometimes need the outside community or outsiders or the Farangis to come and congratulate us. Oh, brilliant. Garlic naan you do. Oh my God. Oh, the butter chicken. Oh, the XYZ. For us to appreciate. Of course, yeah, this is Indian. Yeah. Hamare yahan pe banta. So we have that kind of seeking that acceptance, which now I can proudly say the chefs boldly stand within India, outside of India, and do what their thought process or their concept or their heart says, ki, nahi, I want to do an XYZ plus XYZ, like a butter chicken, which is a different version of butter chicken. Let's say what chef has done, what Gagan has done, is just put Indian food onto a world map, which also makes people inquisitive. The world inquisitive, ke, if this is the modern version, what is the classic I'd like to try? So I think one is helping the other, and that's the continuous loop that kind of helps all of us to make better food, better hospitality, better service, better product. And that's why you see the scalability of restaurants, of food, or food chains, or the demand is on a constant rise in different forms. So what do you have to say? I mean, do I make sense?
I'm Liz Truss.
I think if I can just butt in here right now, I think Kunal is 100% right on that. I think what has happened is that there is space for everyone, and that is the most important part. I think all the chefs who are within India and also internationally, I think the common goal is to actually expose Indian cuisine at every level. It doesn't have to be always fine dining and 200 pounds a head. You can also get a very good meal for 500 rupees, 600 rupees if you want to. It is how you construct your meal. It opens up opportunities for everyone to then progress and to look at it. And sadly, it is somebody from outside who has to bring the stuff back to India to showcase it to you. I remember when I first opened up in Zia in Mumbai, almost 13 years back, everybody says, are you going to try and teach us how to cook? And I said, no. It is already there. And I still remember one more thing Mr. Oberoi said is, what will you do different here? And I said, Mr. Oberoi, if you want me to make butter chicken and maki dal, you better get somebody from Khyber in Kalagoda in Mumbai, because they do a fantastic job. But if you want someone to come and make a butter chicken ka ice cream and a chicken tikka made of maki dal, then I'm your guy. But the flavors are exactly as what you grow up eating within India. That should never change. I think what has also happened is regional cuisine has really come to forefront now, which I'm so happy about, because there's so much of food within India, in parts of India which have never been really showcased nicely. There is plenty of cuisine from the eastern part of India. You go to Calcutta, you go to Odia, you go down to the south, you got some amazing cuisine. It doesn't always have to be North Indian Punjabi khana. I mean, that has been the forte for most restaurants around the world. But there are a lot of people now, if you look at Shiriji sitting in California, or you have somebody else doing classic cuisines of various parts. You got a chef in New York has got a South Indian restaurant has got an award for now. That is fantastic. This is what you need. This is what has done. So being the first guy to have got the star way back in 2001, which actually you break the glass ceiling for everyone to then rise forward. And that, I think, has been the biggest exposure, I would say, for Desi Khana. And I still say Indian food is a sleeping giant. It is awakening still. There is a lot of work to be done. There's a lot of work to be showcased, and it is on the right path. And there is plenty of options at all price levels.
I agree. Yeah, so, okay, so I have now resigned as Liz Truss. So what are my views on this? So for most of my life, I've been told that, look, we need to follow tradition, okay? So when I met Vineet for the first time, and we had a dialogue, and actually I was very anxious to bring him on board to try and create a, between you and me, it took me about 25 years to get sushi into ITC hotels. I can speak now, I'm a shareholder, not an employee. Vineet, it took me 25 years to introduce sushi, because each time I said sushi, I'd get a slap on my face, all right? And then it took me another 10 years to open a Japanese restaurant. Okay, so we were taught that, look, tradition is important, and for a very good reason. Because, we had our job essentially was to formate a tradition, since, as Kunal rightly said, none of this was culinarily written, right? We love the oral tradition, right? And remember that if you look at the hegemony of the Indian master chef, and I have been a victim of that, Manjeet is there and Manisha is there, our master chefs had puriyas, okay? Now, whether the puriya had any meaning or they were meaningless, I don't know. But, Farad, they would quietly go and put a puriya and let it be known to the whole world and their auntie that they were putting a puriya, all right? And everybody, wah, kya khana hai? Except that what happened was, and Vineet, this is interesting, because we've had this conversation before, that the genesis of what we call traditional Indian food had its basis on the first corporate chef of ITC hotels, which you may not know was a French chef, Roger Moncu. Roger Moncu enunciated, he came from the Ashoka. Okay. And yeah, good for him. Yes, good for him. Well, not so good for the Ashoka. But in those days when we were getting chefs from everywhere, and I think Manjeet had joined then or just after that. I was a management trainee at that time, prancing all over the place, and they used to make me dish out food for the cooks. But I realized at that time that what Roger Monco was doing was he was illustrating the fundamentals of French cuisine, and people were watching. They were trying to understand what a roux is, they were understanding what a jus is, and he taught them how to strain food, right? Now, young chefs at that time, Manjeet included, were looking at him and emulating him. So a lot of the genesis of, so there was typically let's say Mayur Rogan Josh, the first Rogan Josh that made its appearance at the ITC Maurya, and I was a precocious young manager those days, was a strained gravy. They weren't spending 1 hour in bonoing the pyaz. वो तो टाइम नहीं लगाता था, वो तो ब्लांच करके अपना खाना वाना बना के स्ट्रेन करके लगा देता था। और यहाँ पर जो दुनिया भर के लगे थे वो अपने भुनते रहते थे। हमको कहा गया भी भुनते रहो जी, वो भी भुनते वो थक गए, टूट गए सब। एंड द प्रॉब्लम वाज मैनेजमेंट ट्रेनिंग्स वो टोल्ड कि तुसी करना है पुन्ना सा, तो ऐसे भी भुनते रहे मर गए ऐसे थे, we won't seriously. And and then Roger Monco taught them the other way. So things were changing. And But that knowledge was kept very secretive. Then one day, many years later, I moved out of Moria to corporate office, and we were doing R&D at that time, and I and Manisha were having a chat, and I think it was Ranveer who spoke, who I miss visiting Delhi. So one of his sessions, and I have a blog where I was researched, and somebody told me about Lazzatul Tam. Lazzatul. It means with the art of taste, or whatever it means. And then on Amazon, I found it, all right? And I bought 2 or 3 packets and I gave it to Manisha. Is Manisha there somewhere? Manisha Bhasin, hello, good to see you again. So I said, तू ऐसा कर, ये पैकेट रख ले और उसकी पुड़िया जो है उसको बोल पुड़िया डाल दे और ये भी डाल देखते हैं blind tasting में क्या होगा. So we used that Lazzatul, and Sadaf, the other gentleman, I won't give him his name because uski value niche ho jayegi. We don't want the market value to go down. And we found that the taste ours was better. No. The one that we got on Amazon, the damn taste was better. Yeah. You know, so that's the day I said, yeah, enough is enough. With all this hegemony has to change. That's the way we changed our turf, right? And I told Manjeet, and I told Manisha that all the sous chefs will now become interns in all these great kitchens. Not the karigars. We used to get karigars. And remember that जो master chef होते हैं, Vineet, this is interesting. वो कड़छी जो है अपने बेटे को ही देते हैं. समझ गए? बेटे को दे देंगे, नवासे को दे देंगे, nephew को दे देंगे. Farhad, you come from a very, very famous and traditional family. You know what I'm talking about, And so therefore, it's like Hakim and Ved. They would teach वो पुड़ियाँ जो हैं वो. तो हमने क्या किया? We took this brand of educated, smart young chefs, and we said, you guys, you get into it and don't get very scared. Let's break this monopoly. And look at and history. I'm telling you, and today what you have today, and thanks to Manjeet and Manisha, these brands are made for breaking. The Bukhara stands tall. I mean, it's like one of the turnover of a luxury hotel in India, all right? And okay, now I'm not saying that it's the greatest restaurant. We've also stopped there. Not that we've. Manisha, हम भी तो रुक गए ना. हमने भी तो कोई और brand ही बनाए. So that's not the point. But when we did, we took inspiration from Vineet. And we did a modern restaurant in Chennai. I can never pronounce the name. What is it, Manisha? It's
Avartana.
That is correct. People consider it as one of the greatest chefs, greatest restaurants in the world. And our inspiration was Vineet. And when I have to share, if I could, and I could bring a guest chef apart from Vineet, I would bring Kunal, because Kunal has democratized Indian food to the whole universe. His simple, lucid lessons, democracy at work. हम छुपाते हैं, ये दिखाता है. हम दबा के रखते हैं, ये लोगों को सिखाता है. This is democracy at work. Okay, now it's taken us a little while, and we were under a lot of strictures, by the way. If I ever gave a recipe out in ITC hotels, I would have been rapped on my knuckles. Manisha, what I mean. So as luck would have it, our boss Habib Rahman, who we love greatly, he went and published a book. By the way, he was also rapped on his knuckles for that. It was called 101 Kebabs. All right. And I was sent to Germany to launch it. Okay. Manjeet was there with me. And we were so scared, because our chairman had told us कि भाई ये तो जाओ अपना काम करके आओ, launch मत करना, announce करके आओ, आपको 20 कॉपी है, 20 कॉपी वापस ले आना. मेरे से गलती से 5 कॉपी गुम गई, पता नहीं कहाँ रह गई, मुझे तो समझ नहीं आई कहाँ गई. लेकिन मैं वो कॉपी ले आया. लेकिन थोड़ी देर के बाद मैंने कहा भी बेंचमार्क तो हो गया. तो जिस दिन हमको किसी ने कहा भी किसी का फोन, भाई कितने लोग फोन करते हैं, ये भी एक रेसिपी तो दे दो आप. वीर सांघवी मगर पड़ा रहता है या सिकंदरी रान की रेसिपी दे दो. हम कितना झूठ बोले बताओ. तो फॉर्चुनेटली वो रहमान साहब की किताब में सारी 101 रेसिपीज हैं, हम उसमें से चूज करके दे देते थे। कोई हमको मगर कहता था कहाँ से दिए तूने, मैं किताब तो आपने छापी है भाई।
गुड वन।
सो वी स्टिल हैवंट, अभी भी हम नकाब में हैं, बेनकाब नहीं हुए। विनीत और कुणाल बेनकाब हैं, इन्होंने अपना निकाब निकाल दिया, ये सिखाते हैं।
In fact, if I can say something, I think the only way you can grow is by sharing. And I left India when I was 20. When I left India, I was 24 years old. I didn't have enough knowledge in my mind, although I had done a short stint for 6-7 years and worked my butts off. So whatever I had gained and learned was purely by asking questions, and there was pre-Google days, and learned it on the job. So when I actually went in there, I used to do things which I found correct within myself because my foundation was so strong. So if you ask me, is my food authentic and classic? I would say in terms of flavor and spice, yes. But it is not what you probably get everywhere, or it's not very common. So thinking process was quite different because they were youngest generation at that stage. If you look at it now, the new generation is coming up, they have got so much of access on the internet that literally it's at the fingertips. Knowledge is there instantly. It is how you utilize it. Sadly, the celebrity status is such that everybody wants to become a super chef in literally a matter of 2 years' time, wants to become an exec chef. It doesn't happen. It takes a long grind to get your basics right, and then to understand and then have your own style. So right up to the age of 27, 28, you are like a sponge. You are literally absorbing information. You're soaking in knowledge. And that knowledge becomes part of you, and that is what you take forward from here. And that makes it very much yours.
Well said. I mean, that's a big hand for Vineet Bhatia. Yes, right. And so again, I'm saying, I think, so sorry, I spoke a little more like Liz Truss, and that's why I'm going to get sacked. But I think what Vineet and Kunal have done is they democratized in their own way the knowledge sharing. Okay. Manjeet, I know, is doing it at his new knowledge center we set up in Gurgaon. Manjeet, congratulations once again. I think, let's give a big hand to Manjeet Gill for having, So, but as I said, we still have paradigms. We still, I don't know, at least I think many of the structured chains still are not willing to share. Okay, they're still willing to, they're still hesitant. They think it's, because I think what's happened today is that, it's too late not to share, because it's really about the ability, right? Kunal, am I right? Okay, so I'm going to put you on the mat now, Vineet. Now I've been nice to you, okay? But now, because I love your specs, by the way, your nice goggles, they keep changing and they're becoming sexier each year. I'm going to put you on the map. Okay. What is, now you can't be parochial and you can't name your own restaurants. Okay. I love Zia, so that matter is over. What is your most favorite restaurant in India?
Oh, my favorite restaurant in India. Oh, I would still say I'm very biased towards Khyber in Bombay. It is something which I've enjoyed as a kid. Okay. I really like Khyber. And so I'm a street food guy. I also love street food. Street food right from Delhi, from Kamla Nagar market, right up to the Jujo party. I love street food.
Okay, so we've got Vineet. He's sort of unscathed. He's clever. He's gone to Khyber and he's gone to the streets. Okay, fine. Which is the restaurant that
can I also say I've also enjoyed a very good meal in one of your Sheratons in Chola, the new Avaranta. That was very nice. The modern South Indian. I really like that.
I think for that you get a brownie pound. Give him a big hand for that. And if if you're an ITC shareholder, it's going up every. The price is going up. So please buy ITC shares. Anyway, good. So okay, now which is the restaurant that you hate?
No, you don't hate restaurants. I think it is all about. It is not right to point fingers and say they're good or not good.
Okay,
I think it's because everybody makes his own effort.
I'll be kinder. I'll be like Boris Johnson. Okay, which is the restaurant that you don't like so much?
I don't like gimmicky restaurants.
Sorry?
I don't like too much drama. I don't like gimmicky restaurants. I don't like too much of a drama. Yeah.
You don't like eating in restaurants? Huh?
I don't like restaurants which have got gimmick.
Gimmick.
Too much theater.
You don't hate gimmicky restaurant. And I agree with you. The last restaurant I went to, I won't mention the name, but I had the displeasure of going to one of these modern Indian restaurants, and the chef kept speaking. I said, why doesn't he shut up? I'm paying the money. I'm stuck there for 3.5 hours, seriously. And all he does is that he keeps going wang, wang, wang. Anyway, all right. Okay, thanks, Vineet, for your candidness. Okay, Mr. young Kunal Kapoor, what is your favorite restaurant?
I think Karavali in Bangalore is one restaurant that every time I go to Bangalore, I eat. They never disappoint. It's always fresh food. Also, I think because I worked there in Karavali in my training time, and they had this beautiful system of subha coconut aayega, ye curry banegi, ye banega, and towards the evening, because the restaurant is always packed, it is always sold off. Nothing goes to the deep freezer. There was no deep freezer in the kitchen. So I still respect the way that kitchen is run. The menu hasn't changed much, just tweaks here and there, and the food is fantastic every time. Fresh seafood, fresh meats, freshly made.
Well done. I've spent a lifetime trying to desecrate that Karavali. And I've been in many juries, and I've always wanted to see Dakshin, but for some reason, the damn Karavali keeps popping his head up. All right. And then, of course, obliquely, Kunal mentions he's also worked there, so he's also actually giving himself credit for it. Anyway, well done. Give it up. Okay. Apart from that, which is the restaurant that you don't like so much? Well, you don't hate, but you don't like so much.
Actually, if I go once, if I don't like, I never go there again. So, I mean, there is nothing that I have a vengeance or something that I wouldn't like. Like Chef mentioned, overly gimmicky, yes. But I think I enjoy restaurants which do things thoda hatke. I enjoy that. But sometimes, wo hatke mein na, when your basic principles of your food go out of the window, that's when that puts me off. Whether it's your cut of meat, or whether the way a certain thing is served, कि अगर फलानी चीज को अगर किसी bowl में sauce में होता है, is for a reason. If you're taking it out, make sure it's hot. If it's coming ice cold, it's no point eating it. So I think I don't like that. One of the other things which I've started seeing is that because there is so much of modernization with food, and YouTube has opened a new level of answering every query that exists in your mind. And as a chef, if you want to have a query, how do I make my meat tender? And you go online, they'll give you hundreds of ways to do it. And a lot of them are artificially flavored and enhanced and tenderized. So plainly speaking, let's say whether it's kacha papita or kachiri, has a certain function, takes a certain expertise and time to mature or tenderize the meat. Whereas there are artificial tenderizers, you put it within 2 minutes or 10 minutes, it is done, and it'll enhance your flavor and it'll do XYZ. So they already give you that base level of flavor into your food. Then me as a chef thinks, what is the purpose of having a chef spending so many hours behind the gas range and trying to hone a skill if one pudiya that you buy from the standard store and put it will do the magic. So that part or wo na pakad mein nahi aata for most people. But as a chef, you know that it is giving you extra kick, and as a back note, there's extra saliva moving in your mouth. Oh God, there is some kind of a flavor enhancer into even your butter chicken for that matter. Even your butter, the flavored butter that they do, it tastes good, but it's not real. It's still too unreal or farce for me to appreciate it, even though the taste is good.
Okay, so on that very
I think what happens is, if I can say something, what happens is a lot of things are done by chefs sometimes who are not really astute enough or who don't have enough strong foundations. And they try and do things off the net and try and pick things up without really understanding the sequencing or the technicality behind the dish and behind the flavors and the spices. So it's basically unbaked knowledge. And that messes things up, sadly. So you're trying to do modern kind of a cuisine, but not realizing that the thought process is quite different of what it is supposed to be. And without the strong foundation, you fall flat.
I agree.
Yeah,
I think I used to have a lot of discussion on all this food that is embellished. All the food that is embellished is rubbish food. Because then you can't make up your mind because you put so many garnishes. Anyway,
one of the examples was the activated charcoal powder. Yeah. The trend took on that everything was black, so everybody put black. So I was like, okay, that is great. How much do I put? So the other day, like long back, we were trying. let's do a black appam because it just looks nice because it's black. It doesn't enhance it. So I was like, okay, 1 spoon, 2 spoon, 3, like, damn it, 5 spoons in a portion. Like, what does it have? Will it be good for the customer? It looks great because it's black for some reason, but how much quantity should I add? What is permissible? What effects do I have? As a chef, I'm not a doctor. I don't know. Well, I refuse to then serve it. But then who is watching anybody who's using anything into your food? So fresh food is used extensively, but it is very difficult to give food fresh. Like the menus would say wild mushrooms and fresh fish and fresh this, fresh that. Waiters se pucho, yeah, sir, fresh, abhi banaya. Nahi, Baba, they don't understand fresh means, is it frozen? Did it come fresh and chilled and cooked and served? So I think though basic concepts jo hote na, of keeping food honest is gone out of the window in most places or some places, if I can say.
I couldn't agree with you more, except that Bhuvnesh has just told me that Liz Truss has lost the vote and her time is over. So I will just conclude this brilliant session with a small couplet that I wrote for both of you. Okay. And if you enjoy it, and if you don't like it, just keep your mouth shut. Don't. हाले दिल सुनाने के काबिल ये किस्सा है दावत और मेहमान नवाजी के काबिल बरसों से मुकम्मिल वो ख़ौन इसके जो आज भी खिलाने और खिलवाने के काबिल क्या गजब है क्या अदब है खूबसूरत ये सफ़र है हाले दिल विनीत कुणाल के खाने को सुनाने के काबिल. On that very happy note, please give both these gentlemen and the Rashima behind Vineet somewhere. Hi, Rashima. All right, a very big hand. Thank you.
Thank you.
Bhuvnesh, I have resigned. With hi, Vineet.
आपके साथ फोटो खिंचवा रहा हूँ विनीत, फोटो खिंचवा रहा हूँ.
Please.
Also, may I request Rahul Jain, the co-founder of BNU, to please join us on stage and present a token of love and appreciation to Mr. Anand, Chef Kunal, and of course, Chef Vineet. It will reach you soon.
Thank you.
So are you finally calling me by my name, right?
Yes, sir.
Chef, please don't go.
Thank you, Chef Kunal.
Thank you.
That's Rahul Jain, the co-founder of Beanly Coffee.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Everybody once for them, please, for our lovely chef and Diwan Gautam Anand ji. सर कुछ तो मुझे मैंने शेफ नहीं सर शेफ अलग किया है आनंद जी yeah no just don't pressure now with the name I've forgotten the next session altogether but चलता है thank you so much thank you सर आपका तो अगला भी है okay for the next one we'll keep food there in the limelight. Our next session's on F&B, on whatever happened to incredible Indian cuisine as an international crossover. And please join me in welcoming our panelist for the same, Chef Manish Abasin, Corporate Chef, ITC Limited, Hotels Division, Chef Parvinder Bali, Corporate Chef, Learning and Development, the Oberoi Center of Learning, Chef Rakesh Sethi, Corporate Executive Chef, Operations of South Asia, Radisson Hotel Group, and Chef Arun Sundararaj, Director of Culinary Operations at Taj Mahal, New Delhi. And the session once again will be moderated by Diwan Gautam Anand. You would want?
आइए भाई आइए come please come. आपके तो चर्चे चर्चे हो रहे हैं आजकल यार डॉक्टर बाली डॉक्टर बाली and of course Rakesh Sethi and Arun Sundaram. Do we have enough chairs? Yes. Please sit down. Please. I say one simple thing. Yes. Okay, so I don't need to make the introduction unless you want to. This is Manisha Bhasin, by road admission, the greatest lady chef in the world. Okay, broken all the glass ceilings and so on and so forth. So Manisha Bhasin, by road admission, one of the greatest chefs of either gender in the world, broken all the glass ceilings and all that and so on and so forth. Rakesh Sethi, who has 200 kitchens to run. How many have you got? At this moment,
Yes, sir. Good evening, everybody. Yeah, so we have 110 operating hotels at this moment.
You're a big hand, man. I mean, that's Acha, up. Then of course we have Parminder, who's received the doctorate recently. To see introduce.
Okay, I'm Dr. Chef Parvinder Bali, and I'm the Corporate Chef Learning and Development for Oberoi Hotels and Resorts. I handle OCLV.
Arun Sundaraj, who's done a fantastic. By the way, I went to the house of Ming the other day, and Manisha will kill me for saying so, but I can see the founder of House of Ming right here. Please welcome him, Shashank Varthi. Wonderful to see you, Varthi Saab. So I went to the House of Ming, and let me tell you, it was fantastic. And what is even more fantastic is I paid the bill.
So I got to make money at the end of the day. So as of now, you're anyway going to help me. So I just sort of, made sure that, okay, this is in advance.
No, I'm just kidding. I'm just saying that it's a great restaurant. I love the way they've recommissioned it. It's got style. It's the service is impeccable. The food is well, it's great food. Okay, and more than that, I think the place was packed. There was cacophony of sound. There were women screaming, men screaming. Everybody was screaming. And that's what you wanted, right? Because you wanted the acoustics to be like Delhi, cacophony, right? It's a good thing, not a bad thing.
It needs to be a restaurant and needs to have that sort of a vibe. So I think so. We just got it right. So it's right.
No, please don't. I'm not being sarcastic. I am no longer Liz Truss. I'm just Gautam Anand. So, but I like the deliberate attempt at creating cacophony in a restaurant. So you could scream at each other across the table. There was a group of beautiful women. I sent them a glowing kiss, and they blew back. I mean, any other restaurant would have got noticed there. It's just, and then you have a very good bakery chef, a young man. He gave a fantastic. It was fantastic. Sorry, I'm digressing. Manisha, you will forgive me for saying such nice things about the House of Ming. All right. And so what is our subject? Our subject is that, okay, so about 3 or 4 years ago, for some inexplicable reason, for having done nothing in my life except nothing, I was invited by the BAS Culinary challenge, and they said, Mr. Anand, can you be our guest at this year's BAS Culinary challenge? So I said, it's very interesting, but what do you want me to speak about? He said, because the next big thing in the world is going to be Indian cuisine. Next big thing. Now, according to Manjeet Gill and Manisha, the next big thing had already happened. They already assumed that we were the big, But the world said that, the prophecy was that either India or Peru would be the next big thing. Now, for some reason, that year, Mr. Varthi, when we came back, But the next big thing became Peru, right? So the other day, last couple of months ago, I was spending time with my family in San Francisco, and all the best restaurants on the strip next to the Marriott Marquis were Peruvian restaurants, all right? And tucked away in a small corner, I think it was on Castro, there was an Indian restaurant by an inventive Indian chef called Tyagi's Head. And whatever happened to the next big thing? And next year, the Bas people didn't even invite me. So the subject that we have in hand today is that there seems to be an understanding, and I may be wrong, and obviously I'm always wrong, because is India one of the great cuisines of the world, right? Or are we still stuck with the paradigm of French, Italian, Japanese, Thai, and now Peruvian cuisine? Is there something that I forgot? Any other cuisine that's big? Peruvian is very big, right? Okay. So whatever happened to incredible Indian cuisine as an international crossover, right? So there are some points to ponder. The one point to ponder is that Pliny the Elder in the ancient encyclopedia is whining, winging, and crying. And he's saying that in the Roman Empire, he's saying that India takes 10 tons of gold in exchange of 10 tons of pepper, because the Roman emperors only eat Indian cuisine with pepper, the love of pepper. So the argument here is that if we were sending pepper and spices to the Holy Roman Empire, and I suspect the Pope was also having it, then weren't we the first wasn't it the world's first crossover? Right? We weren't eating Roman cuisine then. Were you having, were you having dormice? Have you ever had grilled dormice? You never had grilled dormice, right? But that's what they're having, grilled dormice with pepper. All right. So according to Pliny, and the chef was Apicius. He wrote a cookbook by his own name, all right? Like to see Dr. Bangay, Obi Dr. Bangay, see. Pliny, you must have heard of Apicius. And he wrote a cookbook with 500 recipes, out of which 500 recipes, 358 Indian spices. Can you imagine? Now, if you go to Kerala and you go to somebody's wedding in Kerala, and the girl, you can't see her face, there's only gold. Guess where the gold came from? Can anybody guess? Dr. Saab? The gold came from where? From Rome. Because that's how it is. That's so much of gold, right? Okay. Then, is it because of the Indian diaspora? Is it the Indian diaspora which is sort of depreciating the quality of what is being presented in the US or America or Europe or Japan? I'm not sure. Is it, so did we actually measure up, right? So this is so we'll follow the Oxonian trait, and should we ask Arun to start first? Or Manisha, would you like to start first? Or would you like to fight this out? Why don't you fight it out?
You already give him an edge with House of Ming, so why don't you start?
Okay. Because now that she's been liberated and she's the best chef in the world, I think, yeah. Arun, so
Gender equality, Mr.
So what are we talking about? There is no abstraction. Our abstraction is I'm very confused. Has India made the cut amongst the great cuisines of the world? All right. And if yes, then how? If yes, how have you contributed? I know that you have a fabulous restaurant in San Francisco where I've been, I've eaten, and I paid through my nose, all right, for which you are forgiven. So points to ponder. Yeah.
All right. So when you actually speak about history, and you already said, there's been an exchange of spice with Rome, and they paid in gold for the amount of pepper that we took. So when you look at Indian food and the way it is actually moved across the globe, we could always say that, the Indian art form or the entire cuisine as we know it is not something that you can easily replicate until unless you don't know the fine art of making Indian food. And in the previous session, you had the chefs actually speak about why it is actually difficult, because quite often they don't have the ingredients, or they don't have the know-how, or they don't have, the correct word with the tenacity to travel the entire distance of actually, like you said, you would have to cook bunao for a few hours, and you don't really have that sort of manpower over there to be able to recreate the same great things that we do here back in India. Coming back to food traveling across, the way the cuisine travels, a lot of it depends on the ingredient, the cooking style, the culture, and what is it that we actually want to take across. India as a whole, I think so, has got multiple cuisines in various parts of India. Okay. So when you look at our food and you look at South of India, North of India, the East, Gujarat, Rajasthan, Calcutta, Bengal, you go into Hyderabad, Lucknow, I don't think there would be so many cuisines coming out of any foreign country so easily. There are. I will not debate right now, that, oh, we've got more. But yes, we do have a lot of things to offer. Okay, that's one. Number two for us is, I think so, when we start specializing in one. So for example, if you take the ITC, they've got multiple brands which they are currently using. And we at the Taj have also got our own brands which we take across. So when we travel and we are actually moving across, say, today we are opening hotels internationally. So what we are currently doing is we take, for example, a brand which is already here. So for example, we have got Vark, which is currently in Dubai. We've got, the Bombay Brasserie, which started in London, but now it has moved across to our multiple hotels. So when you look at our brands that are traveling, we are traveling with a total playbook which has got its own recipes, and we are able to replicate these with the knowledge that we have. Similarly, in this very hotel, we have just launched a new Indian restaurant, Loya.
What is it called actually?
It's called Loya.
What does it mean?
So it means a meeting place, and I think so Chef Vadwa should be here somewhere in the audience. Please do come and dine and give us feedback on the same. But the food of this restaurant is primarily from the hills. It's got elements from India. You won't find a typical dal makhni, but you'll find some amount of homely food in there. And
it's not the Afghani word Loya Jigra, is it?
Yes.
It
So
is.
sorry.
It is Loya Jigra. No, this is Loya is a Sanskrit word.
It's from, I won't be able to tell you whether it's Sanskrit, but at the end of the day, when we looked at the way it comes out, it's primarily a meeting space, or it's...
That's an Afghani word. It's
Correct.
I think a Pashto word.
Correct.
It comes from the word Loya Jigra, which means an assembly of... Sorry? Sorry? To see we mic use kar lo na. Loya Jigra. Jirga. Okay. Well, there you are. So I'm not so bad.
So there is a brand that we've opened now, and we intend to take it across. So when you look at the way we are structuring our food and the way things are, I think so as a cuisine, it is still maturing, but at the same time, it has got so much history that when we start opening it up, bit by bit, the world is still like, oh, is this really how you make a biryani? Is it so complex? But at the same time, when we guys do it, it's very easy. I mean, like you mentioned the way the chef was actually straining out food, or he was straining out his sauces, and everyone was like, wow, this is how you actually make food. But when you look at our cuisine and you see the complexities of everything, when we start taking it across, it is difficult, but at the same time, it's amazing. And I think so, we as custodians of this cuisine, when we take it across, it is amazing, because when I travel internationally and I tell somebody, oh, this is not actually a chicken tikka masala, what you're actually eating, there is no dish like this which we know of. They say, really? But this is what I've been eating in for the past so long. And once you start introducing them, for example, we've got Sriram and in London, and he's been using Culon for so many years. And the way he tells me, Arun, I make food which is just the way it needs to be. And he's right. And he's got people who actually come in there and they love their food. So every time we put in a new brand or, we put in that effort, I think it's just going to be right there. And that's my piece on this one.
That's clever that, when you invent your food and you take it to the market and the person shows ignorance, but this is not my food. He says, where have you been living, man? This is our tradition. How do you think we managed to deal with our brands and ITC hotels? We've been telling you for years, but this is our tradition.
Yeah, it is.
Who will go to this hapless Mughal emperor sitting there like a relic in Lal Killa, getting bombarded by the British and asking if it's hey, khaya si? You know what I mean? So you're right. The mythology and storytelling is an act of contemporary history. All right. And I like this story. When you tell stories and you create food and attribute it to the past, it's a good thing because there is no verification. All right. And creativity does not require verification. True. Okay, Dr. Saab. Dr. Saab, of course, has been in the social media over the last 1 month. The whole world is saying, Dr. Saab, मैंने तो इतना डर भी लग गया थोड़ा जा मैं क्या भी हूँ मैं वेदांता नहीं जाना हूँ डॉक्टर साहब को नहीं चले जाना ठीक है. But anyway, congratulations, Bali Saab. You've done a fantastic job. You've been teaching young people, and so I think your munificence and your patience and let's give them credit for having done a fabulous job with the transformation of the overall hotel.
Thank you.
I think they were hesitant about Indian food. They were hesitant about Indianness, but I think they've embraced humanity and kindness. And I'm a resident partly of Simla, and I have seen the transformation of your hotel where I live, close by in the Cecil.
Yes.
And I must tell you, the quality of the Cecil Oberoi, where I eat very frequently, and they don't give me a discount, is absolutely first class. So congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you, Doctor.
I hope I get a discount.
Thank you for your kind words. I'll go back very long into the history to when India was called Aryavrat, and we are a 5,000-year-old civilization. So as a chef, मुझे आज कोई पूछता है ना, I'm always confused about Indian food. I really don't know what is Indian food, because what we know of today as an Indian food, and if I talk about the dal makhni and the chicken butter masala, is only a 50, 60-year-old recipes. But what were those recipes 5,000 years ago when Aryans came into our country and they settled in the northern part of the belt, because वो उसी जगह से हिंदुस्तान में आ सकते थे, because rest of the part was covered with sea and the other part is covered with the Himalayas. So all the things that came into our country were all alien to us. The cauliflower, the brinjals, the courgettes, even the spices like saffron, cardamom, they all came from Persia, Iran, and all these places. So yes, somewhere we lost that real sense of Indian cuisine, which was more medicinal, which was more Ayurvedic. And we were by far the most advanced generations of that time, with Charak Samhita being written, and the Ayurveda being written and all that. But slowly when the Mughals came in and, our chefs got into that greed of cooking for the kings, because kings loved wine, woman, and food. And the chefs there could create that magical food by, putting ingredients inside like saffron, cream, ghee, and creating something for the drunk king to get so happy कि वो अपना हीरे का हार निकाल के chef को दे देता था. And that chef came to be known as Maharaj, because in the laborer clan, he was the real king. And he became so greedy that he did not pass on his skills to the next of the generation, because he was the blue-eyed boy of the king. So that is, and also they were not educated. So the written scripts of our cuisine, we really lost it. Jo bhi aaj written scripts say were mostly from the Maharanis of the house who were interested to cook, and once in a while they would go into the kitchen. Or, the kings would write about it. And also whatever was written in those languages, we don't even know. If we find the recipe today and we actually look at the ingredients, we won't be able to tell what does this ingredient really mean. So to tell you honestly, we have kind of botched up, our complete food that we call as Indian food. But हम जो भी धरोहर संजो के रख रहे हैं, it is probably last 200, 300 years and 400 years maximum. Because beyond that, we really don't know what was there, what have we lost, what have we gained. I'll talk about a country like Canada. In 1970s, because one of my relatives also, I heard the stories that when they landed up in Canada, the government offered them citizenship there and then. They were not even allowed to come back to the country. So as a result, today people are immigrating and all that, but Canada was so scarce with population that they wouldn't let them go back. They were stamped on their passports, immigrated, and they stayed there. Now, we are talking about this maybe 60, 70 years ago. And 70 years ago, there were not that kind of ingredients that we would eat in the Indian subcontinent. So वहाँ जाके coriander नहीं मिलती थी. There was parsley. Now, whatever use of parsley that you would do, and it's not a replacement for coriander. आज कितनी countries में कड़ी पत्ता नहीं मिलता. You do get the dry version, but still there is fresh curry leaves, which is not available in most of the part of the world. So I think, yes, when that generation went over, they really created that food, which was, and which they wanted to eat, but of course they could not create because there was a lack of ingredients. But when they started getting into the businesses, I think that is where the Indian food lost its, the real soul, I would say, because, getting into the business venture, it's about making money. Cooking at home is about passion, is about your nutrition, is about ghar ka khana, it's about your enjoyment. But when it came to business, people started cooking for the masses who would like that food. So naturally, we started toning down the spices. We started toning down the chilies. And I always wonder that, when you go to a Chinese restaurant, you always have a spicy dish, but there are 3 chilies mentioned on it. But hum kyun ek foreigner ko dekh ke immediately, we say, "Arey, masala kam dalna," because wo foreigner hai.
So what are you saying? You're saying that the master cuisine of Indian homes has not been able to make the transition into commercial establishment.
Yes, because I think somewhere we are scared of our own Indian food.
Again, so what has happened is it's like, I agree with you. I completely agree with you. We are a little tight, so I'll come back to you.
Sure.
Rakesh, who I've known for a very long time, is also an eloquent poet, all right? And apart from the fact that he now heads 500 hotels,
Yeah, at this moment 110 operating hotels, but yes, 500 will be very soon.
Bol na.
500 will be very soon,
So
but
let's
at this
give
moment
her-
110.
This is a huge, it's a great task. I mean, Manisha is running about 30, 40 and she gets stressed out. I think we have to give her, some sort of medication. And Rakesh, what is the trick of handling, 150, 160 hotels and with your gift and talent? And we find that all the hotels everywhere seem to give fantastic, consistent cuisine, right? But our subject, as
We will remain on the subject. So yeah, we will come to that point also. I feel that Indian cuisine is very old. It's very strong. It's a amalgamation of culture, tradition, and influences, which our ethnic communities have given to us. Now, what recipes we have been seeing from our mother or our grandmother, they were passed on from mother to daughter, and in professional environment, it was passed on from guru to chelas. So there was no recipes which were written down anywhere. But when the tradition of cooking stops at home or is gradually extinct, people are not cooking at home. Those passing on of recipes, the tradition of cooking at home, now is gradually taking away. That is why today we talk about restoring or reviving the cuisine, because we know we have lost it somewhere. So once we see, like we mentioned, Peruvian cuisine, once we see these countries going ahead of us, though we aspire to be where they are today, but what we are doing and what they are doing is almost very similar. There are a few differences here and there, which I think we are going to catch up. It is just a matter of time that we shall be there where what they have achieved already. There are few things that we also need to do correctly. So we have made a mark. We are now there in the global map. But however, the small things that we need to tweak and do correct, these little baby steps I think we'll be the leaders very soon.
You're saying that there is a future, right? So I'm going to put you on the map. Okay. So the prognosis was that many years ago we said that India and Peru. So what's the next big thing?
India, of course.
India is the next big thing. Wonderful. On that very happy note, we come to Manisha. Would you like to introduce yourself once again?
I think Mr. Anand has already done my introduction. My take on how Indian food has got translated overseas is very different. Like earlier mentioned, creativity does not need licensing. And I remember Bali also saying just now that 300, 400 years ago, before that, we don't have any cataloged Indian recipes. So having said that, way back, I roll back to 2004 or 5, when we came up with the healthy cuisine. We tried to research and we really actually didn't find much there. But then, of course, there were home recipes which we interpreted on our plates. And we created food which I was told to think Western and cook Indian by Mr. Anand himself. And that kind of opened my mindset. So I think it's important for us to keep the authenticity of the ingredient alive, authenticity of the preparation there. Like earlier session, Vineet also mentioned the same thing. At the same time, keep the innovativeness. What is happening overseas is very interesting now. I have seen the change happening in last 5 years. Earlier, one would go out and one would see, typically at the cost of repeating my others, a chicken tikka masala or butter chicken or naan. But today you see a lot of interesting regional cuisine coming forward, whether it is the South Indian, whether it is Maharashtrian, whether it is East Indian cuisine or food from the Far East. So it's interesting to see how the food is unfolding overseas also. We must give credit to the chefs, Indian chefs who are carrying this flag overseas. They are creating awareness. Today, if you ask a foreigner of any nationality, he knows that Indian food exists beyond this North Indian butter chicken and stuff like that. He has much more awareness of our other food as well. But the interesting thing is, if I look at Italy as a country on a whole, there is very subtle differences across the region. Whereas when you look at India, they're so distinct from each other when I go to South or the East or any part of the country. I think that is where it's important for us to showcase not only overseas, but in India too. If we look at our own, backyard, I don't know how many of our people we interact with, not from the hospitality, they are aware that there is food beyond what is most popular existing within our country. So it's important to respect that. And I think cuisine diplomacy is very important. Prime Minister has to call the 2023 as the year of millet. So the whole world is talking about it. And millets, actually, we have a great bank of millets in our country. So it's a great way to move forward and showcase our Indian food overseas.
Okay, so there is some hope. I'm going to go back for a very quickie. Now, this is a quickie, not in the metaphorical sense, but in the literal sense. And Dr. Saab, the mind utte ja raha hai. But so the question is, no, not that quickie. This is different. So I think Loya is a great. I think it's a great idea. I think congratulations on that. So what do you think is good? What is your favorite restaurant to go, right? Where you, and I'm not talking about your brands, I'm talking about if you were to go internationally and nationally, right? Indian restaurant. Because remember, the next big thing is
Indian food.
Absolutely. What is the next big thing? Indian.
So if at all I have to dine locally, then for me, I'm basically a Bombay boy. So for me, I would still go back and, eat at something like Trishna, which is, a seafood restaurant where they are grinding coconut. It's very, it's something which I like because number one, I'm from south of India. Internationally, if I have to go to an Indian restaurant, that's a question, right?
Yeah. What is the next big thing?
Okay. So for me, primarily,
if you say Peruvian restaurant, we'll murder you right now.
No, I got a big list of what all I want to do. But for me, Indian food internationally, I think so the entire panel who sits here will never go to an Indian restaurant to eat food internationally until unless your bosses have said that go there and eat that food. And that has happened to me quite often. So I would say for me, it would be a Bombay Brasserie because I've been always told to go there and eat. So yeah, that's something where I normally eat internationally, is what I would say.
So Bombay Brasserie.
Yeah.
Okay. Dr. Saab?
So abroad, I've eaten, I think at Banaras, which is great, and even Cinnamon Club.
Yeah, very good.
Yeah,
Excellent.
which
All right.
did a fantastic job.
Any particular reason?
One, of course, both were owned by my friends, my batchmates.
So you'll be coming back to that billing cycle.
That was Vivek, and but yeah, it was to experience.
Eventually, it all comes back to who's paying the bill, or are we paying or not paying? But that's not the point.
No, but it was about a degustation menu.
Fair enough,
Like a,
fair enough,
you know,
yeah.
12 courses, and which was very nicely done.
And I think so. I just want to come in. See the instances of. I think we have low self-esteem. I think the Indian psyche has low self-esteem. So when you and I see a lot of Indian brands doing well here, but you were probably Loya's probably the only other brand that's appeared in a structured market. I mean, if you ask around the public here and say that when was the last time they went to an Indian freestanding restaurant anywhere in the national capital region, right? And I'm not sure that there are too many, right? Okay, but there are lots of Japanese restaurants, there are lots of Korean restaurants, there are lots of fast food restaurants, very few Indian restaurants. Anyway, so I completely agree with you that you would go for. You said what was our discussion? In India, where would you go?
So again, like you said, India, I don't find any one restaurant like a freestanding restaurant. So it becomes a family thing, and the family decides.
Okay.
And mostly you go along with either having a South Indian.
So what you're also obliquely saying is that you'd rather go to a place in India where they don't give you a bill, and because you go to a family restaurant, they don't give you.
No,
a
I
bill.
think it's a family time. We rather cook at home.
Just kidding. Just kidding. All right. Yeah. Yes, Chief. To see Dasobi, apart from the 150 restaurants that you run, where would you actually go and pay a bill of an Indian restaurant?
So, when it comes
Domestically and internationally.
So internationally, I'll tell you that, in the past, I was traveling a lot for my TV shows, and I got an opportunity to dine in some great restaurant, especially in UK. And one I remember still is the Tamarind that I went there, and I really loved the food, the way they had showcased the Indian spices and herbs into their menus. That was very, very nicely done. When it comes to India, we normally are into hotels, and we often go to all the top hotels, restaurants, especially the one in ITC that we love to go. But when it comes to going along with the family, people, the day we go out is the day when we want to eat something light and healthy. So my personal preference always remain as South Indian restaurants when I go outside. So that is how we decide, what is the mood of the day or what is the occasion. And then we take a call and go outside.
So are you saying that the biggest crossover within India has been South Indian tiffin? Is that what you're saying? I think so.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, we can say that.
Dr. Saab?
I think there are more than 39 Sarvana Bhavans in the world.
Yeah, I think so.
And we have more than 40 McDonald's in Delhi itself.
So you're saying that the South Indian tiffin has been
So
the
we
biggest.
haven't been able to create a brand that people associate Indian food with abroad. I think that is where we have a strength here to do something like that and put India on the global map.
So Rakesh, I'm going to put you on the mat when you want to, and you're saying, so therefore you're qualifying that you hesitate to go to an Indian restaurant because you find that it's distressfully heavy, and you prefer going to a South Indian tiffin restaurant because you find it lighter. Is there a particular brand that you go to? And we are not. I'm not charging any money from anybody to.
No, it is not about the brand. It is, as I mentioned, it is about the time that we have on hand. If it is less time, we go nearby also. There is another brand which is just cropping up into the market, Juggernaut, if you have heard about that. They have an amazing South Indian food and good variety of food and very traditionally presented.
So Arun would object because when you say South Indian, then they get very upset, right? And for good reason. I worked 10 years of my life 5 years in Chennai and 5 years in Hyderabad, and I've learned to be less parochial. Okay. And I would also get upset when somebody told me, so you work in South India? I said, no, I worked in those days Andhra Pradesh, or I worked in Tamil Nadu, right? And now it's become worse because now you have Telangana and you have Andhra Pradesh, and then the Pondicherry reared its head. So we did a restaurant in Chennai where we had the penta flavors. So now they're objecting because the penta has now become 6 flavors because Andhra Pradesh and Telangana have become 2 distinct states. Okay. So what is your thought on this? Now they are saying that, for instance, I was reading somebody's YouTube. That nice gentleman from Bangalore, I can't remember his name. And he was, there is a Gouda street, and there's food that is coming from sub-communities, which is doing very well within even Karnataka.
So for anyone who's, as you say, from the south of India, we're very, very touchy. Oh, you're South Indian Madrasi. No, it doesn't work like that anymore. But quite a few now people are very sensitive about where they are from. So take, for example, Kerala. Okay, there is Syrian Christian food, there is the Mapla Muslim, and then there is the Nambiar food. So that itself is 3 directions. Now, if you go into Andhra, okay, you've got various spices. Sure. And if you talk about spice levels there and you try putting 3 chilies, that will not be enough. You need the full page to just put chilies because, their food can be that spicy. Similarly, if you go into Tamil Nadu, there are so many, types of food that you will get that you will be surprised. So when we did a lot of research for Southern Spice, we'd gone into houses, we've, had people cook and we've had aunties cook and all that. And then when we come back and we've said, now what do we do with it? There are so many restaurants that are there. Yeah. So when they are talking about a tiffin restaurant, it's primarily something which is steamed and you got an idli and you're happy. But when you talk about the diversity aspect, there is so much more.
I agree with you. Okay, I think Bhuvnesh Chatna is now looking at me and saying that I am no longer Boris Johnson. But Manisha, who has to have the last word. Manisha, by her own mission, has broken all the glass ceilings. She's now flying in the sky and she's high. So please give us the last word.
For me, within India, again, I'll go with Mahesh Tiffin in Bombay, Mumbai. That's my favorite to go to. Like we said that outside the hotels, they're not, one doesn't go to an Indian restaurant per se, North Indian restaurant. Overseas, it would definitely be Banaras. And there is a restaurant in San Francisco called Coriander Leaf. That's the one. Coriander Leaf. It's run by a batchmate of mine, again, free meal. So
what's the name? Chef Tyagi? It's on the main Jones Street?
Yeah, it's on the main Jones Street. So that's my favorite. These 2 are my favorite. But recently I was also at Nashville, where Manish Chauhan is also running an interesting restaurant on Indian food. So there's a lot of progress being done on that front. So these 3 are my favorites so far. But it's a moving picture every time you go.
Okay, so on that, now that Bhuvnesh, we have, are we over? Is Boris Johnson gone? Okay, so on that, excuse me? Rishi's come. Okay, then it's time for me to go. Okay, but because it's Valentine's and the whole world is talking about Valentine's, I'm reminded. And I just want to remind you, what is the next big thing?
The Indian food.
Can you all say it together? India. Okay. So Fairs. Now I just remember Fairs. And yes, Fairs, born on the eve of Valentine's Day, implores us to put everything at stake at the game of love. We should put everything in the game of India. And he says, "Gar bazi ishq ki bazi hai, jo chaho laga do dar kaisa. Gar bazi ishq ki bazi hai, jo chaho laga do dar kaisa. Gar jeet gaye to kya kehne. Gar jeet gaye to kya kehne. Hare bhi to bazi mat nahi." So, with all the best wishes to all of you. And this is to India.
No, because we are doing everything correct, and we all agree that India is the next big culinary destination. So it is just a matter of, changing our thought direction, just as the Peruvians have done in the past. So I also have got a couplet to say. So मेरा ये मानना है कि सोच को बदल दो तो सितारा बदल जाता है, सोच को बदल दो तो सितारा बदल जाता है, नजर को बदल दो तो नजारा बदल जाता है, कश्ती बदलने की जरूरत नहीं है, बस दिशा को बदल दो तो किनारा बदल जाता है.
Thank you.
Chef Rakesh Sethi, you got a national award, right? Congratulations. Yeah. So he's just been bestowed with a national award by the Minister of Tourism, the Secretary Tourism, right? Congratulations.
May I also request Samesh Khanna, the co-founder of Beanie, to please join us on stage and present a token of appreciation to all our panelists. Mr. Khanna, just a second, we'd love to.
Thank you, guys. Thank you. Sorry if I thank you. Pushed you guys around. Oh, it was so much fun. Okay, well done.
Samesh, you can. Thank you so much, Chef. Thank you. I think once again, let's have a collective round of applause for our moderator. He's been here for 2 sessions. Thank you so much, sir, and our chefs, of course. Okay, moving on, we now have a presentation, but before that, just a reminder, if you're tweeting about this event, please use the hashtag IHA2022. That's hashtag IHA2022. And before we move on to our next panel discussion, we have a presentation on the state tourism. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming on stage Shri Vivek Shrotriya, Additional Managing Director, Madhya Pradesh Tourism Board, to present a little more, or of course, to tell us a little more about the tourism of his lovely state.
Namaskar. Good evening, everyone. First of all, I would like to congratulate the business world hoteliers for this wonderful event. The participants, greetings from Madhya Pradesh. So this is about story of resilience, and I'll be talking about the Madhya Pradesh. So Madhya Pradesh has always been an exemplary example of ancient culture and values. So countless powerful dynasties have flourished in different parts of Madhya Pradesh over different generations, but their exhibits and significance always remained intact. There was a time when the last generation of Mughal Empire also existed in Madhya Pradesh. The monuments of Mandu and Burhanpur displays the Indo-Islamic architecture of Mughal period. Madhya Pradesh is also called and known as the heart of incredible India, was always a symbol of power and heritage. It is true that the various empires have come and gone, but their historical significance has always been preserved and well taken care of. MP exhibits lots of monuments which have very remarkable historical significance. The most famous structure of our glorious state were established centuries back, and we take a great pride and honor to be a part of the most powerful dynasties of the world. We have few structures like Bateshwar Temple, the Khajuraho Temple, the Sanchi Stupas. These are some of the oldest structure of central India, and they have remained resilient over generations and dynasties. However, the story of modern resilience is quite a tale in itself. As we all know, how shocking these last few years have been to us. Just like everything, the tourism industry also suffered a big setback during and after the pandemic. The Madhya Pradesh Tourism Board has taken various initiatives over the last few years to overcome the damage caused by COVID. The MP Tourism Board has introduced a lot of policies and strategies to regain the confidence back to the tourists and to surpass the previous number of visitors visiting the state. We have been committed to scale up and to develop our infrastructure and services to provide visitors with a 360 experience of our glorious state. Here, I would like to touch a few points on MP and our policies. As we know that the culture and heritage of India is always complemented by the warm hospitality. MP has the amalgamation of various culture forms, communities and castes, the folklores, and historical monuments. And this makes Madhya Pradesh one of the most sought after tourist destination. Madhya Pradesh has a lot to offer for everyone, for every travelers with a world-class hospitality. One may visit a nature-centric and pollution-free destination and get them rejuvenated and relaxed. At Madhya Pradesh, we are trying to take wellness to the next level. So along with the traditional massage and spa, we have been trying to include yoga, meditation, panchakarma, and some added element of spirituality to the tourists. In our state, Madhya Pradesh has, how we describe it, our USP is 5 Ws: World Heritage, Worship, Wildlife, Water, and Wonder of Nature. So for the first W, we have 3 World Heritage, UNESCO's 3 World Heritage sites at Sanchi, Bhimbetka, and Khajuraho, all located close to Bhopal. For the worship, we have 2 Jyotirlingas, one at Ujjain and next is Omkareshwar, along with some religious towns like Chitrakoot and Amakantak. For the wildlife, as we all know, Madhya Pradesh is known as the tiger state of India, but we are also the leopard state. We have got the maximum number of bisons in India, so we are the bison state. We have 2 crocodile sanctuaries. We are the crocodile state as well. And with the introduction of cheetah at Puno, we are now going to be the only cheetah state of the country. So lots of options for the wildlife lovers in Madhya Pradesh. Now I'll be telling a little bit about our policy. Our investment policy is very friendly. So after the pandemic, the tourism board has tweaked its investment policies to prompt the various private sectors to directly invest into the state. This is an agile, asset-light policy and investment friendly. we do hand holding to the with the investor who would like to invest in Madhya Pradesh, and we have created a special shell in our office for the investment related issues. We also invest in film sectors, tourism, as well as the allied activities like skilling and training. So if you have any plan for expansion of your business, you are welcome at MPTV. As I just said, we have policy for the, we are trying to attract the private participation in tourism. This is for the new investment products like hotels, resorts, wellness centers, film studios, golf course, and other tourism related areas. So in a nutshell, if I tell you about the policy, we provide incentives and subsidies for the new projects. And this can be 30% for any project which is more than 10 crores of rupees. And the upper limit is 90 crores. That is the subsidy limit. So if anybody is having a planning for a project, which is say 300 crores, the Madhya Pradesh Tourism Board can provide a subsidy of 90 crores for that. So this is one thing. The other thing that we have introduced is for what we call ultra mega projects. So ultra mega projects are those projects where the investment is more than 100 crore rupees. For that, we provide a land without any bidding process. You come, you select the land, and we will give you the land just at the collected rate. So these are the two major investment thing I wanted to share. With this, we are also promoting the state as the destination for experiential activities, responsible tourism, activity-filled tourism, wellness, and mindful tourism. So we have identified almost 100 villages from where we are starting our rural tourism. That has got some homestays, gram stays, farm stays, and we want to provide experience for a safe and culturally rich options at our villages for the tourists. We are achieving milestones in film tourism. So you might be knowing it that Madhya Pradesh has been honored as the best film-friendly state in 2022 by Ministry of Information and Broadcasting. And this has been achieved by providing policy support, facilitation, ease of doing business. The Madhya Pradesh government has brought film shooting permission under the Public Service Guarantee Act. Public Service Guarantee Act. And this is the first initiative of its kind in India, where a film producer, if he just apply online on for a permission and for a shooting, he gets permission within 15 days. This is the new initiative, and that guarantee is given to him and through this act. Madhya Pradesh also received the World Trade Mart Award in 2021 for sustainable tourism in London. And this year, Madhya Pradesh dominated in National Tourism Award in Delhi by bagging 8 awards. The Jal Mahotsav event that happens in Hanumantiya, which is a different experience, a unique water and adventure carnival, was also awarded in Fitur, Spain last year. So these are the few things which I wanted to outline about Madhya Pradesh. On this note, we come to an end. Again, I want to repeat, as since I am here, and if anyone has an expansion plan, or if you want to invest in Madhya Pradesh, or you want to know more about it, we can spend time. I am here today, and if you wish to visit the sites, you can come over to Bhopal or Madhya Pradesh or any destinations. I can really plan a good film tour for any prospective investors. Thank you very much. come to Madhya Pradesh, enjoy our small hospitality, and invest in Madhya Pradesh. Thank you very much.
I would request Mr. Khanna to please present a token of appreciation to sir, please.
Ek second.
Say thanks.
No, it's okay.
At this moment, I also want to thank Mr. Khanna to getting me introduced to this fraternity, because before this, I've been working as CEO of Indore Development Authority for 3-4 years. And I used to meet with the people from real estate and with the hospitality. This is my first meet. So thank you very much for inviting us. Thank you.
It's a pleasure having you over, Vivek ji. Small token of appreciation, since you will not be here tomorrow, right? So this is for Madhya Pradesh Tourism as a partner.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for being here. And this is another small piece.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. And God bless you. Take photo खींचे।
Madhya Pradesh, the heart of incredible India. Thank you so much, the Additional Managing Director of Madhya Pradesh Tourism Board, Shri Vivek Shrotriya. Thank you so much, sir. And thank you so much, Mr. Khanna, for helping us do the honors. Once again, a reminder that Herman is holding a lucky dip gift for all the attendees. We request all our attendees to please drop their visiting cards in the designated box outside. The winner of the same will be announced through a draw, which will be done at the end of today's sessions. Everybody place their visiting card. You've dropped them outside in the box. Someone who's not dropped them yet. Anybody? You've not, ma'am? If you've not, ma'am, right? So you also haven't? Should I send someone from my team like collecting them? Can we do that? No, after the session, of course. No problem. Okay, time for the next session on IT and technology. Digital transformation in hospitality. Role of automation and AI and MI. Allow me to welcome our panelists on the stage for the same. Mr. Hemant Khattar, Director, IT South Asia, Radisson Hotel Group. Mr. Chandar Balji, Chairman and MD, Royal Orchid Hotels and Resorts. Mr. Vivek Gangishetty, VP, Sales and Marketing South Asia, RMS Cloud. And Mr. Kamesh Shukla, Executive VP Commercial, APAC and MEA RateGain. Joining us virtually for the same is Mr. Sohail Kanampilli, CEO Concept Hospitality, and this session will be chaired by Mr. Vinay Deshpande, Senior VP and Head of Digital and IT, IHCL. Let's welcome them collectively with a warm round of applause, everybody. I know the evening is setting in, but yes, few more to go. Let's keep the energy intact. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Hello, good afternoon. And I know it's the second last session, so you're all tired. And the topic is technology, so we'll try to make it simpler. I think you have attended most of the other earlier sessions, and you will realize that the theme of this summit is resilience. And I believe for this sector to be resilient, digital transformation plays a very important role. In fact, you would have heard Mr. Chatwal in the morning, who spoke about how IHCL is adopting digital technology, and in fact have launched a new business, which is a digital native called as Culinary, and is doing very well. Technology today is changing very fast, and in fact in leaps and bounds, especially in the area of automation, artificial intelligence and machine learning algorithms. There are many organizations who have adopted this, and in fact, you'll be surprised to know that hospitality is not too far behind. If I have to give you some examples of how organizations are using artificial intelligence, those include they use service robots for serving the guests who can not only service but also interact with the guest in their native language. Then you have virtual assistants, or as we call chatbots, which are deployed on the website or app, and as well as WhatsApp, who can address frequently asked questions to the guest. They can help them in the guided selling. If I have to give you some examples of machine learning algorithms, then there's a predictive analytics you can do. There's a lot of forecasting you can do. In fact, and some of my panelists will talk about is people are talking about dynamic pricing, where the price can vary based on the demand supply at any given point in time. Personalization is also an important area, which again we'll talk later in the session. So while we do, and just to add, since I represent IHCL, we are also investing a lot in this area. We have some of the use cases I spoke about, we already implemented and continue to invest in this area. So while we spoke about AI and automation, an important aspect also needs to be taken into account is that what does our guest feel about? While this is from our perspective, and this is where I would like to get my panelists involved and take their perspective in terms of what are the guests today looking at, which are the user journeys that they would really like to automate or digitize. Has it really changed post-pandemic? And what are they saying? So to begin with, Hemant, how are you seeing the trend? What your customers are talking to you about?
Okay. Am I audible? Hello. Yeah, thank you. See, pre-pandemic and post-pandemic, they were totally different way of, the expectations were totally different from the customers. Customers, hotel industry is always known for giving a human touch. Hotel industry is always known for giving a best of the silver service and best of the experiences to the customers. But over a period of time, what we have seen now is there are different kind of customers. There's different segments. There are people digitally very, highly qualified. They know how to use equipment. They know how to handle apps. And then at the same time, there are customers which are not, digital user. They, go for digital detoxification completely. But looking at the scenario, looking at the requirement and the millennium customer, and I think it is better to have these kind of technologies in place where, you can, when a customer is going into digital world or they're leaving their footprints at every level, be it social media, be it online, be it over the, any other IT system, set up any connectivity, mobile app, reputational tools, or whatever you call it as, they're leaving their digital footprints, and to capture those digital footprints and convert into memorable experience is what we are looking at as a hotel industry. That is the main, if I may explore this further, person searching on Google can get captured immediately. That okay, somebody is searching hotel in, let's say, Barcelona or hotel
Correct.
In different location. So from there onward, the journey starts. That okay, the person is searching, then how to reach to that person? Has he completed the search or has he left the search in between? If he has left the search, you go connect customer again. That okay, sir, you wanted to come to Barcelona. Is there anything? How may I do something? And then once the customer is search is over, then reservation systems comes up. Once the reservation systems comes up, then once the customer is at your premise in the hotel, then the experiences, the data gathering, the behavior of the customer, what they're liking, what their expectations, and then post checkout, their feedback, their reviews. This complete journey is to be captured, managed, mapped, and given it back to the customer in a very digital way. Okay, that is what is on.
Okay, great. Thanks, Eman. Mr. Balji, how are you seeing your customers?
I think he's captured everything what needs to be done in the hotel industry. And as you said, that hotel industry is a lot of personalization, which is also important, which cannot be really captured, up to a certain extent. So maybe I'll say that, you have artificial intelligence. Now they're talking of augmented intelligence. That means you need to supplement what you are
Correct.
capturing.
Yes.
There, we used to always capture guest history and all that, but now we have automated systems of capturing guest history. If I, from the hotel systems itself, whatever requests are made, if they can get into a central database rather than manually punching in, the front office used to do that, guest history.
Correct.
Punch in, and they'll probably punch in about 8-10% of what the requirement is. So if there's a guest who requires an extra blanket, and so that's captured and it's kept in the history. So whichever hotel he goes to in the group, and nowadays it'll be create a wow factor. Definitely, that's very important. But there are a lot of things. Like I just tell you, I just read in the papers. One second, just give you that if you overdo it, Microsoft had to abruptly withdraw its chat box, Tay, which inadvertently tweeted offensive messages. It just did not understand the concept of right and wrong. That is what,
Yes,
is, what is the danger that it can happen.
Correct.
Yeah.
Okay, interesting perspective. Now, Kamesh, so the hoteliers have spoken. Now, from your side, the distribution side, how do you see from the guests? How do you see the guests looking at it? Primarily, what product innovations are you looking at to address those automations?
I think it's not just last 2 years, but before that, we all expected personalization. We've all been guests on the other side as well. We've been travelers. All of us travel. We love traveling. What changed over the last 2 years is every single touch point became digital. And it's probably in our practice as well, whether we are dreaming to travel, from the time we dream to start researching about it, to the time we start booking it, there is a lot more research being done. It's not just about rates that time. It's about attribute. It's about the value proposition with the perfect digital experience that's coming first to convert that traveler to a guest. Then comes the physical experience where the travelers, I'm talking about myself, I've traveled 250 days until 2019, and I'm back to it, back to cloud-based. I expect a lot more deeper engagement while I'm in the hotel. Right. There could be opportunities to upsell, cross-sell to me. Of course, I need to be engaged. I need to be told about it. And I'm using WhatsApp a lot more. So that's my medium. I look at WhatsApp first, then I look at apps and mails. So that's my communication medium. It's instant gratification. And that converts me to a loyal guest back to the hotel. But before that, I'm comparing destinations. Then I choose a destination, then a hotel, because all that content I'm researching online, whether it's on the OTA or booking engine or could be any booking source, I'm looking a lot more deeper on policies, inclusions, and value that appeals to me. So that's the first moment of truth in driving that personalization.
Okay.
And then comes the engagement here.
Excellent. Excellent. Thanks, Kamesh. Vivek, now, what's your view on this? What's your organization looking at it? Any interesting perspective you want to share with us?
Absolutely. First of all, thank you so much, Vinay, for having us on the panel. And thank you, BW Hotelier, for organizing this.
Yeah, can you put the mic close? Sorry.
Is it audible now? Yeah. I was just thanking you for setting up this wonderful panel, and also BW Hotelier for doing this after COVID. Now, customer journey, coming back to your question, today customer expects every touch point that they go through to be digitized or automated. And we all do that in our life, be it WhatsApp, be it a chatbot that you go to. While it might be as simple as asking for a water bottle, or making a reservation, or asking a specific need to a specific traveler. Now, how well are we automating is all up to us. If we sort of look at customer journey and step back, there are three large buckets I think we can put that in. One is a pre-sale, one is a point of sale, and one is post-sale. In my view, I think the largest emphasis will go into the pre-sale bucket, because that is where you would either as a hotelier win or lose your client. Now, everywhere I go, I'd also take a bit of statistics. As a country, we do about 2.5 million available nights a day. We hit about 70 to 80% occupancy collectively. And our digital penetration right now sits at about 52%, which means we engage about 1 million users online on digital platforms. Now that's a large number. That's probably how much Switzerland would do in an entire month. Now, if with such a large user base that is on, how are you going to engage? In my view, and I keep telling to all my hotelier friends that I go to, there is something called active social listening. We all use social listening very reactively. I would urge you to look at channels that are more proactive, that give you an understanding of what would happen in that micro market and what are the exact traveler needs are. And the second thing is get your content more dynamic. We've also placed a 10 card on all the tables. If you've got some time, just scan that on and engage with the chatbot that we're talking about. You'd understand where the technology has headed to. Now, this is something that we've proactively wanted to kind of automate. But there are a lot of things today which are available, which are IoT driven, which are AIML driven, where the user gets to know or the hotel gets to know that if there is a VIP movement, you need to have a certain amount of AC that hits it for an ambient temperature. So all of them are now available. And we've, again, as a lot of panelists have said, it cannot be an intrusive use of technology. You cannot go beyond what is supposed to be a Lakshman Rekha. But always there are, the technologies at the standby wherever it is supposed to be useful. End of the day, we are all ladies and gentlemen, serving ladies and gentlemen. And yeah, that's about it from technology water effect. Yeah.
Okay, great perspective, Vivek, on the active social listening. I think it's an important point. Now let me bring in Suhail, who couldn't join us, but he is available. Suhail, hope you have heard so far, and I'll just repeat the question again for you, is to, given the advent of AI and automation, what user journey from a guest standpoint, what is it that they're looking at, and what's your perspective, what's your organization doing for it, if you want to share your view on this?
Thank you all for having me, and I'm very sorry I couldn't be there physically with you all. So just like Kamlesh mentioned, actually, on the onset of COVID, our first reaction was to automate all guest touchpoints. So we went ahead, automated your menus in this thing, all your guest touchpoints, be it from check-in to check-out to menus to everything. But the actual take and the usage of it, so from our group perspective, it tracks at about 6%. So only 6% of the guests are actually utilizing this. Even if you look at the restaurants, we go to restaurants physically now, and when you see a scanned card, you first ask them, do you have a copy of the menu? Okay. So I think in that aspect, we anticipated incorrect. I don't think guest touch points, eliminating them is going to be the automation that we need for the future. But what we do need in terms of automation is, as a hotel and as a hospitality company, we sit on enormous amounts of data. Okay. We need to be able to decipher that data so that it helps us anticipate the guest's needs. And those needs need to be carried out by actual physical people, but we need to be able to better anticipate the guest's needs. Just as an example, today we know as a hotel what time a guest wants to eat his food, because we have a record of exactly what time he has placed his orders, be it in room service, be it at the restaurant, but we're doing nothing about it. Okay, we know what he wants to eat, we know what time he wants to eat, but we do very little about the data that we have. So if we are able to really automate in two aspects, one is marketing automation, I think that is primary. Second is utilize this data that we have for better marketing automation, even in terms of anticipating guest needs. So if they're able to do that, that will drive enormous amounts of revenue to the hotels.
Great. Thanks, Sohail. And Thanks for your perspective. So let me put my second question, and as an extension of what you just said, we are sitting on a lot of customer data, which is obviously can use for doing machine learning algorithms, to do personalization, to do, more importantly, to give targeted recommendations so that he's likely to use it, right? Now, from a guest standpoint, this is great, but there's also a fine line that we have to balance out, which is in terms of privacy. While GDPR is there for the Western world, in India, there is privacy laws which are coming up. So we also need data, but at the same time, we need to sensitize both the customers and the ecosystem to ensure that the way we're going to use it is to their benefit. So in that context, I wanted to know your views of the panelists in terms of how do we use the customer data and what's the best usage that we can have, and we can sensitize as well as encourage the customer to share so that it can be used for their own benefit. Hemant, you want to share something?
Okay, first of all, when we are collecting the data, customer is not aware that we are collecting the customer data. You know, customer is at the front line where he's just trying to access something, but we are, as a technology team, technology company, we are capturing the information and utilizing it. But at the same time, we should also be responsible to take the consent and inform customer accordingly. That okay, although customers are very intelligent these days, for example, if you search something and you are not committing that, as I mentioned earlier, then automatically you get a call. Customer will come to know that my data got collected.
Correct. He knows that you called because of
that data. Yeah. But yes, at the same time, as a responsible companies, we should always inform customer, take the consent properly, that okay, we are utilizing it. Once the consent is given by the customer, then only we should utilize this for customer benefit. Now, how we'll be utilizing this? Let's say, if customer, he was searching and he is now potential, your customer is coming to the hotel and utilizing hotel services. Now the similar data can be utilized again as per his consent, because he's signing a reg card with the hotel with a proper consent given to hotel to utilize this kind of service. Now you can create good smart rooms in the hotel, which basically understand consumer behavior and act accordingly. So this will also give a lot of saving for owners, hotel teams, hotel members, where although this kind of similar technology is there already, where sensor based and all that, but that is not connected with AI or machine learning. This is more like understanding the consumer behavior and accordingly giving him the mood lighting, accordingly giving him the access to TV and what kind of channels that the user is liking. Again, all that information can be utilized, and moreover, you are giving a wow factor to the customer. Recognizing a customer while the customer is in the hotel. Let's say customer walking into the hotel, nobody is recognizing straight away coming. Okay, I'm so and so customer. But if you have this AI and machine learning combination in between, you implement right kind of systems and setups. You do face recognition of the customer, connectivity with so many other applications, which can really give a good feel factor for the customer and for his journey during the stay in the hotel.
Okay, great. Thanks, Hemant. I think you spoke about consent is the most important part, but at the same time, the use of the data is actually can be used for a wow factor. I think that's a great example. So Balji, what's your views on this?
Yeah, you see, data security is utmost important. You may collect data, you may do this, but when there's a breach, and it's happened in the best of organizations across the world,
yes,
and we people are most technologically challenged in smaller hotel chains. We don't have data security at all. So I think this is very, very important. Particularly, who stayed in which room. Okay, now particularly in this pandemic time, you had a lot of staycations where you have boyfriend, girlfriend coming and staying in a room and going. Just imagine if that data is leaked and you have good systems, then you are in trouble. So I think we need to, and we as hoteliers are so naive. Like there are some consulting organizations which ask us for regular data and we just pass it on to them. We don't have any NDA with them, or even if you have an NDA, we have no system of checking whether they are sticking by the NDA. We just keep on giving data. Every consultancy organization asks us, we send the data of, each hotel, occupancy, ARR, everything, we keep passing it on. And that is being misused now. Right? I know of a consulting organization which is misusing that data for the. So we need to be very careful about this whole business of AI, collection of data and all that, what it can be used for and what it can be misused. And as he rightly says, maybe customer delight, yes, but beyond that, you got to be a little wary.
Okay, now it's an important view, and data security is the most important. I think smaller or larger organization, this is becoming the most important thing. Now, Kamesh, I think just before the session also we spoke. This is the dichotomy of we having all possible data so that we can do all algorithms and primarily to basically wow the customer, but at the same time manage the privacy part of it. So how do we see this balance getting played out?
So of course, as technology providers, we are compliant on certifications, and it's all with, the mutual consent, because what we share is public data, and what we drive, to help our customers and partners is to help personalize the experience. So all that data that we collect, whether it's searches, the content that's converting on a specific source market demand channel, all of that is actually in compliance with all the data norms. And, there is all due certification. But the end game is to collect as much data that can help, meet the touch points and help personalize the approach and the value proposition there.
Great. So Vivek, I think what's your view on personalization vis-a-vis privacy? Yeah. And what is that thin line that we should not cross, or it's okay that we do it, but because it is beneficial for the customer?
Yeah, I think it's working. Hello. Yeah. So I think from a technology standpoint, it becomes our responsibility than anything else to store the data as per the GDPR guidelines that are there. I think we as nation are working to a stronger GDPR and privacy policies. But yeah, the key to any business today is responsibility. Data, if you have, if you've got a lot of data, there are positives to it and negatives to it. If you look at positive side of it, we can automate and we can use the data to sort of get the right pricing. There are companies that are doing extremely good job for yield automations, for revenue automations in the market, which are completely driven by AI and ML platforms. However, if you misuse the data, you got, as we all hoteliers understand that there is a leak somewhere, and especially if you're moving to more cloud-based or technologies that are not within your premises, you need to be a little more careful, and that's where the PMS companies today take data so so seriously that they've got stringent policies of having multiple security authorizations before you could even get in. So my take on data is it's good if you use properly. Whereas flip sides to it, as technology partners, we're trying to see how we can circumvent that and then probably get to a situation where there is a zero misuse, absolutely.
Okay, so you're saying drive responsibly, like they say, use the data responsibly.
Absolutely.
Okay, great. Suhail, I think earlier you spoke very passionately about personalization, and I'm sure you have strong views. So would like to hear those as.
Yeah. So see, as far as I'm concerned, everybody collects your data, right? Today, we're not even sure whether Google is listening to us when we're not, we don't even know what permissions we have given to who to utilize what data of us. And that's the current reality of data protection. So while we have to comply with all regulations, and we're absolutely willing to comply with all regulations, I think the future of data protection is more about transparency than anything else. At the end of the day, a customer should be able to, at some point, access and see what is the data that you have of theirs, and choose whether or not you're able to utilize this data or not utilize this data for any other purpose, be it sharing the data or anything else. So transparency is the key for the future. Today, we're in a little more unprotected market. So there is definitely misuse of data happening all across.
Yeah, okay. So let me share our personal example, and that's where we are also thinking about what is the best way to do it. So in order to, we have collect a lot of customer data, and so there's always a need to enrich this customer profile. And we were looking at what are the ways by which we can do. And I came across, I'm sure you all are aware, that there are public APIs which are available who can actually go to a social media account and pick your public profile, the profile which you already made public. So technically it's public available information. Now, can I pull, for example, can I go to your LinkedIn profile and pull your picture and save in my database because I want to greet you when you come in? Is it right? Not right? Okay, that's always the conundrum that we actually come across, and hence this discussion on the personalization and the privacy is more important. So let me take the next question. I think this is closer to most of the technologists' heart. Now with the technology being changing, come to a stage where it is, especially with the advent of automation and artificial intelligence, do you believe that it has reached a stage where for hotel brands, it can really give a competitive advantage and act as the differentiator? Do you believe that it has reached that stage? Hemant?
There are two angles to it. One is customer angle. One is internal back of the house staff utilizing this kind of services. I feel customer point of view, we are not there 100%, to be very frank, because we need to really, because first of all, artificial intelligence and machine learning is a very good project, but it's a very expensive project to start with. To develop, to set up, to sustain, to manage, there is a cost to it, which, we are there. We have already implemented chatbots. We have already implemented AI concierge in our hotels. We have already implemented, dynamic pricing. Somebody was saying, in revenue management, we all done that. But we are still not there with respect to utilizing this particular for the customer point of view. But very soon, future is this. Let me be we all are exposed to digital world. We all have two phones, this and one, multiple apps, connectivity, and we all want to be connected to the network. And we all want people to pick up our information and give us best of the service back to us. Now, the other angle, which is, back of the house, you can say, where it can really help very well to departments like legal to start with. Why I'm saying starting with legal is that there are millions of pages of contracts, verification. AI can help you in versions of contracts within no time, where you can pick it up. Okay, what is the difference between this contract and this contract? Secondly, other departments, let's say, there are, front office staff is so over pressured or giving the answers to same and same questions again and again to the customers. You can automate that. And this, which will give them a chance to work in a different manner, and their productivity is very positive. Like, one simple question, okay, what are the happy hours in your bar? Every customer will ask, right?
Right.
Now, if it is automated through QR scanning, as gentleman mentioned, and then automatically you can ask question. We did this same thing in our lot of hotels. That okay, some questions like 5,000 to 7,000 questions, which are common in nature. Everybody will ask. So this will take the pressure from the back office. People can be more productive. And then there are areas like, let's say, talk about HR. Bigger companies, more number of resources, their training programs, their talent management program, their performance enhancement, so many things, which can very well be handled utilizing these AI services going forward.
Okay, so you're saying from the front office, we are still not there, back office we are. Mr. Balji, what do you think? Is the technology a differentiator or not yet?
I think he's right that, particularly in big hotels, there's so many repetitive questions. But the assurance that you get or answer from human being is much more. Like we were at Serengeti a month back at Four Seasons Hotel, and they had a lot of things. They had two screens, and you could scroll and ask about Serengeti and all that. After 1 or 2 minutes, I got so bored and all that. I went back to the front desk and sat in front of the girl and asked her that question and all that, and she answered the question. So I think there's a little bit of but you're also right that newer generation wants less human contact.
Right.
So it's going to take some time. And guys like me, the yesteryear people would like to talk to people. And whereas new people don't even want to talk. My son don't want to talk to me. So when the question of, so they go to hotels, then they'll all like to automatic do things in automated way. So I think we are at a stage where we're not fully automated and we're not yet fully. So we have to provide both.
Okay. Kamesh, is Philippe, we reached that stage where technology can make a difference, or hence you can call it as a differentiator, or it's just still not there yet?
It has a lot of scope, and I think it's going to be there soon. And just come to think of who is the revenue generator for you, the traveler. So if we have to get them moving as a guest, convert them, we got to at least, so there are components within the, I'll again come back to my first point, which I mentioned was the traveler's journey. The first three critical part, which has 100% moved to AI ML, is the dreaming stage, research stage, and the booking stage. That is already there. Then comes the actual physical experience. Of course, we are hospitality. You need the human touch as well. But understand about the current manpower crunch that we're facing. You need to blend that approach because that traveler does not have the patience. He or she needs immediate attention and resolution to the question. So it has to really blend with the balanced approach to convert along the movement and the traveler's journey here.
Okay, great. Vivek, you believe, you agree with him or disagree with him?
In my view, it's definitely a differentiator for sure. Just to, I mean, if we go back a year and a half or two, God forbid that time never comes back again. But the differentiator that people choose to go to a hotel was a complete digitization. So if you look at a contactless check-in, that was an evolved term which was already used in most of the countries. But we adapted it, and I think that's where the differentiator was. And if you sort of understand our entire hotelier, probably about 10 years back, if somebody would have told me that I can book a room on my mobile, I would have probably laughed at him as director of sales marketing. And today, we go back to those channels, I mean, to come back and garner more traction to us. So yes, technology is evolving. I feel it will be a differentiator, especially when you are at the hotel and you would want to probably at a touch of a button order for room service or increase the AC or probably get into a spa just by booking an appointment there. And I also agree with Mr. Balji. I've worked enough with him, and that human touch cannot be replaced by technology. I think there is a quite line that technology needs to be crossed in.
Yeah. I give you an instance. Once I'd gone to one of the top restaurants in Bangalore, and with my wife, and this host said, "Should I give you the same table which I gave you last time when you came with your wife?" So you can imagine what trouble I got into. And it's still going on for the last so many years that you still not told me who you went with to this restaurant. And so I think if you have artificial intelligence and you capture all the data, and then you got to have many more such instances, be prepared for that.
Yes, that's an interesting take. Sohail, what's your view? Is it a differentiator? Can't hear you, you're on mute.
Sorry. So back to the COVID phrase of unmute. Let me split your question into two parts. One is technology. Can technology be a differentiator within groups? And two, is it currently being a differentiator? So number one is, if it can be, you just draw industry parallels over here. You look at, say, the automotive industry, for example. You look at Tesla versus a Mercedes. Which is a better physical car to drive? I don't think people will question on the ability of a Mercedes, the German development. But why has Tesla been able to this? It's technology. So technology can 100% be a differentiator between brands. I don't think there's any doubt in that. Now, is it currently being a differentiator in the hospitality segment? I think to absolutely zero effect. Because there is a lot that we haven't done in hospitality with technology. Very few hospitality companies are currently even have technology as a major research center for them to try and develop new technology. We're relying on outside technology, which comes in, so it's plug and play, so it becomes a level platform. Anyone who can afford the technology brings in the technology. No one's really going and developing their own technology. Very few are developing their own technology, which can truly be a differentiator for future.
Okay, thanks. I think we come to the end of the session. Due to paucity of time, we need to wind up. Just to summarize about the points that we discussed, I think we looked at automation and artificial intelligence, machine learning are playing great roles. There are organizations which are implementing many things, and all my panelists spoke about all of that. And we also looked at from the customer standpoint in terms of what is important for him. How do we do personalization? How do we still ensure that his consent is taken? How do we ensure that the data security is maintained? Finally, we also kind of agreed that yes, technology is the differentiator, but as an industry, we still have some time to reach there. Oh, I think it's an important aspect that we have to use today, technology as an enabler to the hospitality, because hospitality is known for the service that is given, physical service that is given, and it's not entirely digital. So digital is an enabler, and hence I think while the technology is advanced and we're doing a lot of things, all of this that we are doing, we have to keep in mind at the center there is a customer and we all exist to service him. With that, I take your leave. Thank you. Thanks for being patient. Thanks, my panelists.
Thank you so much, gentlemen. A picture, please. And I would also request Mr. Ajit Kumar, Ops Controller of BW Business World, to please join us on stage to present a token of appreciation to all our panelists and a moderator. There he is. Thank you. Bring it on. Karthik. Come. Yes, sir. Sir, बहुत prestigious है तो इसलिए एक-एक करके. No, they're bringing it. Can you please hurry it up, Karthik? And with that, while this is happening, we will proceed ahead towards the last panel discussion for today. And then tomorrow, of course, you have a few more discussions followed by the awards ceremony. Ajit sir, please, a picture with them. Thank you so much, gentlemen. Thank you. No, जब भी मौका मिले ताली आप दिल खोल के बजा सकते हैं. That's my mom tells me that it always helps. Thank you. Thank you. And a final discussion for today on projects, architecture, and design, impact of innovation on hotel design. Please join me in welcoming our panelist for the same. Our lead panelist, Mr. Michael Wang, Senior Continent Leader, Global Design, Asia Pacific, Marriott International, and our panelist, Ms. Vandana Dhawan Saxena, Founder and Design Principal, Studio 4 Designs, Ms. Reema Diwan, Director, Design and Technical Services, Accor, Ms. Rashna Kapari, AVP Architecture, Chalet Hotels, and Mr. Abhishek Mathur, Director, Studio HBA.
Hello, hello. Hello, good evening, good afternoon. I understand everybody's here because it's going to be a great party after this, so we won't hold you up. Thank BW Hotelier for this great opportunity for us to be here and to hopefully inspire everybody and share some insight. We have great representation from architects, interior designer, and ownership as well. Chalet Group is actually one of our biggest owner with the most keys in India. So we're very happy to have Rashna here. So let's just get started. I don't want to hold things up. It's about 40 minutes, so it's very brief and compact. And I just want to open up with, frankly, a simple question. And that is for each of the panelists to discuss what is the impact of technology and innovation to hotel business? And where do we all see opportunities and solutions for our business? So I'll just get started. I'd like to start with an owner. So Rashna, sorry to put you on the spot right off the bat, but
Sure.
Can you share with us what is your feeling about technology innovations relative to development and investment? And also, if you could just share with us, what are the three biggest challenge, perhaps, in how you see development hotels? How can we help you? And also, what are perhaps the three wish lists of things that you hope designers and operators could do differently, better, worse, perhaps? Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. It's an honor to be a part and share this room with all the honorable dignitaries and representing Chalet. Your question regarding the technology and innovation, my view on that is the human race has always adopted, invented, or even adapted to technology by survival or need basis. It's different for different countries. Every nation has their limitations and their strengths. And we tend to find those solutions over a period of time, catering to these issues and adapt to them. Your question about what are the three wish lists or the responsibilities a developer really needs to cater. Just to stating an analogy, hospitality is like a performing stage. The front areas are really where the guest has to be comfortable, delightful, and his stay has to be memorable. His room is his vanity, where everything has to be perfect. And of course, the back of the house is the heart and the backbone, where everything has to be perfect. All of this to bring and succeed and keep it right. With all the challenges, I think the biggest challenge that we face as a hotelier is keeping up with the ever-changing demands and expectations of this well-exposed traveler. Keeping up to that in today's time also gives us an opportunity, because you can actually, at the tip of your finger on the phone, choose a variety of properties. So that push, in fact, is an opportunity for each developer to excel and to develop. I think the third question was the wish list of the do's and the don'ts. At Chalet, we've collaborated with global and overseas consultants. We've actually partnered with you for 7 or more of our properties, and have this and strategized our mixed-use development, which we have fairly been successful. So honestly, it's in my opinion, it's not about what the operator or the designer should do or not do. In fact, we are a team, and I would take the opportunity of this platform where I would highlight that it's more important to then work around a circle model where the responsiveness, assurance of tangible delivery comes in time from these set of consultants. The 3 most important things I would put them in a bucket would be, of course, while planning, while execution, and for operating. You fix your design brief at the earliest you can. Rope in your right team. It's like an IPL team. You choose your team. You rope in all your consultants, and making that decision, involving them prior to, in fact, implementing your work is the key to any successful project.
Totally agree. Thank you so much. So now let's go to Mandana. So from an architect point of view, technology, innovation, how do you see that impacting your practice? And perhaps if you could share, what do you think would be the future of technology innovation in hotel design and our business to improve owners' speed to market, ROI, and also to make operators, Rima and my job, a little easier?
Hello. Hi, everyone. I'm really glad that I'm part of a session, especially led by Michael. It's very exciting for me. And the topic is not something that was very close to my heart, because as Indians, we're always holding back on technology, I feel. But one of the first things I checked online when this topic came up was, let me see how many internet users in the world today. And I was shocked by the number. There are 5 billion internet users. So as designers, what do we really do when we are creating a product, be it a hotel or be it any other genre of a building? We are basically defining the DNA of that space. So it always starts with defining what are the key components of the space, which are going to multiply to create that entire building or that entire space. So if I was to go back in time to when I studied architecture, our architectural influences were very limited to our geographical location. And today with 5 billion users on the internet, with all of us being a part of this and being on social media, so there are about 4.5 billion who are using social media. Our environment of influence has expanded drastically. So I'm not just limited to my geographical location. I am now influenced by every single person I'm interacting with, not that much in the physical space, but perhaps more on the virtual space. So for me as a designer, my influence of technology starts pretty much at the concept stage when I'm defining the DNA of a product that I'm going to design for a hotel. And so much, and that's also important because my traveler again is not limited to this geographical location anymore. He's coming in with all sorts of expectations. He's traveled the world. He's been on social media himself. He now knows that, okay, if I'm going into this market to say, for example, for leisure, I can, I don't have just this hotel to go to. I can look at so many more and then make an informed decision. So the internet is, it works both ways. It defines and influences what I do as a designer, what my team does as a design practice, and it also empowers the guests to make an informed choice. So for me, that is the biggest influence, that while I am deciding what to do for this particular project, I am influenced tremendously by what I'm seeing or what I'm interacting with, or my conversations online, what we're posting. There's so much data being pushed towards you through AI, which is being curated for you. So that I feel is the biggest influence. But besides that, of course, there are technological advances in terms of the kind of softwares we're using. So our age-old softwares have been AutoCAD and 3D Max, and now we're making a conscious effort to move towards BIM, which is integrated modeling. So what that does, for those who might not know, is that it's able to create a space for us as designers where we are able to, work on things together, where the number of overlaps happen simultaneously. They happen because of the intelligence built into the system. So there is lesser margin for error and there is lesser rework. So how does that help a client? It helps us pace us faster on a project. It reduces the amount of errors. It's able to generate budgets and costs for a project in a more efficient manner. It's able to bring together consultants. So our MEP, our lighting consultants, all of us can work together on a project and collaborate better and achieve a much better result. So yes, BIM. And then, of course, the ultimate is metaverse, which, I'm only reading and trying to figure out what that means. What I hear today is that you could perhaps design a hotel on the metaverse universe. And what would that do for a client? He'll probably be able to walk through his entire hotel, feel, like basically become an, what the metaverse basically does is that everyone who's, on the global, whoever logs into the metaverse will then become like an avatar in that space. And each person will have the ability to walk freely into any universe that's been created there. So if, whatever projects we're working on can be sort of built as a virtual reality model, the advantage to our owners would be that they'll be able to see what's going to come up, exactly how it will be built from, say, a structural standpoint, from how the light is going to enter into the property, how well lit it will be, how my building is going to, interact with the daylight, how my spatial volumes feel. Perhaps, there will be ways to even understand how tactile my surfaces would feel. Because what virtual reality does is it provides you a better depth of space than what a rendered model does. So yeah, the potential of technology is just tremendous. But if I was to also talk about the challenges, where we are struggling with, perhaps in India more than any other country, is that all this costs so much to be able to train your teams, to be able to motivate them to sort of migrate to another platform. So yeah, there's just so much that's going on in my mind, and perhaps come back to this question. So I hope I answered some of them.
No, this is fantastic, Mandana. It's exactly the kind of direction that we want to explore as operator, which brings a great question for Rima, our competitor. What Mandana said, to me, it's all coming and it's actually already here in many ways. For you as an operator, what's your thought about what Vandana just said about AI, building information modeling, BIM as a future tool, and how that could apply to operators? What is your thought?
So technology is an integral part of hotel design and innovation. We've been talking about creating lobby spaces which can foster various elements like, having keyless check-in, creating more like a living room kind of a space. With the use of technology, now we are able to do all of that. And in Accor, we have a very focused approach to technology and innovation. So we have segmented technology in 3 buckets to have a focused approach and to drive the right results. So like we have Accor Tech, which is supported by the infrastructure, like when we have a hotel providing the right infrastructure, that goes under Accor Tech. Then we have Digital Factory, because the world is changing so fast. Digital Factory is basically coming out with more personalized kind of experience and creating more unified kind of experience through this digital platform. And the third is DH, which is always keep inventing, innovating, looking at what are the future trends and what is the need of today's and tomorrow travelers. So the biggest challenge as a hotel operator is to envision those changes, like, fast moving things which are keep coming, and implementing them as part of your brand design. We have almost close to 50 plus brands. So it comes with a cost. Every time changing the design direction, making it distinct to incorporate the latest trend in terms of technology might not be every time viable for our investors, our partners, our guests. So definitely we just keep a very holistic approach, think through it, and when we have technology and innovation, we try to achieve a balance in which human elements, technology, innovation is achieved, keeping in mind economical viability of the hotel.
Difficult, isn't it? Very difficult. So, well, that lead to Abhishek. You as HBA, very big interior design company worldwide, and from your point of view, now you heard it from the owner, you heard it from operator, you'll hear it from me a little later, and the architect, Vandana, what is your take on innovation and technology in your discipline?
Yeah, thanks for the question, Michael, and thank you for the opportunity. I feel that, like you pointed out, we are slightly bigger than most other design firms, meaning that we have a spread out footprint across many cities in the world. We have close to about 26 offices around all the global cities. And while we were most prepared than other firms to sort of tackle working during the pandemic, for example, where remote working was the reality, it was not a choice. And technology obviously enabled us to do this in a very productive and compassionate way without sort of putting our people or anybody else in harm's way. And but I still think like that part of technology has always been around, right? Communication is key to all of our businesses, and softwares like Zoom, Teams, Miro, etc. They have been around for some time, and they have only improved, and they will continue to improve. We've spoken earlier about augmented reality, using Matterport, for example, to sort of create virtual environments which are much more interactive and easier for other people to sort of navigate through, make comments, etc. And then I think innovation is not just technology, right? I think what Rashna pointed out earlier is also very important. I think articulation of brief, having a holistic conversation with all these stakeholders, operators and owners included, to understand how can we create spaces which are interesting, which are a little bit more evolved, which have more value and meaning to them. This can come in terms of authenticity. This can come in terms of flexibility of time, flexibility of resources. And also what Rima pointed out earlier, you come into a lobby, it doesn't have to be a reception, it can be more like a living room, etc. Innovation is also there. But for me, particularly what I'm really interested with our studios, especially in India, is the intersection between handmade and that which is virtual, which means that how are we able to make use of technology and try to still give that sort of handmade feel where there's a bespoke and unique element to our designs, which then sort of constitutes the lux factor in any project of ours. So to give you an example, for example, we've tried to engage with young artists in some of our projects where that artist is then commissioned to do a digital artwork, and then that digital artwork can be manifested in many ways, right? It can come to life in many different ways. When we make, for example, when we design bespoke chandeliers or lighting installations, it starts with a sketch, and then those sketches are sort of picked up in a software like Rhino. Then we assign attributes like, in Grasshopper or something like that, and we can really sort of make it very malleable, very custom made. And when it comes to design, there's still a handmade factor because somebody still needs to make it, and the imperfections are there. And that's the part really that I'm very interested in. And one could extend this approach to, be it how you do custom carpets. Whenever you touch a material, there's always an opportunity to customize it. And I think technology makes it a little bit easier, a little bit more accessible. You don't need to be an artisan yourself to understand what are the constraints, and you can still play around with it. That is the part which really excites me, and I'm hoping for us to sort of work in that direction.
Great, thank you so much. So let me touch on a little bit on what Marriott is doing. I feel after running Global Design Asia Pacific for 25 years, there's a lot of insight from owners, from designers, and I feel, we have huge responsibility because we have the volume and we have the economy of scale. So what Marriott is doing now is we are using BIM, and we're we have created 7 of our select service brand in prototype, which means that it provides the owner basically a great learning, great early start. Because if you think about a hotel, 65–70% of the hotel is the guest room. So if we can get that off the table and have a prototype, but using BIM to make customization for each location so that they don't look exactly the same, that really helped the owner and designer to be able to take the time that we all have less and less of, all the money that we have less and less of because inflation and costs of rising in everything and shortage of labor. So owner can get the design for the guest room, get that out of the way, and for designer, for operator, and for owner to focus on what's important in a hotel. As we all know, it's about the public area. It's about the social zone. It's about the area that a guest will have that connection, right? Will have that emotional connection too. And so that's what we're trying to do. We're trying to get some of the difficult, complex things, back of house planning. We're looking at that being automated as well, using artificial intelligence and deep learning to come up with programs that we're working on where you can review and produce back of house based on the different brand. And of course, with 30 brands that we have, make things even more necessary to automate it. So I feel that we're addressing some of those, got a long way to go, and getting owners and the design world and everybody aligned I think is where this kind of discussion and conversation is all about. Because I believe in everything, there's a tipping point, and we're not at that tipping point yet. We need to keep pushing it. So once it tips over and everybody embrace what we're trying to do technology-wise, then I think it's gonna go forward. Because otherwise, like Vandana said, BIM is great, helps coordination, virtual reality is great, but nobody seemed to be jumping on the bandwagon, right? And so why not? And I think part of it is really just make sure everybody feels the importance and the impact and how there's a lot of money there. I think they were talking about something in the neighborhood of $13 trillion revenue for artificial intelligence in 2030. That's not that far away. So there's a lot of money to be made, but everybody needs to be on board. Everybody needs to get a certain amount of passion and willingness to embrace technology and innovation. Okay, let's move on. The next really, really important topic, and I'll again go around, and that's sustainability. What are we doing, each one of us, towards supporting sustainability so that we can reach zero carbon for the world? That's a dream, a great dream to have anyway. So Vandana, we'll start with you.
So I'll just start off with the most basic thing that we've done in the practice, which is we are almost entirely paperless today, and that's thanks to technology. So all the concepts are made on a tablet. They are, of course, emailed. The reviews happen online. But putting all of that aside, I think that's slightly insignificant in terms of what you can truly achieve. So we've just completed a very interesting project. It's actually a residential project, not a hotel project. It's for a very dear friend and a client, where we've actually implemented a lot of sustainable practices. So this one's a largish residence built on a hill where we haven't disturbed a single contour on the land. It's built, without disturbing the land parcel. We haven't cut a single tree. We've integrated multiple construction technologies. So it has concrete as well as steel, which helped us achieve the product much faster. It was easier to construct with it because we were building in the hills and accessibility was an issue. We've tapped daylight beautifully, so much so, so it's built in a place where it gets really cold. So we've tapped daylight so well that we have fenestrations and skylights in the southwest. The daylight penetrates into the building for almost till about 3 p.m. in the afternoon. In the winters, it's fantastic because they don't really need to switch on the heating. In the summers, it's great because the sun shifts its angle, so the house stays cool. We haven't cut trees, so the house is literally shaded. There are planters on the periphery where planters are growing and they're drooping literally till the window sills. So what that does in the summers, it basically creates an artificial shading device. It's like an additional skin which sheds itself in the winters. So there's just so many sustainable things we've done. We're harvesting the water. So there's going to be ample water for them to use. And the beauty of all of it is that, you have beautiful views through the house. It's basically an inside-outside experience. It's integrating with the outside. So here is where we've literally piloted most of our, the sustainable things that we talk about. And of course, the little things like all the lights are, of course, LED, and there's energy saving. We have solar-powered skylights. The solar panels are coming up, so there's going to be generating electricity and pretty much providing to the grid. So yes, all of this is happening thanks to technology. And also, it's not just technology, it's also common sense. So I think technology and common sense have to go hand in hand, because if you put, you leave your common sense behind and you start implementing technology just for the sake of it, it's useless, it's pointless, it's just waste of money. So yes, so these are some of the things we are practicing, and we're trying to push in every project. In the larger projects, it becomes slightly more difficult because there are many more stakeholders, so a lot of people are involved. Decisions are that much more complex. And we're also doing many other things like, we're working with our lighting partners to create tunable lights which are, on preset moods. So that helps, whenever there is excessive daylight, your lights dim automatically. They are more sensor based. So these are some of the things that are, there in my mind right now. But yeah, and we're also as a practice trying to create a library of materials where we are literally going down to understanding where each material is coming from. Because what happens when you're doing a project and you're literally constrained on time is that you have to make a decision in split seconds. You might be very tuned in your mind on what looks good or bad, but sometimes the decision that you take could be bad for the environment. So we're trying to, as a practice, build a library of materials where we have studied the life cycle of the product, where we feel and we are assured that the material that goes into the project actually is going to make a significant impact. So having that library and having our team, sort of have access to that assures us as a practice that we are making the right choices for the environment, because in the end, all of us have to take that responsibility on us. It's not just for your clients, or it's not just for TRP, or not just to, have your next Insta Live. It's actually a very, very relevant topic today because we understand climate change and we know the impact of it. And we're facing it and we're feeling it every day. So, for the future generations, we at our unit level are trying to do a little bit of what we can do to help make the right choice so that the products that we build and the legacy we leave behind can be something that we are proud of tomorrow. Yeah.
Great, thank you. Thank you very much. Rima, what's Accor working on towards sustainability?
So at Accor, we strive to have a more sustainable future for our hospitality and our brands. And we are among 7% of hospitality company which have strategies around zero carbon footprint. And you will be very amazed to know that globally, 75% of travelers look for sustainability measure in hotels while doing the bookings. So all the more important for us to be a little more aware, conscious, and have measures around sustainability and embrace it. And we have a comprehensive approach to our sustainability measures. We have 4 strong pillars, which is as part of the Accor promise, and it goes with all of our brands. So we have, number 1 is the sustainability starts from our own people. We take care of our people, we give them opportunity to grow, give them healthy environment to foster, and to have a very comfortable working environment. And they are the face and they deliver the experience. So that's why first pillar is like our people. Second is stay. And in stay, we have collaborated with various companies, agencies, and our own in-house team putting a lot of research to have sustainability measures, whether it's zero plastic waste, which is our promise by 2022. All our properties will be zero plastic waste. It will be totally eliminated. And eco-certified products, and water and energy conservation. We have dashboards, we have systems through the technology where we are monitoring each and every property. It goes to the Paris, they also monitor. We look at each and every number. We have a full-fledged team who is driving this initiative along with the regional teams. And third pillar is eat, which is centered around F&B, because food wastage, having local produce and how we can leverage more on that while creating the F&B experience. That is also another part of incorporating sustainability in our properties. And fourth one is explore. like exploring the location, the property, the surroundings, and how we can inculcate the surroundings, the natural elements, the biophilic design, and eco-design, as part of the design strategies, as part of the guest experience.
Great, great. Thank you. Those are great initiatives. I know we're running short of time, but I have to ask, Rashna, from ownership point of view, frankly, many owners find the whole sustainability to be a great calling. However, usually means additional investment, and that long-term return sometimes is not seen as that important relative to short-term picture. Perhaps long-term is important, but short-term is a bit of a challenge for all of us. What is your point of view on that?
There are three things here. One is sustainable designs was anyways an integral part of India. So if we are learning, we are actually learning from the past and integrating that again into these three buckets, which I think we at Chalet are very focused on, is when we are preempting or when we are designing on board, we're doing very critical site and climate analysis. That is the first step. We might use technology to save all the energy, but if you have abused the land, like what Vandana was saying, and taken away the topsoil. So what I do see are conscious efforts now to first address the site intelligently, or I would say sensitively. Again, in terms of building, what we are trying to do is how we could help technology help us be sustainable. Yes, all our properties are currently gold rated, and we are analyzing how much it would take us as a cost on capex versus our operating returns when we move to the platinum. And the numbers currently don't seem good, but when we started a decade back, even these installations were expensive then. But today's developer is witnessing, like we've been monitoring and tracking, and with simple methods, there's a saving of 13% in water consumption in the last 6 years. That is investment and Chalet's care for the Mother Earth. This consciousness and robustness, which we're inculcating, I'm sure we'll have different numbers and statistics in the next 10 years. Even small goals in operating, we have a digital card for all our properties. We've already taken these steps of bottled waters because we might have larger goals and commitments of like electrical vehicles 100% by 2025, some other goals on renewable energy, say by 2031. But these small steps, along with bigger goals, is I think where Chalet is currently looking very, very minutely and with focus.
Great, thank you so much for sharing. So Abhishek, from an ID point of view, obviously it's a little bit more focused and a different bandwidth related to sustainability. Anything you can share on how you guys view sustainability from interior design point of view?
Absolutely. It's really, really important. I think everybody has already highlighted the importance of, being aware of sustainability and building a sustainable future. For us, it starts from how, our designs start from the process of storytelling. And through that act itself, we try to celebrate stories which are local. We try to celebrate the local culture. And what we find is our designs are much more sustainable. They have a better performance when they emerge out of local craftsmanship and local materials. So as much as possible, we try to incorporate them in our designs to tell like local stories, which also then add to a much more meaningful and an authentic expression of our designs. The second thing which I would highlight is something related to what I said earlier. When we design spaces, we want to make sure that they're optimized for multiple use, so that they're flexible in time usage and the resources as well. You only build that space once, but you can use it throughout the day. So for example, let's take a spa building in a resort, right? Not really required. I would argue that you can have like a beautiful clearing of a landscape, which can be used for a treatment space, and which at night can be converted into a private dining, for example. So there's not much infrastructure, and this is where I think owners and operators and all of us need to come together and to find such opportunities where we can find this optimization of spaces and resources, which then celebrates the local surroundings, tells a story, and is of course sustainable.
Great, great. Thank you so much. That really addressed such a big issue, and it's very difficult to get it all done on sustainability front. However, I must say that we should be all very proud that from our perspective, India and India hotels, we have more sustainable, LEED certified platinum, gold, silver here in India for Marriott more than anywhere else. And I think that is, something to say about the community's viewpoint and support on sustainability, but it's quite difficult. And so on the Marriott side, what we try to do is basically a couple of things. One is the first step is to come up with sustainability design guides so that the design world and also ownership can have a very clear understanding of what sustainability means for different level of hotel, because you cannot ask owner of a Fairfield to put in same level of sustainability as a St. Regis. So our Marriott Sustainability Design Guide basically provides different level of sustainability requirements, so that Fairfield has certain level, Courtyard would have a certain level, Marriott would have a higher level, and of course our luxury brands, St. Regis, Ritz-Carlton, and above, those would require the highest level of sustainability requirements. So I think that will help the design community and also ownership to have this document, right, as a good initial step. And secondly, along with the BIM prototype that we found, frankly, kind of by accident, but it all makes sense. Because BIM, you can input every requirement, right? You can actually include all of our sustainability requirements right in the BIM package. So that gave me even more encouragement that technology could actually really help us, because by building in sustainability requirement in our BIM package, it gets you there a lot closer because everything's already defined, right? So that's kind of where we are on sustainability. It's a huge, just like Rima said, we have the same requirement for, zero plastic by a certain year and, certain percentage of water saving, but that's all really good goal. But as far as the design community, I feel the first thing is to get a guideline that can give everybody a great starting point and reference point. Well, thank you. It says time's up. So could I open the floor for any question anybody may have? Or what do you think, Bhuvanesh? You tell me where. Okay, if there are questions.
So let me just repeat that question, if I understand it correctly.
Sorry. I mean, you mentioned that the usage of spaces, good use of the space. As you said, for an example, you can use an open space or a lawn as a spa for the treatment and also as a lounge in the evening. I mean, in the daytime, you can use it as a spa for the treatment, and then you can use it in the evenings, you can use it as a lounge or a dining space. So practically, how is it gonna possible to do that?
So, I mean, it's not a big leap of mine to sort of see this conversion happening. My response was emanating from the fact that I know from working through my experience, when you make a spa block, it's incredibly expensive. I think Rachna's
I
right,
totally understand that point of view.
and so in a resort property, when we have such beautiful surroundings and owners typically do spend a lot of money on the landscape, and we also love to go to resorts to sort of experience the natural beauty. I think that experience can be enhanced by having some of these functions in the outdoors with very minimal sort of operational requirements which need to be actually covered.
So you mean to say there is no need of a structured thing or a separate spa?
I think that's a conversation I would love to have with more operators to see. Maybe
Yeah.
not for all brands,
Yeah.
but maybe for some which
Certain,
are more
yeah.
valuable.
With
But I
the
think,
resorts, yeah.
so where I was coming from, better yet, if you have a project, let me know. Why don't I show you?
Sure, sure, definitely. I'll be in touch. Thank you, thank you. It
Thank
was
you.
a good, in sort of a, to think about. I was brainstorming on that rather, as soon as you mentioned that. So I was trying to just visualize how it's gonna possible. I might go for it because I have a resort. I'm the general manager of one of the resorts. So I was just wondering how I'm gonna, because I don't have a spa facility as yet. So I'm sort of looking forward to go for it. So that's how I
good.
got more focused. Thank you.
There you go, Abhishek.
Yeah. Good evening, everyone, and thank you for such a wonderful session. So my question to you related to innovation in terms of design. Since all of you are related to design, what are your expectations to the service industries, specifically related to HVAC, etc.? In terms of innovation, what do you expect?
I hope the air conditioning in the room isn't always so chilled, because I think everybody faces that problem, that they couldn't sleep at night because it was too cold and the thermostat didn't work. So that would be my biggest issue.
Yeah, and at the end of the day, if you want great efficient HVAC system, it's also related on investment, right? Return on investment. And so you cannot expect the same requirement for all hotel. So same thing. I think that's part of our, for example, our sustainability design guide with different levels, right? So that ownership can have a much better feel that they are doing the right thing and they're not overdoing it, which is going to hurt their ROI. Yeah, so to have more control of air conditioning, it means spending more. You need to have more sensors, more zoning, and all of that, which costs money. So, yeah.
Ma'am, I'm really sorry. Can we please take this during the evening cocktails? I'm really sorry. We are short on time. Thank you so much, all our panelists, and of course our moderator for moderating this session. Thank you so much. Let's have a round of applause for them, everybody. Please.
Thank you so much.
Also, I would request Mr. Khanna to please join us on stage. So, wish to say something about the panel? You're really.
I must tell you, this is the most well-represented panel. If you were to see mirror images, both the men on the flanks have the similar kind of hair, number one, gray. Abhishek has more gray hair than he has in his image, right? And best represented by women on the show. Having said that, I must tell you about Michael. I'd invited Michael, I think somewhere in July, August, am I right? And our man stopped reading his emails while he was in the US. So one fine day, about a month ago, I get a message. Is my invite still open? Right? I mean, that's the humility of the man whose designation is Senior Continent Leader, Global Design, Asia Pacific Marriott International. I said, will you come? He says, if you tell me yes, I'm booking my flight now and I'm coming. I'll plan my India visit. I'll prepone it. We need to learn from him. I want to give a message to everybody that here is a man who heads not just one continent, he heads a major portfolio for a very strong brand. He's taken a flight all the way from Hong Kong to come in over here to do a 45-50-minute session. All right. I want a bigger round and a louder round of acknowledgement for him, right? When he's walking, you will see no light between the land and his feet because they're also well grounded. Having said that, in this session, most sessions actually, the only one whom I've ever met personally was Rima, not even Vandana, who's like my sister, right? Everybody, we've all met virtually, right? Took me a moment because I had a different shade of hair for Abhishek, right? But I did get him, right? Great session, right? Brilliant inputs. And my favorite topic about sustainability, innovation. If we can't save this planet now, we'll never save it. We'll leave it much unhealthier than it is now. Perhaps we won't leave anything, right? So each time you pour water into your glass and you leave some water left in the glass, think, where is it going? Nobody's going to send that to water plants, right? Be careful. When you put meals in your plate, take smaller portions. Don't waste. This is the only planet that we have. Thank you, guys. Can I get in over there and take a picture with you? Huh? All right.
Also, Mr. Khanna, I would request you to please present a token of love to all our panelists. And with that, we come to an end of all our sessions. As sir's here, sir.
All right. Thank you, everybody. Mr. KB Kachru, Zubin, Shudip, all of you, you've all sat through the show. Everybody, right? This means a lot to me, right? This means a lot to me. Come be over tomorrow. Tomorrow is the big day. We have, of course, we have the summit and we have the gala awards night where the Lieutenant Governor will be here. Remember, he's going to be here just 30 minutes because he's the Lieutenant Governor. And as you read from the newspapers, there's a lot of action happening, right? So catch the action. There will be something spectacular happening tomorrow evening. Be in the hall at 7 p.m. sharp. When I say something spectacular happening, there'll be a very important announcement and you guys will love it, right? And thank you again. Let me start thanking all the brands, all the partners who've supported us. Let me begin by thanking Rohit Khosla, Nayan Seth, and the entire Taj Palace team for being such gracious and wonderful hosts. For Daikin, Mr. Java and his entire team, RMS, Stephen, Vivek, you are beautiful, Beanley. Let me keep reading the brands, of course, Lucaris. Let me tell you, Lucaris has shipped all their glasses that you will sip through tonight from Thailand, right? Their gifts, Harman, and who have you? Yes, okay, now let me begin there. FPG, MP Tourism, Radisson, all right, Chalet, IHG, ITC, Mr. Chandrabalji, Royal Orchid, Regenta, Sarovar, Go Air, Arjun is sitting here along with his colleagues, and Monkey Shoulder, right? That's something which I don't drink, but thank you. All right, and Four Cousins, and Proust for beer. Yeah, thank you all, gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll see you soon up there. Cocktails and dinners. Thank you again. Thank you, Taj Palace again, and the agency. Yes, don't go away. There's a lucky draw. ये क्या है? वो नहीं, मेरे को नहीं पढ़ने की जरूरत. किसको बुलाऊं? कौन निकालेगा ये? किसको बुलाऊं? वंदना वापस आजा. वंदना आजा आजा. वंदना आजा. इसमें से लकी ड्रॉ निकाल. So this will be given to whoever is present here. So there's a Harman system. देखो, don't worry. So, तभी तो बुलाया ना. Where's your dad? Has he come? All right. Where is Brigadier Dhawan? Oh, you are Brigadier Dhawan. So that is Vandana's dad. Right? A few hands for him. All right. He's come to watch his daughter, Peri Pesar. Right? Who is Rohit Bhatnagar? मारा गया है ही नहीं. MP tourism वाला है. नहीं है. एक और कार्ड. मनीष यादव. मनीष यादव ये भी नहीं है. ये देखो अलीला. चलो कोई नहीं. जिसकी किस्मत में ना हो उसका की कर सकते हो. सौरभ दत्ता आजा भाई आजा. इस स्पीकर का कुछ हिस्सा मेरे को भी दे देना. कुछ तो दे देना मेरे को.
That's the lucky draw from one of our partners, Herman.
किस्मत देखो बैठे बैठाए ले गया और जिनको मिलनी चाहिए थी वो. चलो दाने दाने पे लिखा है खाने वाले का नाम. Thank you all. See you over a drink. Thank you for being there. My hand-folded gratitude to everybody.